Chapter 1145. Before the two of them had officially established their relationship, Lin Zhe had been known as a crazy pursuer. Everyone in the company knew that he could deal with the company's affairs at an unimaginable speed and then spare as much time as possible to fly around the world with Zhong Zhanghuan. After Zhong Zhanghuan became Mrs. Lin, this situation didn't change at all. Zhong Zhanghuan was still flying all over the world. Her profession meant that she couldn't stay quietly at home like an ordinary housewife and take care of her husband and children. As for Lin Zhe, as long as he had time, he would fly around the world with her. Compared to his persistent pursuit in the past, he was much more open and above board now. In the past, he could only sit quietly at the fan seats like everyone else and watch the performances of the models like an ordinary fan. He was always so far away from the designer seat. But it was different now. As long as he had time to attend a fashion show, Lin Zhe could sit on his wife's body openly. No matter how many times the camera swept over the two of them, they could see the two of them smiling and whispering intimately together. Even their hands were tightly held together. Another 5 years passed. When Zhong Zhanghuan won the second AD Design Award in her life, she announced a piece of news that made countless people happy. Their family would soon welcome a new member. At the same time, she also said that all work announcements would be suspended and she would focus on taking care of the baby. Among all the people who heard the news, Lin Zhe was the happiest. He felt that the ADE selection competition was the lucky star of his life. The first time he participated in this competition, he got the wife he loved the most in his life. The second time he participated in this competition, he was about to welcome the baby of his family. God was so kind to him. When Zhong Zhanghuan returned to China, she was treated like a princess from two families. Especially Lin Mu. Ever since her son took charge of the Lin Corporation, Lin Mu felt that she had no goals in life. So she began to focus on traveling, beauty, fitness and other activities that she had wanted to do before but didn't have time for. She didn't return home for almost a month, leaving enough space for her son and daughter-in-law. But when she heard that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, Lin Mu, who was skiing in the northern hemisphere, flew straight home. In fact, Gu Xingyin was not nervous about giving birth. After all, she had experienced it several times. Moreover, the system could block her pain, so she did not feel uncomfortable. However, they couldn't resist the anticipation and nervousness of the parents on both sides. In the end, Gu Xingyin herself became extremely cautious under the brainwashing. With everyone's blessings, Gu Xingyin safely gave birth to their first child, the little princess of the Lin family, Lin. Gu Xingyin and Lin Zhe, the couple who had just become parents, were fine. Lin Zhe's mother, who wanted a granddaughter, was so happy that she wanted to fly. What, you don't like your daughter? Gu Xingyin looked at Lin Zhe and raised her eyebrows. The other party didn't seem that happy. Lin Zhe shook his head and gently leaned his head against her side. How could I not like the child you gave birth to? I just think that giving birth to a child is too torturous. You've worked so hard. Gu Xingyin laughed. She turned her face and kissed the man on the face. For you, I am willing. Chapter 1146. Lin Zhe and Gu Xingyin had been married for many years, and he had chased after Gu Xingyin for many years. Until later, when both of them were old, Gu Xingyin finally stopped. She put down her work and wholeheartedly accompanied her family. Lin Zhe had long since handed over the family business to his children. The two old married couples often held hands and leisurely wandered around every beautiful place in this world. Their footsteps were very slow, but their steps were very steady, because they both knew that there would always be someone by their side holding their hand. The two of them, no one would leave the other behind. Another life of happiness and good health. Gu Xingyin returned to the space and did not stop at all. After receiving the gift of the world, she immediately began to teleport to another world. This time, she opened her eyes amidst a faint fragrance. System, begin to transfer memories. Gu Xingyin said and began to look at her surroundings. This was a very spacious hall. Although it was called a hall, there was nothing in the hall. Because there was nothing, the originally spacious hall seemed even more empty. The only decorations in the hall were the layers of red gauze curtains that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Under the effect of the faint cold wind from who knows where, They fluttered. And in the center of those red gauze curtains was the big bed where Gu Shengyin was. Gu Shengyin sat up. At the same time, the system's plot had been transmitted. Ghost King Lan Ling. This was the identity of this body. Ghost King Lan Ling had been Ghost King Lan Ling since she had memories. She did not know what her identity was when she was alive, nor did she know why she had become a ghost. Because she was the most powerful ghost god in this area. This place was called Lan Ling in the distant past, so she was called Ghost King Lan Ling. Ghost King Lan Ling's name was Lan Ling. Ghost King Lan Ling did not like crowds and did not eat strangers. Compared to a ghost, she was more like a Taoist true god with no desires. The only thing Lan Ling Ghost King was interested in was her past life. As a ghost without memories, no matter how powerful she would not be satisfied. Whether it was a human or a ghost, the higher one stood at the top, the more they could not tolerate too many unknown things. This was the case for Ghost King Lan Ling. According to the original plot, Gu Shengyin saw Ghost King Lan Ling's future. Her existence restrained the ghosts and monsters in this place. Lan Ling Ghost King didn't like blood because she didn't think it was beautiful, so none of the ghosts in this place dared to kill people. There was once a self-proclaimed powerful ghost that tried to challenge the authority of Ghost King Lan Ling, but the result was death. Ghosts were originally spiritual bodies produced by souls that did not enter the cycle of reincarnation after death. Therefore, once they died, they would truly disappear from the 6 paths of reincarnation. He was reduced to ashes. After a few thunderous suppressions, no one in the entire Lan Ling region dared to challenge the rules set by the Lan Ling Ghost Lord. And she even gained the attention of the Divine Court because of her meritorious management. Ghost King Lan Ling received a decree from the Divine Court and changed from Ghost King Lan Ling to Ghost God Lan Ling. Because of her powerful strength, she was conferred the title of Marquis Lan Ling. And she also successfully learned about her past and present life with the help of the Divine Court's 3-world mirror. Everything was logical, but a talented disciple named Jiang Ling had appeared in this world. Chapter 1147. Jiang Ling was a disciple of a Taoist sect in hell near Lan Ling. She was born with Heaven's Eye and was nurtured by the sect since she was young. She was taught how to kill demons and monsters. In fact, this was also the mission of countless Taoist sections. After all, there were very few friendly ghosts in Lan Ling. Most ghosts relied on absorbing the vitality of humans to maintain their bodies. There were even some evil ghosts that specialized in killing ordinary people. Generally speaking, in the eyes of humans, ghosts and monsters were synonymous with terror. Just like how humans hated ghosts, ghosts did not necessarily like humans that much. There were no Taoist sects in the vast Orchid Hill. The reason was simple, because the Lan Ling king did not like it. It was not that there were no sects that wanted to take over this place. In terms of feng shui, Lan Ling was a good place with rich spiritual energy. Whether it was cultivators, ghosts, or humans, it was suitable for them to live here. However, no matter which sect it was, they would definitely be obstructed if they wanted to settle down here. With the resistance of tens of thousands of ghosts in the entire Lan Ling area, even the strongest sect would not be able to take down this tough bone. Over time, the reputation of the Lan Ling Ghost King spread. Lan Ling, this hell, also became a place that Taoists would sigh about. Jiang Ling, because of her good talent, she had a fearless personality since she was young. Because she had lived in a sect since she was young, she could only see these few mountains. She could only hear her fellow disciples praising her outstanding talent and could not help but feel a little smug. When she was 16 years old, she secretly ran to Lan Ling while the sect masters were not paying attention. She thought that if she could capture the Lan Ling Ghost King, who made her master and the others look serious, wouldn't it be a great achievement? She was quite lucky and actually found the palace where the Lan Ling Ghost King was. However, how could a little girl who was still wet behind the ears be a match for the famous Lan Ling Ghost King? The Lan Ling Ghost King did not like to kill, so she teased Jiang Ling and chased her out of Lan Ling. Jiang Ling was not convinced because of this. After returning to the sect, the elders in the sect heard that she was fearless enough to provoke the Ghost King Lan Ling. They punished her severely and grounded her for 3 whole years. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, was provoked by Lan Ling Ghost King's teasing. She was no longer as absent-minded as she used to be. Instead, she began to work hard on her cultivation. 3 years later, she boasted that there was still a big gap between her and the Lan Ling Ghost King. Following that, she went into seclusion for another 3 years. A total of 9 years. Once again, she went to challenge Ghost King Lan Ling with her sword. She didn't want to hurt Lan Ling Ghost King. After all, Jiang Ling was no longer the little kid she was back then. She knew how to differentiate between good and evil, and also understood her own recklessness back then. If it was someone with a bad temper, he would have died long ago. She just wanted to wash away the humiliation of being teased by Ghost King Lan Ling. But accidents were always beyond human control. Lan Ling Ghost King had just passed the most severe 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation that even ghosts and gods had to go through. Although she had successfully passed the tribulation, she was already at the end of her rope. Jiang Ling did not know that the attack that she thought the other party would definitely be able to dodge landed on Lan Ling Ghost King without hesitation. Under Jiang Ling's incredulous gaze, Lan Ling Ghost King turned into a little blue firefly in front of her. From then on, there was no more Lan Ling Ghost King in this world. Chapter 1148. Gu Shengyin sighed. Ghost King Lan Ling's death was really unjust. She was supposed to get an edict from the divine court soon after she passed the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation, but fate played tricks on her. Strictly speaking, Linger's death was not her fault. She didn't know that Ghost King Lan Ling was seriously injured and lost her strength. Ghost King Lan Ling also didn't expect that the little girl who was like an ant back then would grow up so quickly. It could only be said that fate played tricks on people. The protagonist's fate couldn't be cut off like this, so Gu Shengyin came to Ghost King Lan Ling, who hadn't started yet. Gu Shengyin looked around. Very good, this dark, ethereal and gloomy style was really ghostly. She reached out and pulled open the curtain in front of her. It seemed that someone invisible had lit up the whole hall, and the dark hall was instantly lit up. But this light was only equivalent to the light in front of the hall. A dark blue light flashed between Gu Shengyin, and there was a ripple in the space like water, and a mirror appeared in front of her. When Gu Shengyin saw Ghost King Lan Ling's appearance, he couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The woman in the mirror had a very white complexion. But it was different from the whiteness of human beings, and it was also different from the bluish-white of ordinary ghosts. Her complexion was pale, as if she had never seen the sun, so pale that it was almost transparent. Raising her palm, Gu Shengyin could clearly see the light blue blood vessels on her slender wrist. But her eyebrows and eyes were very dark. Her eyebrows were as black as ink, and her eyes were pitch black. The contrast between black and white actually produced a kind of extreme beauty. The shape of her lips was very beautiful, undyed and vermilion, which were the only 3 red parts of her body. Red lips, red nail polish, and red clothes. He had ink-colored hair, ink-colored eyebrows, and ink-colored eyes. White skin. When the 3 contrasting colors were on the same person, it produced a very shocking effect. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed lazily, with a messy silky red brocade quilt under her, and her long black hair casually draped behind her. His entire person was like a colorful splash ink painting. Beautiful. This was the only way Gu Shengyin could describe Ghost King Lan Ling. If she was in the human world, she would be an enchantress who could bring calamity to the world. However, in the world of Yin and Yang, she was the Ghost King Lan Ling, who was feared by countless ghosts. The Yin-Yang realm was a general term for the world where ghosts lived. With a flick of his finger, the mirror disappeared. Gu Shengyin got up and stepped on her embroidered shoes. The layers of red gauze curtains in front of her automatically parted, as if to guide her. System, draw skills. Sorry, host. The system flashed with a white light. Gu Shengyin glanced at it. Getting close to nature? Fortunately, it wasn't too bad. There was no need for a ghost to get close to nature. However, it was still much better than using light magic. Gu Shengyin suddenly thought of something. System, do you know who the Phantom Lord Lan Ling was? The plot only mentioned that she saw her past life through the 3-world mirror after being conferred the title of Principal God, but it didn't specifically mention it. The system replied, Host, you have to work hard on this yourself. The system can't help or inquire about anything that isn't mentioned in the plot. Gu Xingyin sneered, all right, I understand. A soft voice came from outside the hall. Lord Lan Ling, do you need me to serve you? Chapter 1149. Gu Xingyin said slowly, come in. Two female ghosts in white walked in. They were female ghosts because they appeared here, so they could only be female ghosts. As the two figures approached, Gu Xingyin saw their faces. She could not help but exclaim in her heart, even ghosts are so beautiful now? The woman in white on the left had her hair tied up loosely with a silver ribbon. She had a faint smile on her face and was extremely beautiful. The one on the right wore a pink dress and looked younger. Her face was bright and beautiful. She was naturally charming. The two female ghosts were the personal servants of Ghost King Lan Ling. The beautiful one was called Wei Wei and the bright one was called Ah Jin. Both of them were holding spices and warm water in their hands. They must have been waiting outside for a long time. Gu Xingyin sat down lazily and allowed Wei Wei to wipe his face with a soft towel that was soaked in water. Ah Jin used a sandalwood comb to gently comb her long, black hair. Gu Xingyin squinted her eyes and sighed, these days are indeed comfortable. Lord Lan Ling, I heard that a group of wild Taoists came to our Lan Ling's territory recently. Many lonely souls and ghosts have already come to complain to us. After cleaning Gu Xingyin's face, Wei Wei took a step back and said respectfully to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin supported her head with one hand and replied faintly, Wei Wei lowered her head and said, I'm willing to share your burden and chase those daring Taoists out of Lan Ling. No need. Gu Xingyin said softly. Lord Lan Ling? Wei Wei raised her head and was surprised. Lord, are you not going to care about this matter? I'll go and meet these people personally. Gu Xingyin had nothing to do. She knew that Ghost King Lan Ling was quite powerful in this world, but she had not experienced it personally. She might as well try it out on those wild Taoists. Those Taoist priests probably weren't disciples of any righteous sections. Those with a bit of background would not be able to bypass him, the ruler in the dark. Hearing Gu Xingyin's words, he was slightly delighted. However, she immediately hesitated and said, it's just a few weak Taoists. There's no need to trouble Sir to deal with them personally. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes and looked at her faintly. She lowered her head slightly and said, I have overstepped my bounds. What qualifications did she have to speculate about His Excellency's thoughts? In a wilderness in the Lanling region, 3 figures dressed in green robes were walking slowly with swords in their hands. Brother Wen, it is said that the evil spirits in the Orchid Land are ferocious. Many of our fellow Taoists do not dare to come here. In my opinion, it's just SOSO, a tall and thin Taoist priest said with a self-satisfied smile. The one called Brother Wen was slightly plump and had a mustache. There was a cunning look in his eyes. Hearing the tall and thin Taoist's words, he couldn't help but stroke his mustache and said with a smile, that's why those righteous sects are just fishing for fame. They have so many disciples, but they don't even dare to enter the Lanling. Is that so? A faint female voice entered the ears of the 3 people. Unknowingly, a cold wind suddenly blew in this wilderness and a thick fog appeared from the ground. In just a moment, the surroundings were covered in a gray fog. The 3 people were close together and could barely see each other's figures. The sky darkened visibly. Just a moment ago, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. Now there were gusts of cold wind, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Chapter 1150. This is... The expression of the tall and skinny man, who had a smug look on his face earlier, changed instantly. If they still could not tell that this was done on purpose, the 3 of them would have wasted their years of cultivation. The man who had been silent all this while had a pale complexion and a green headscarf on his head. He took out a copper bagua mirror with a flip of his hand. He tossed the bagua mirror above his head. The bagua mirror immediately flashed with a golden light, illuminating the situation within a 2-meter radius. Clearly, this was a good magic tool. Seeing the situation around him, the slightly plump Taoist felt much more at ease. He also regained his previous eloquence. Brother Zhang's 8 trigrams mirror is indeed a top-notch magic tool. With Brother Zhang here, why should we be afraid of those ghosts? before he could finish, the surrounding wind suddenly blew even more violently. There were even traces of crying and wailing in the wind. Under such circumstances, it was even more horrifying. The 8 trigrams treasure mirror in the air seemed to be unable to withstand the unknown power and began to sway. Not good. The middle-aged scholar's complexion changed, and he quickly took out several talismans from his bosom, bit his middle finger, and muttered an incantation. Bursts of golden light rushed towards the 8 trigrams mirror as he chanted, trying to stabilize it. However, it was useless. In the growing wind, the Bagua mirror was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean. It was in danger of capsizing at any time. The middle-aged man's already pale face became even paler. There was no trace of blood. "The two of you, lend me a hand," he shouted in a low voice. The two beside him seemed to have felt the power of their opponent. When the 3 of them came to Orchid Mountain, they had heard from some of their fellow Taoists that this area had an owner. The ghosts here were not evil. They were warned to be careful and avoid this place. However, the 3 of them were confident in their abilities. They had subdued a few ghosts with average strength in the few days they had been in Orchid Mountain. They became arrogant and thought that those people were just exaggerating. However, after encountering the situation in front of them, the 3 of them realized that they were just being arrogant. There seemed to be a woman's eerie voice coming from the chilly wind. "The 3 of you, why did you come to my cave? Did you see me living alone for so many years and feel lonely?" At the same time, the 8 trigrams mirror in the air seemed to be unable to bear the burden. After shaking a few times, it finally let out a clear shattering sound and fell to the ground. The magic tool was connected to its owner's mind. The middle-aged scholar spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. Without the 8 trigrams mirror, the surroundings returned to darkness. Only now did the 3 of them truly realize the lingering fear. They had already lost a powerful magic tool and injured a person, but they didn't even know what the other party was. The tall and thin Taoist priest suddenly became agitated. He pulled out his sword and suddenly slashed towards the thick fog. He cursed, "Where did this monster come from?" Pretending to be mysterious. "If you have the ability, let's do it face to face." But suddenly, a branch of a tree leaf appeared out of nowhere and slapped him hard on the face. In an instant, half of the Taoist priest's face swelled up. He swung his sword in that direction and found that it was just an ordinary tree branch. The tall and thin Taoist priest didn't dare to speak anymore. Chapter 1151. Not far from the 3 of them, a woman in red was sitting quietly on a high branch of a big tree that was very luxuriant. She was looking at them with interest. Her red dress was bright red and there were no other colors on it. Her long, ink-like hair casually fell down. A silver mask gently covered her face. Only her red lips could be seen curling up as if she was in a good mood. What was strange was that not far away, where the 3 of them were, the sky was dark and gloomy and the wind was howling. However, where the woman was, the sun was shining brightly. Sporadic sunlight shone on her face through the dense branches and leaves, but there was no shadow on the ground. Interesting. Gu Xingyin's red lips parted slightly as she said these 2 words. The strength of Ghost King Lan Ling was beyond her imagination. She was not afraid of sunlight and could affect the climate. This was no longer the strength of a ghost. It was close to the strength of a ghost god. It was no wonder that the divine court would send an edict. Her strength was not inferior to the righteous gods of the divine court. The feeling of the warm sunlight shining on her body was not bad. Of course, it was not very good either. After all, as a ghost, she preferred a cold and gloomy environment. Although the sunlight did not pose any danger to her, it made her instinctively dislike it. Gu Xingyin was in a good mood as she watched the 3 Taoist priests explore the enchantment that she had casually set up like a maze. "At this time, there should be a pot of wine," she said casually. The next moment, a pot of wine appeared in front of her. Gu Xingyin paused. She did not take the pot of wine. Instead, she looked at the hand holding the pot. It was a hand with an almost perfect shape. The joints were slender and the skin was fair. However, it was not as delicate as a woman's. It was a man's hand. It could silently come to Gu Xingyin's side without her noticing. Perhaps it should be said that it was a very powerful man's hand. The next moment, a scorching breath fell on her ear. What's wrong? The great ghost king Lan Ling doesn't even dare to accept a jug of wine? The sound was very pleasant to the ears. If Gu Xingyin had to describe it, it would probably be the sound of icy spring water splashing and jade colliding. According to the legends, when the phoenix spread its wings and let out a cry, it had the ability to make all living things come back to life. Tens of thousands of flowers bloomed together, just like heavenly music. Although the sound before his eyes wasn't as earth-shattering, it wasn't far off in terms of how pleasant it was. Gu Xingyin's expression did not change. She turned her head and looked up along the hand. The same red robe, the same long black hair. Looking up, it was a handsome face that could make all living things go crazy. As a man, the appearance of the man in front of her was enough to make all the women in the world feel ashamed. Of course, this did not include Gu Xingyin. She was a ghost. Seeing Gu Xingyin's cold eyes looking at him, the red-robed man smiled. Between his eyebrows, there was a soul-stirring beauty. Your Highness of the Phoenix clan has lowered yourself to come here. This tree is indeed blessed. Gu Xingyin said lightly. She wasn't wrong. The tree she was standing on was originally just an ordinary tree. But first, she, the ghost king Lan Ling, who was about to ascend to the position of a god, came here. Then, the symbol of the divine clan, the auspicious phoenix, stopped by. This was considered a great fortune. Not long after, this tree would become sentient and become a spiritual object. When the man heard her words, he seemed a little surprised. He did not expect that the first thing the ghost king Lan Ling said when she saw him was about this unremarkable tree. Chapter 1152. She was truly an extraordinary woman. The man gently lifted the lid of the wine pot, and a rich wine aroma wafted out. Gu Xingyin's eyes lit up. The snow in a cup from the ninth heaven? Lan Ling Ghost King was addicted to wine, and she knew almost all of the famous wines in the world. The man chuckled. That's right. Gu Xingyin stretched out her hand, ready to take the pot of wine. Snow in a cup was a rare item, and it was not often seen. Unfortunately, before her hand could touch the pot of wine, the man's palm shook, and the pot of wine disappeared without a trace. Gu Xingyin's face turned cold. You tricked me. A chilly aura was emitted from her body, and the surrounding ground was even covered with a layer of frost. Lan Ling Ghost King's dignity could not be offended, even if the other party was a phoenix born from the divine clan. The most miserable ones were the 3 Taoist priests in the array. They had been trapped in the black fog, and were often attacked by unknown creatures, so their minds and bodies were already exhausted to the extreme. Now that the temperature suddenly dropped, the 3 of them could not help but shiver. At this moment, the 3 of them were not as high-spirited as they were when they first arrived. It was too late for regrets in their hearts. If they had known, they would have listened to the words of their fellow Taoists. Lan Ling was not a place they could come to. Now, the only thing the 3 of them hoped for was that the ghosts in Lan Ling were really as rumored and did not harm people's lives, but only wanted to punish them. Looking at Gu Xingyin's cold eyes, the man still smiled naturally. No, I originally wanted to give this pot of wine to Lan Ling, but now I suddenly changed my mind. As he spoke, his body suddenly moved closer to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin's heart trembled and wanted to retreat, but she realized that the man had unknowingly set up a barrier around her. She could not break free for a moment. The man's fingers were already caressing her cheeks. The broken silver mask was like snowflakes falling from Gu Xingyin's face, and her complete face was revealed to the man. Gu Xingyin clearly saw a trace of surprise in his eyes. The man looked at her with blurred eyes. It's really gorgeous. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and he retreated in a flash. But he was still a step too late. When he raised his head again, there was a deep wound on his handsome face, so deep that his bones could be seen. Golden blood dripped from the wound and turned into a cluster of golden sparks as soon as it left his body, turning into ashes as it fell to the ground. He reached out and wiped his face, and the wound instantly healed. What a ruthless ghost King Lan Ling. The man looked at Gu Xingyin with a smile. Gu Xingyin lowered her eyes and looked at her bright red nails. What I want to cut is your throat. The man chuckled mysteriously. His expression suddenly changed as he tilted his head to listen for something. Suddenly, he raised his hand and tossed something to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin took a closer look and saw that it was the wine in the pot of wine. I originally wanted to get drunk with Lan Ling, but unfortunately, I have something to do. I will come again. His figure suddenly became illusory, and he turned into a red stream of light and disappeared. A red feather with a transparent flame fell from the sky and landed on Gu Xingyin's shoulder. Gu Xingyin reached out and took the feather. The flame on it was not hot and was even very gentle. At the base of the feather, there was a small golden word, Ling. Chapter 1153. It seemed that this was the name of the flamboyant phoenix. Gu Xingyin raised her hand to destroy the feather, but after thinking that the feather of a phoenix was a rare treasure, she kept it in her sleeve. However, she did not know that she had dug a hole for herself. When she realized it in the future, it would be too late. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, filled with confusion. Host, I don't understand. Gu Xingyin raised her eyebrows. The system said honestly, why did the host try to kill that phoenix? Gu Xingyin paused. You know who he is? The system replied, yes, host. Strictly speaking, the system and the host's souls are linked, so it can sense some things. For example, that phoenix is the host's lover. Gu Xingyin looked at the system curiously. The soul contract sounded a little novel to him. She knew what it meant. Linking souls meant that if an accident happened to one party, the other party would sense it and bear the damage together. She had signed a contract with the system since she was born, but this was the first time she knew that the two of them were linked souls. However, does the system have a soul too? The system. It seemed that it had accidentally exposed something terrible. It said calmly, the host's authority is insufficient, the system cannot tell you. Gu Xingyin, this system would use this trick every time it did not want to answer. After encountering this phoenix, Gu Xingyin did not have the mood to torment the three Taoist priests. She waved her hand, and the three Taoist priests felt a gust of demonic wind. When they came back to their senses, they realized that they had arrived at the peak of an extremely tall mountain. They could not even see the way down the mountain. Could it be that the person behind this wanted to kill the three of them in this deserted place? The three of them were shocked by their own imagination. Suddenly, a ghostly female voice came from midair. It wanted the three of them to not eat or drink, and recite sutras to expiate the souls of all the ghosts in the Lanling area for a whole year to atone for their sins. If they were unwilling, they could choose to jump down from here. Gu Xingyin mercifully gave the three of them two options. In the end, the three Taoist priests chose to release the souls of the dead with bitter expressions on their faces. Gu Xingyin turned into a gust of cold wind and returned to her palace. Next, he just had to wait for the supporting female lead to sneak out from the mountain gate to find him. Gu Xingyin was quite interested in the naive Jiangling. Lord Lanling, a voice called out from outside the hall. It was Jin's voice. Jin entered the main hall respectfully and knelt down the moment he saw Gu Xingyin. Lord Lanling, I beg you to save Wei Wei. What happened? Gu Xingyin frowned. The Jin's face paled. She clenched her teeth and told him everything. It turned out that Gu Xingyin had said a few days ago that she was going to deal with the three Taoist priests personally. She had asked Wei Wei and Jin, who had always been serving her, to go out and play by themselves. Jin had a lively personality. She dragged Wei Wei to make a white porcelain doll for each of them and went out to play in the human world. Little did she know that this trip would cause Wei Wei to fall into danger. It turned out that it was August's Lantern Festival in the human world. Wei Wei was considered a stunning beauty in the human world. During the Lantern Festival, she fell in love with a scholar in the human world. Since ancient times, love between a human and a ghost rarely had a good ending. Moreover, most of the unfaithful were scholars. Wei Wei fell in love with him and could not get out. Chapter 1154. Wei Wei had been careful not to let the scholar know that she was not human. But there were masters in the human world. When the scholar went out to buy something, he was stopped by a wandering Taoist, who told him that his face was dark and that he might be haunted by ghosts. The scholar did not believe these things, but the Taoist's words made sense and he was swayed. He tried the method that the Taoist taught him and it was incredible. The scholar almost fainted on the spot. However, he managed to hold himself back. Without even asking, he rushed out of the door and found the Taoist, asking him to help him deal with the female ghost in the house. He did not mention anything about the love between him and Wei Wei these days. He only said that the female ghost must be here to take his life. When the Taoist heard that it was a ghost that wanted to kill people, he would not let her go. He immediately followed the scholar home. Poor Wei Wei, who had prepared a table of food and was waiting for her lover to come home, did not expect that she would be greeted with a bastard. The Taoist was also capable. Wei Wei had been with Ghost King Lanling for many years. Although her skills were not superb, she was much more powerful than the average ghost. But she was still no match for the Taoist. Of course, Wei Wei was not happy to be betrayed by the lover she cared about. She looked at the scholar with all her might. Why? I've been treating you well with all my heart. Was the sincerity we've been showing during this time all fake? She had shown her ghost's true form. She was dressed in white and her face was pale. She still looked the same as usual. But the scholar only felt that she was eerie and did not dare to look at her. The scholar hid behind the Taoist, as if the Taoist's existence gave him strength. He said to Wei Wei, since ancient times, ghosts have always been different. Moreover, who knows why you got close to me? Who knows if your so-called sincerity all these days was just a show to numb me? Although Wei Wei was a ghost, she died at a young age. After becoming a female ghost, she had been serving Ghost King Lanling in the Yin-Yang world. How could she have seen the evil in people's hearts? She actually didn't know how to refute such ugly and shameless words. He could only glare angrily at the scholar with his eyes wide open. She looked really scary. When the Taoist saw her, he thought that Wei Wei was really an evil ghost that wanted to kill people. Wei Wei was not a match for the Taoist. She desperately sent a message for help to Ajin, who was like a sister to her, before she was taken into the Taoist's instrument. Ajin thought that she was not a match for the Taoist, which was why she dared to ask Gu Xingyin for help. Although the two sisters had persuaded Lanling for many years, to be honest, they were not close to Ghost King Lanling. This was because Lanling had a cold personality to begin with, and because she was powerful, normal ghosts could not even withstand the pressure from her body, let alone get close to her. The ghosts of Lanling had always been respectful and avoided being close to her. Naturally, Gu Xingyin couldn't just stand by and do nothing. As she instructed Ajin to lead the way, she instructed the system to check on Wei Wei's whereabouts. Fortunately, the system's result. The Taoist was not a bloodthirsty person. Although Wei Wei showed signs of turning into a demon, she did not have any negative karma. In other words, this female ghost had not killed anyone. He rejected the scholar's suggestion of burning the female ghost. Instead, he locked her in the Taoist instrument and chanted the mind-cleansing mantra every day, hoping that she would repent in time. 6 chapters in the morning. Gao Lingji could not take it anymore and wanted to sleep. Sleepy, there are 2 chapters left. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Also, I want to ask for monthly votes. I made a wish last week that exceeded 10,000 votes. It has already been fulfilled. In the last week of the month, I still need more than 300 votes to enter the top 5 in the monthly votes category. If you have votes, don't keep them. Vote for Gigi. She is so hungry. Chapter 1155. Even Gu Xingyin was speechless when she saw the Taoist priest's actions. This Taoist priest had a point, right? He sealed Wei Wei without knowing the situation, so he could not tell right from wrong. However, after he captured Wei Wei, he did not kill her. He did not even take any drastic measures because she did not have any blood energy. He even chanted the Clear Mind spell to get rid of her inner demons. Gu Xingyin was curious. What kind of Taoist priest could do this? The 2 ghosts moved quickly. Even from afar, Gu Xingyin could sense a righteous Taoist aura. The aura was long and condensed. It was obvious that the other party's cultivation had reached a certain level. It was no wonder that Wei Wei was no match for him. Gu Xingyin raised her hand and a boundary covered the entire courtyard. Who is this Taoist priest? How dare you behave so atrociously in the hell of Lanling? The Taoist priest who had been sitting in the scholar's room opened his eyes in surprise. He did not sense anyone's arrival. It was obvious that this person was more powerful than him. At least, this person's concealment ability was better than his. Gu Xingyin's telegnosis ability passed through the window and landed on the Taoist priest. He was surprisingly young. This Taoist priest looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a simple green Taoist robe. His hair was fixed with a bamboo hairpin. His face was gentle and delicate. He looked amiable. The Taoist priest pushed open the door and saw Gu Xingyin and Jin standing in the courtyard. He sized up Gu Xingyin and bowed. "Are you the Ghost King Lanling?" Gu Xingyin snorted. "Taoist priest, you know me too?" The Taoist priest smiled. "Who doesn't know the name of the Ghost King Lanling?" Gu Xingyin sneered. "All right, don't flatter me. I'm just here to see what kind of Taoist priest dares to touch my people." The Taoist priest knew something was wrong when he heard Gu Xingyin's tone. He cupped his fists at Gu Xingyin and said, "Your subordinate's girl is too vicious. I have no other choice." "Too vicious?" Gu Xingyin repeated these words and suddenly stretched out her hand. A small gourd from the Taoist priest's waist appeared in Gu Xingyin's hand. The Taoist priest's expression changed. This was his magic tool, but it was powerless against the Ghost King. The strength of this Ghost King was probably even greater than what most people thought. Gu Xingyin's hands shook slightly, and a wisp of green smoke spread out from the gourd, gradually turning into the figure of a woman. It was Wei Wei. At this moment, Wei Wei's eyes were still a little wild. Seeing that she was free, she wanted to pounce out. The deep and cold voice was like a heavy hammer that slammed into Wei Wei's ears, waking her up from her muddled thoughts. Wei Wei looked at Gu Xingyin next to her, and her face turned pale. She walked in front of her and knelt down. "Greetings, slut." Gu Xingyin looked at her calmly, but she did not ask her to get up. Instead, she turned to the Taoist priest. "Does my servant have any sins?" The Taoist priest lowered his eyes. "Does my servant have any evil intentions towards you?" The Taoist priest shook his head. "Did my servant cause any harm to that scholar?" The Taoist priest understood what she meant. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Before Gu Xingyin could ask the fourth question, the Taoist priest had already bowed to Gu Xingyin. "I did not think it through. Please forgive me, Ghost King Lanling." Chapter 1156. After he finished speaking, he bowed to Wei Wei, who was still kneeling on the ground. "I did not carefully verify the truth of the matter and acted rashly. Please forgive me." Wei Wei continued to kneel on the ground and ignored him. Gu Xingyin glanced at Wei Wei and said in a low voice, "Get up." Wei Wei then obeyed and got up. Her face was pale and it was obvious that her spiritual body had been injured. Gu Xingyin scanned with her spiritual sense and made a grabbing motion in a certain direction. A strong gust of wind brought the guilty scholar who was peeping from another room to the courtyard. Ouch! Gu Xingyin was not in the mood to be gentle with the scholar. He directly threw him to the ground, causing the scholar to fall hard on the ground. The scholar cried out on the ground and saw that no one was paying attention to him. He raised his head carefully in Gu Xingyin's direction. He saw Gu Xingyin's cold silver mask and eyes. "Ghost!" He got up from the ground and ran behind the Taoist priest. "Taoist priest, this ghost must have been summoned by the evil ghost from before. You have to help me." He did not dare to raise his head and only tugged at the Taoist priest's robe. Wei Wei lowered her head and did not look at the man who had been so affectionate with her the day before. Gu Xingyin did not allow her to do so. "Wei Wei, raise your head." Wei Wei's body shook when she heard this. She raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyin in confusion. Gu Xingyin's face was expressionless. "Don't look at me. Look at that man." She looked calmly at the trembling man who was hiding behind the Taoist priest in green. Her eyes were full of disdain. "Take a good look. Is this the man you fell in love with? He is wretched, irresponsible, and has a heart of stone." Each sentence was heavier than the last. It was like thunder in Wei Wei's ears and destroyed the last bit of hesitation and hope in her heart. Yes, what was she looking forward to in her heart? Could it be that by not looking and not thinking, She could pretend that everything that had happened did not exist? This man was really a scumbag. Wei Wei's expression hardened as she stared coldly at him. The man turned his head and met Wei Wei's gaze. His eyes flickered and he turned his head away, not daring to face Wei Wei. The last glimmer of hope in Wei Wei's heart was extinguished. Su Lian, I will only ask you one question. Answer me honestly. Wei Wei looked at the scholar without blinking. The scholar hid behind the Taoist priest and replied in a low, muffled voice, "Ask away." She looked at his face and saw that he did not even dare to look at her. She smiled sadly and said, "During this period of time, are your feelings for me sincere?" Gu Xingyin lowered his eyes. Only a girl like Wei Wei, who had never experienced love before, would ask such a question at a time like this. Su Lian was obviously an extremely selfish person who cherished his own life. The most important thing for such a person would always be himself. Sure enough, the man did not speak for a long time. In the end, he only said, "Wei Wei, why did you lie to me?" Lie to him? Wei Wei smiled bitterly. It turned out that her feelings for him during this period of time were just a scam in his eyes. She heard something break in her heart. She turned her head, not wanting to look at the man anymore. Gu Xingyin said coldly, "You bullied my people. I will not let it go so easily." She looked at Wei Wei. "You make your own decision. These two people," she pointed at the scholar and the Taoist priest in green. "How should we deal with them?" Obviously, she was not going to let them go. Wei Wei was stunned. She had not thought about this. Chapter 1157. She hesitated for a moment and looked at Gu Xingyin pleadingly. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyin sighed in her heart. What should she do with such a soft personality? Never mind, Lan Ling Ghost Lord would never allow herself to be taken advantage of and Wei Wei would not. Let her be the bad guy. She pointed her finger and the scholar hiding behind the Taoist priest in green was brought in front of Gu Xingyin by invisible shackles. The scholar trembled all over and did not dare to look up at Gu Xingyin. He did not know why, but the female ghost in red did not look scary, but he did not dare to look at her face. He felt that she had an aura that he could not resist. "Save me, Taoist priest." He could only plead to the Taoist priest in green behind him. The Taoist priest in green did not have the heart to look at him, but when Gu Xingyin looked at him, he realized that he could not move his body at all. Gu Xingyin looked at him with a half-smile and said, "You can't even protect yourself. Don't get involved in other people's business, little Taoist priest." She slowly said, "Wait until I've dealt with this useless human, then I'll deal with you." The Taoist priest in green smiled bitterly. It seemed that things would not end well today. The scholar's face turned pale. Even the powerful Taoist priest could not do anything to this female ghost in red. Was he going to die today? His thoughts turned and he finally thought of Wei Wei, who was standing silently beside Gu Xingyin. He raised his head and looked at Wei Wei affectionately. Wei Wei, I didn't do it on purpose. I really like you. It's just that I was blinded when I heard that you weren't human. Can you give me a chance?" Gu Xingyin did not move and allowed this human to confess to Wei Wei affectionately. From her point of view as a bystander, this human's acting was very bad. He was just using Wei Wei as his last hope. However, a bystander would see things clearly. Usually, the person in charge would not be able to tell. Gu Xingyin wanted to see Wei Wei's reaction. As expected, Wei Wei's expression changed several times when she heard his words. She turned to look at Gu Xingyin. "Lord Lan Ling." Gu Xingyin's expression was calm as she lightly said, "I'll leave the choice in your hands. If you want to release him, I won't make things difficult for him." When the scholar Su Lian heard this, his heart was filled with hope. He looked at Wei Wei with even more sincerity. "Wei Wei, I know that I was wrong. When this matter is over, let's start anew and get back together, okay?" She lowered her eyes and looked at the man on the ground. It was this man, with such a deep gaze, that made her fall in love with him without any resistance. But it was also this man who looked at her coldly with a pair of eyes that were like the sea and called her a ghost that harmed people. She suddenly chuckled. Wei Wei was very pretty to begin with. When she smiled, it was as if the cold moon had broken through the dark clouds and shone on the earth. Not to mention the scholar, even the Taoist priest in green who was not far away was stunned for a moment. When the scholar saw her smile, he was delighted. He thought that she still had feelings for him. However, the next moment he heard the woman in front of him say, "Start anew? Get back together? No, Su Lien, this kind of thing disgusts me." Chapter 1158. Not only was the scholar stunned, even Gu Shengyin looked at Wei Wei in surprise. She did not expect that Wei Wei, who had always been elegant and indifferent, would say such words. After Wei Wei finished speaking, she did not want to look at the scholar anymore. She turned to look at Gu Shengyin. She said, "Lord Lan Ling, Wei Wei has a request." Gu Shengyin was very satisfied with her reaction just now. Her tone could not help but become much gentler. "Go ahead." Wei Wei lowered her head. "I don't want to see that human again." Gu Shengyin chuckled. "Okay, I know what you mean." When the Taoist priest in green heard this, his expression changed. When he heard Wei Wei say that she did not want to see that scholar, he subconsciously thought that she was going to kill him. He wanted to stop her. This was not because of compassion, but because the ghosts he saw today, whether it was Ghost Lord Lan Ling or the two female ghosts under her command, were all ghosts with temperament. They were not evil people. There was no need for them to bear the sin of killing because of Su Lien. Ghosts were different from humans. They also needed to cultivate and go through the thunder tribulation. If ghosts were stained with human lives and sins, there were very few who could survive the thunder tribulation. But before he could say anything, Gu Shengyin had already made her move. She drew a line in the air with her hands. A blood-red mysterious rune flew towards Su Lien. It quickly disappeared into his body and disappeared without a trace. Su Lien looked at Gu Shengyin in horror. He did not know what she had done to him. Gu Shengyin seemed to be in a good mood after doing this. The corners of her red lips could not help but curl up. Her ink-black eyes met with Su Lien's frightened eyes, and she actually laughed softly. "I am in a good mood today. I will tell you what I did just now. I placed a curse on your body. Don't worry, it won't be a threat to your life. I just need you to do some small things. You have to remember what I'm going to say next. Every day, you have to donate all of your wealth to the poor people around you. You only need to keep enough money for 2 meals of plain steamed buns. You are not allowed to drink alcohol, gamble, flirt, or fight with dogs. You have to study hard every day. You are not allowed to teach students without remuneration. You are not allowed to enter the bureaucracy. You are not allowed to live in a luxurious mansion. You are not allowed to be rich." Gu Xin enunciated each and every word, ignoring the scholar's widening eyes, and said the last thing she wanted to say. "After 3 days, you are not allowed to enter the Lanling district. If you can't do what I've said, you can experience the consequences yourself." Her sinister voice made the scholar shudder. He didn't want to know the consequences of her words. However, if what she said was true, then he might as well die for all he cared. The scholar stood up shakily and wanted to say something. Gu Shengyin looked at him with disdain. "All right, I've said what I wanted to say. You can scram now. You don't have to be an eyesore here." She waved her long sleeves and the scholar disappeared without a trace. Once again, Gu Shengyin met the Taoist priest's complicated eyes. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've cast a protective spell on his body. It will ensure that he will live a long life without any illness or pain." The Taoist priest in green, given the scholar's situation, it would be better for him to die. However, this female ghost did not even give him the chance to die. He secretly made a decision. No matter who he provoked in the future, he would never provoke the Lanling Ghost King. Chapter 1159. Now it's your turn. Gu Shengyin looked at the scholar lazily, as if she was thinking about what to do. The Taoist priest in green stood there calmly. He could neither fight nor run, so he could only stand there and wait for the trial. Gu Shengyin turned to look at Wei Wei, who had been silent the whole time. "Tell me, how should we deal with this stupid Taoist priest who hurt you?" Wei Wei looked up at the Taoist priest in green, lowered her head and said softly, "Lord Lan Ling, this Taoist priest did not hurt me. He was just deceived by a scoundrel." She meant that she was letting him go. Gu Shengyin glanced at the Taoist priest in green, and suddenly said, "Since Wei Wei is pleading for mercy, I will not say anything. Wei Wei was imprisoned in the magic weapon by you, and her origin was hurt. Little Taoist priest, I heard that you Taoists have a way to calm the mind, so I will leave Wei Wei to you. You must help her recover her lost strength. After she finished speaking, she turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Only a faint voice was left in their ears. I will come and see the results after a while. Wei Wei and the Taoist priest in green stood awkwardly in the courtyard. Wei Wei was a little embarrassed. Lord Lanling was just saying. She would not have the time to investigate. I will find a place to rest for a while. The Taoist priest in green smiled gently and looked at Wei Wei's beautiful face. Lord Lanling is right. I hurt you by accident, so I should be responsible for your recovery. Gu Shengyin brought Jin back to the Yin-Yang world. After Jin left, Gu Shengyin went into seclusion. She had to improve her strength quickly. Otherwise, in the original plot, the 69 heavenly tribulations would take away half of her life. When Gu Shengyin woke up from seclusion again, she did not wake up naturally. Someone had violated the restriction she had set outside the hall. Gu Shengyin opened her eyes, and the system in her mind told her that Jiang Ling was here. Her spiritual sense instantly spread out and landed on the little girl holding the sword outside. Jiang Ling was 16 years old. Her face was pure and beautiful, and her light blue dress made her look like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. A girl of this age, even if she didn't put on any makeup, would still have the aura and beauty of a rising sun. As expected of the name Ling. Sensing it with rapt attention, Jiang Ling's current strength was roughly at a Jin's level. Gu Shengyin could only say that she was able to break through the layers of obstacles in the Yin-Yang world and come to his palace without anyone noticing. Coincidence was indeed powerful. At this moment, Jiang Ling was cautiously walking outside the hall. This time, she secretly took the concealment magic tool from her sect and came alone to find the legendary ghost king Lan Ling. The fearless little girl actually showed a rare trace of hesitation when she saw the majestic hall in front of her. Jiang Ling, don't be afraid. You are the heroine who wants to capture Lan Ling ghost king alive. She comforted herself and walked step by step to the door of the hall. Just as Jiang Ling was about to push open the door, the tightly shut door suddenly rumbled and slowly opened inwards. Jiang Ling jumped in fright. She placed her sword in front of her chest and said loudly, Ghost King Lan Ling, are you here? A red figure slowly appeared in her field of vision. Chapter 1160. Jiang Ling couldn't help but open her eyes wide, as if she was stunned by the person who slowly appeared from the darkness. Even the sword in her hand was unconsciously put down. What a beautiful person! She sighed in her heart and immediately woke up. No, this was the Yin-Yang world, the lair of Ghost King Lan Ling. How could there be someone here? The person in front of her was definitely a female ghost. But Jiang Ling couldn't help but secretly look at Gu Shengyin. This female ghost was really beautiful. Gu Shengyin looked at Jiang Ling. The other party's eyes were very clear, and the gaze she looked at her with undisguised shock and admiration. No one would feel disgusted by this gaze, including Gu Shengyin. She smiled and said, Where did this human girl come from? This is not a place you should come to. Jiang Ling tried to straighten her expression and make her expression become serious. I'm here to find someone. No, I'm here to find a ghost, she said with a straight face. Gu Shengyin held back her laughter. Why didn't the original plot mention that Jiang Ling was such a cute girl? She followed Jiang Ling's words and asked, Who are you looking for? Jiang Ling looked at her with some vigilance. Why are you asking so much? Gu Shengyin said with a smile, I've lived here for many, many years. The ghost you're looking for, I definitely know. Jiang Ling still didn't say anything. She was a person with principles. How could she tell this female ghost her purpose just because she was beautiful? Gu Shengyin saw her like this and really wanted to pinch her little face. She said, Actually, even if you don't say it, I know who you're looking for. Jiang Ling didn't fall for it. Then tell me, who am I looking for? Gu Shengyin replied quickly, You're looking for the famous ghost king Lan Ling, right? Jiang Ling's eyes widened. How do you know? Gu Shengyin finally couldn't help but laugh. There's nothing in this world that I don't know. Jiang Ling felt that the person in front of her was very mysterious. She couldn't help but ask, "Since you know who I'm looking for, can you take me to him?" Gu Shengyin purposely said, "Why would I bring you to Ghost King Lan Ling? Furthermore, how do you know if the Lan Ling Ghost King I brought you to is the real Lan Ling Ghost King?" She was deliberately making things difficult for Jiang Ling. Who would have thought that Ling would actually think about it carefully before nodding and saying, "You're right. My master told me that if I ask for help, I have to prepare a gift. Although you're not human, I'm sure the logic is the same." She looked around and took out an exquisite jade buckle from her waist. "This jade buckle is a present that my master personally found for my coming-of-age ceremony. It's a Dharma artifact that can nurture spiritual bodies. It should be very useful for a ghost like you." As she spoke, she raised her head and asked Gu Shengyin, "I'll use this to exchange for information about Ghost King Lan Ling. How about that?" She was very generous, Gu Shengyin thought in her heart. "As for your second question," Jiang Ling frowned. Jiang Ling frowned and seemed a little troubled. Then, she looked at Gu Shengyin's face and suddenly became clear. "You're so good-looking. You definitely won't lie to me." Gu Shengyin, what kind of logic was that if she was beautiful, she wouldn't lie? Gu Shengyin was stunned for a rare moment. However, she quickly regained her calm expression and didn't even notice Jiang Ling. Chapter 1161. Jiang Ling only saw a figure flash in front of her. The red-clothed female ghost, who was several feet away from her, suddenly appeared beside her. She didn't have the cold feeling of an ordinary ghost. Jiang Ling even smelled a faint fragrance from her body. She didn't know what kind of perfume it was, but it smelled very good. Jiang Ling was a little greedy. She took a deep breath and completely ignored the other party's unusual speed. How could an ordinary ghost have that kind of speed? "You really think I'm pretty?" Gu Shengyin bent down to Jiang Ling. She was taller than the other party. When she bent down slightly, she was face to face with Jiang Ling. Their faces were only an inch apart. Facing Gu Shengyin's cold and charming face at such a close distance, Jiang Ling's face blushed. She completely forgot that the other party was a ghost she hated. Her mind was full of paste and she only felt that something was beating fast in her heart. After a while, she stepped back a few steps as if she had stepped on something. When she felt that the distance between her and the other party was normal, she looked at Gu Shengyin with a red face. "You ghosts are all like this, like this." She wanted to find a suitable adjective, but she suddenly found that she was at a loss for words. After a long time, Jiang Ling finally squeezed out a complete sentence. "Are you so passionate?" Gu Shengyin looked at her and raised the corner of her mouth. "No, I'm only passionate about good-looking girls." Jiang Ling's face, which had just cooled down, turned red again because of her words. Obviously, the other party was a female ghost. Why was she blushing? Gu Shengyin looked at the other party's red face and thought that it should be nice to touch, but... She looked at Jiang Ling regretfully. Forget it. She would probably be scared if she touched her. Jiang Ling took a few deep breaths and asked seriously, "Do you really know where Ghost King Lan Ling is?" Gu Shengyin nodded. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. "Then can you take me to find him?" Gu Shengyin pretended to hesitate. "It's not impossible." She looked at Jiang Ling's joyful eyes and asked, "But why are you looking for Ghost King Lan Ling?" Fortunately, Jiang Ling was not that stupid. She said, "Just take me there." Gu Shengyin said casually, "Then do you know where we are?" Ling was just randomly found. How could he know? Gu Shengyin said, "The hall in front of you is Ghost King Lan Ling's palace." Jiang Ling's expression turned solemn when she heard this. However, she quickly realized that something was amiss. Just now, the red-dressed female ghost seemed to have come from this hall. Jiang Ling looked at Gu Shengyin suspiciously. Gu Shengyin allowed her to size him up. The girl finally realized that something was wrong. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jiang Ling looked at her with understanding. "I was wondering how a beautiful female ghost like you could be an ordinary ghost. You came out of Ghost King Lan Ling's palace and said that you can find him. You are Ghost King Lan Ling's concubine, right?" Gu Shengyin, "Your analysis seems to make sense." "I have nothing to say." Jiang Ling continued, "Don't worry. I don't need you to take me there. You just need to tell me where Ghost King Lan Ling is. I will find him myself. I promise I won't tell you. Gu Shengyin said faintly, there's no need. She's right beside you. Chapter 1162. Hearing Gu Shengyin's words, Jiang Ling's first reaction was to look behind her. There was nothing behind her. Jiang Ling turned around and looked at Gu Shengyin suspiciously. You're lying to me. There's no Lan Ling Ghost King. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly widened. She stared at Gu Shengyin in disbelief. Gu Shengyin looked at her calmly. A possibility flashed through Jiang Ling's mind. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. That Lan Ling Ghost King, is it a man or a woman? She looked at Gu Shengyin and asked. Gu Shengyin didn't answer. She only asked back, what do you think? Jiang Ling's body tensed up. In this mysterious place, there was a beautiful woman whose strength couldn't be determined. Also, she had only heard of the Lan Ling Ghost King. She heard her own voice saying dryly, legend has it that the Lan Ling Ghost King likes to wear red clothes and a sinister silver mask on his face. People can't see his face clearly. Her words came to a halt. This was because Gu Shengyin had taken out an extremely delicate silver mask at some point in time and gently covered his face with it. She looked at Jiang Ling with a smile in her eyes. Like this? A gust of wind came out of nowhere and blew her messy black hair. Against the silver mask, there was a murderous intent. Jiang Ling couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She used the sword in her hand to block in front of her. She felt that all this development was really out of her expectations. You're the Lan Ling Ghost King? Jiang Ling's voice was a little sharp because of her nervousness. Gu Shengyin felt that it was about time. She put away the smile on her face. In an instant, the aura that she deliberately restrained poured out and swept towards Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling couldn't help but take a few steps back. So strong. She looked at the woman in red in front of her in shock. She still looked the same. But at this time, Jiang Ling could no longer connect her with the beautiful woman she saw before. So strong Jiang Ling had never felt such a strong aura even from her master. This feeling was like a harmless little beast raising its head and staring at an ancient ferocious beast whose eyes were closed and whose aura was like a mountain. The other party was like an insurmountable mountain. In front of the other party, she couldn't even summon the slightest thought of going against the other party. It's real. So, young lady, what brings you here to see me? Gu Shengyin's slow voice rang in Jiang Ling's ears. Jiang Ling was speechless. What was she going to say? He said that he came here to punish evil and uphold justice. He wanted to find Ghost King Lan Ling and have a duel with her. It would be best if he could defeat her and make a name for himself. How stupid was she to think that she could challenge the Lan Ling Phantom Lord, who ruled over tens of thousands of ghosts in the Lan Ling district. Some things, no matter how many times the elders said it, she wouldn't listen. Only when she experienced it herself could she understand the vastness of the world. She was really just a frog at the bottom of a well. Gu Shengyin looked at Jiang Ling's expression with interest. This silly girl. She must not know what she was thinking. It was all written on her face. Chapter 1163. Jiang Ling tried to come up with an excuse in her mind. Got it. Her eyes lit up and she started to speak more fluently. I heard that Lan Ling Ghost King is very powerful and can command thousands of ghosts. I respect you a lot, so I want to come and meet you. She looked at Gu Shengyin with sincerity, trying to make her believe that what she said was true. The corners of Gu Shengyin's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Her smile was very soft, but it was clearly heard by Jiang Ling. Ling's eyes uncontrollably fell on the silver mask covering her face. From this angle, only the beautiful outline of her face and the perfect shape of her red lips could be seen. Even so, it did not stop people from imagining what kind of stunning beauty was under this eyesore of a mask. Rumors have misled me. Jiang Ling thought bitterly. According to the rumors, Lan Ling Ghost King was a ferocious ghost who liked to wear red clothes and a ferocious mask on her face. This was because outsiders rarely saw this Ghost King, and this was the only information they knew about him. But this did not stop them from imagining. So, in their imaginations, the image of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The character of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The appearance of Lan Ling Ghost King must be ferocious. The gender of Lan Ling Ghost King must be male. Really? A soft voice interrupted Jiang Ling-er's thoughts. Jiang Ling-er could not help but raise her head and found that the other party had come to her side. Gu Shengyin gently lifted Jiang Ling-er's chin. Don't lie to me. You should know that my character is not very good. His words were clearly soft and did not have any deterrent force, but Ling-er shuddered. She tried to keep her face calm and showed a smile. How can it be? I've never lied. Really? Gu Shengyin bent down and pressed her face down on Jiang Ling. She was getting closer and closer, and they were about to touch. Jiang Ling-er could not move at all and closed her eyes. A strange thought suddenly popped up in her mind. This Ghost King Lan Ling, don't tell me he likes girls? Open your eyes and look at me. The voice was so close that she couldn't help but open her eyes. The other party was very close to her, but they didn't touch. Ling-er's mind was completely attracted by the other party's ink-black eyes. She had never seen such beautiful eyes before. The other party's eyes were like the purest and darkest night sky. They seemed to have the most fatal attraction, making people sink into them and unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Ling-er's face reddened visibly. But in the next moment, the other party's cold voice caused her body to tremble. Little Miss Ling-er, I'm sure you don't know that I have a secret technique called heart searching. It was as if a basin of cold water was poured down from the top of his head. Ling-er's entire body stiffened. Probing the heart. Wouldn't that mean that the other party knew all of his thoughts? Then this Ghost King Lan Ling must have known the reason for his visit. Oh no. Xiao Ling-er closed her eyes in despair. This time, she would definitely not let him off. Why did you close your eyes? Jiang Ling-er opened her eyes and looked at Gu Shengyin, who had already let go of her, with surprise. She didn't kill him? Chapter 1164. Jiang Ling-er opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Gu Shengyin with a puzzled expression. You want to know why this king let you go? Gu Shengyin asked. Jiang Ling-er nodded. Wasn't it said that Ghost King Lan Ling had a cruel personality? Jiang Ling-er suddenly came back to her senses. That's right, that was just a rumor. Even men and women could be mistaken. Who could guarantee that the other rumors weren't groundless? In other words, the real Ghost King Lan Ling was actually a gorgeous woman in red? Gu Shengyin slowly curled her lips into a smile. Seeing her smile, Jiang Ling-er suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, she heard Ghost King Lan Ling softly spit out a few words. That's because this king is always extra merciful to beautiful little beauties. Jiang Ling-er realized that ever since she met this Ghost King Lan Ling, her face had been constantly blushing. It's really because this ghost, spoke too much. She grew up in a Taoist sect and practiced Taoist techniques. All the disciples she saw were refined and courteous. When had she ever seen someone speak so bluntly? Gu Shengyin still wanted to tease her, but she suddenly sensed something and her heart trembled. She said to Jiang Ling-er, who was still in a daze, "This king is in a good mood this time, so I won't argue with you. Little girl, you should be more thoughtful in the future." Jiang Ling-er saw her flick her sleeve and her body uncontrollably floated into the air. When she regained her senses, she found that she was already on a hillside. After looking for a long time, Jiang Ling-er found that she was outside a town in the human world. She had stayed in this place for 2 days before going to the yin-yang world. Did I manage to escape? Did Ghost King Lan Ling really let her go so easily? Jiang Ling-er still had a trace of disbelief. She felt that everything she experienced before was like a dream. After Gu Shengyin sent Jiang Ling-er away, her expression calmed down. She coldly spoke to a certain place in the void. "Esteemed guest, why don't you show yourself?" As her voice fell, the gray sky of the yin and yang world seemed to be torn open by some invisible force. A golden light shone through the opening, illuminating half the sky. Many ghosts were shocked by this scene and came out to see what was going on. As for Gu Shengyin, she was trapped in a warm embrace. Gu Shengyin. She couldn't even match up to him in terms of martial prowess. Bad review. The system, who had received a bad review for no reason, was speechless. The system said, "This world is set up like this. What can I do? I'm also in despair." Gu Shengyin, where did you learn this nonsense from? The system sighed. The internet in the modern human world is really a good thing. I feel like my knowledge has been greatly supplemented. Gu Xin, she no longer paid attention to the system that seemed a little strange, and turned to look at a certain someone who was hugging her waist. No, it was a certain phoenix. Let go. When the peerlessly handsome man heard this, not only did he not let go of her hand, he even tightened his grip. Their bodies were pressed tightly against each other. Gu Xingyin could feel someone gently blowing into her ear. You were so gentle to that human girl just now. Why did you become so fierce to me? Chapter 1165. Feng Lin held the woman in red in his arms and sighed in satisfaction without leaving a trace. He looked down again and felt that the red mask on Gu Xingyin's face was really an eyesore. He reached out and gently stroked it. The mask, which was as strong as a high-grade magic tool, instantly shattered and fell down. Gu Xing, does this mask have a grudge against you? However, her character was set as the cold and beautiful ghost king Lan Ling, so she could only glare at him coldly and then said in a cold voice, "What do you want to do?" Feng Lin smiled gently, "I want to hug you, isn't it obvious?" As soon as he finished speaking, he met the angry glare of the person in his arms. "Don't look at me like that, I won't be able to resist kissing you." Feng Lin didn't care about the threat in her eyes. Gu Xingyin, she was still glaring at him. So the phoenix who did what he said leaned over and kissed her. While kissing, he didn't forget to imprison the movements of the person in his arms. The most shameful thing was that after this phoenix took advantage of her, he still felt wronged. He frowned and seemed to be very unhappy looking at Gu Xingyin. You smiled so happily at that human girl, don't think I didn't see that you were deliberately seducing her. His tone was indignant, as if he was really angry. Gu Shengyin, was this phoenix retarded? She didn't believe that he couldn't see that she was playing with Ling. Feng Lin did see it, but even so, he still felt unhappy. Because Lan Ling hugged Ling and used her hand to lift her chin, the two of them were so close. The world said that the phoenix was the most beautiful and auspicious beast, but few people knew that the phoenix was very possessive of its mate. Feng Lin, who had been single for thousands of years, couldn't move his eyes away from the first time he saw Gu Shengyin in the wild forest. He knew that feeling, it was the legendary love at first sight. He had seen countless beauties, but no beauty could give him such a strong feeling. One look was 10,000 years, one look was a lifetime. He had decided on her. Feng Lin looked at Gu Shengyin affectionately. Lan Ling, you said that you will give extra preferential treatment to beautiful things. What about me? Speaking of this, he seemed to be quite proud. I don't know how many times stronger my human form is than that human girl's. I dare say that there is no one in this world who can compare to me. Even if there is, there are only a few. This was the phoenix's confidence. His bragging wasn't over yet. My phoenix form is even more dazzling. In the entire phoenix race, you won't be able to find a phoenix that's more beautiful than me. The two of them were still hugging each other tightly. Feng Lin hugged Gu Shengyin and pressed his cheek against the side of her face. He muttered in a low voice, "Look, I'm so good-looking and I like you so much. Do you want to consider me?" Gu Shengyin was amused. Her emotions did not seem to be affected by Phoenix's words as she calmly said, "Let me go first." Feng Lin said warily, "Promise me first that you won't be angry." Gu Shengyin snorted coldly. What do you think? Feng Lin looked at Gu Shengyin and took a step back. Then you promise not to do anything. Gu Shengyin smiled. Feng Lin was relieved and removed the restriction on Gu Shengyin. Chapter 1166. Almost at the moment when the restriction was lifted, Gu Shengyin's eyes turned cold, and she raised her leg to kick Feng Lin fiercely. She promised not to make a move, but she didn't promise not to make a move. Unfortunately, that calf was caught in the arms of a certain someone who was already prepared. Feng Lin looked at her and smiled brightly. I really know Lan Ling. Gu Shengyin was once again suppressed and couldn't move. She could only say coldly, Lan Ling is not for you to call? Feng Lin used force and pulled her into his arms. He said with a smile, if it's not Lan Ling, what should I call you? Lan Lan? A Ling? Ling Ling? Gu Xing. He was so thick-skinned, okay? She said sarcastically. It said that the Phoenix clan is born as a divine clan and is incomparably noble. Their appearance and bearing are all perfect, I think. She looked up and down at Feng Lin, and the meaning in her eyes was self-evident. She thought that her words would have some effect, but it turned out that she thought too much. Hearing her words, Feng Lin only chuckled twice and then said, don't worry. So that's why those guys are all single now. No immortal would like something as perfect as a template. Gu Shengyin, what he said was so reasonable that I was speechless. However, on the surface, her face was even paler. She was obviously angry. Seeing her like this, Feng Lin knew that it was about time. If this continued, she would probably really get angry. A red light flashed in his hand, and Gu Shengyin found that the restriction that had been imprisoning her had disappeared. Feng Lin originally tensed his body to prevent her from suddenly attacking, but he didn't expect that Gu Shengyin just moved away from him at the first moment when she could move freely. She didn't do anything else. Looking at Feng Lin's expression, Gu Shengyin said sarcastically, don't worry, Your Highness of the Phoenix clan, I'm not an overconfident ghost. I know that I'm not a match for you, but I still want to fight you. What else can I do other than give you something to use against me? Feng Lin frowned. My name is Feng Lin, not Your Highness of the Phoenix clan. Gu Shengyin snorted coldly, obviously not intending to pay attention to him. Feng Lin rolled his eyes and said, if you don't call me Feng Lin, you can call me Lin. Gu Shengyin rolled her eyes in her heart. She thought, if I do as you say, if you don't call me that, I'll kiss you again. A low and hoarse voice entered Gu Shengyin's ears. Gu Shengyin's ears quivered. She looked at Feng Lin in disbelief. It was hard to imagine that a phoenix could be so thick-skinned. Feng Lin calmly allowed her to size him up. In the end, he even asked, how is it? Are you satisfied with what you see? Gu Shengyin flicked his sleeves and left. Behind her, the door to the hall slammed shut. Feng Lin did not chase after him. Instead, he stood on the empty ground and revealed a mysterious smile. She was indeed worthy of being his partner. Her temper was really too fierce. Not far away, there were many ghosts hiding in the dark and watching this place. They came here not long after Feng Lin made a move, but they could only stay far away and did not dare to get close. As a phoenix, Feng Lin was surrounded by the phoenix true fire. Ghost King Lan Ling's cultivation was deep and he was not afraid, but these ghosts did not dare to touch him at all. The shock he gave her today was probably big enough. It was better to give her some time to recover and come again next time. With this thought in mind, Feng Lin's figure flashed and turned into a golden flame, once again tearing the yin-yang world apart. Chapter 1167. I will be back, Lan Ling. The magnetic voice resounded throughout the entire yin-yang world. Gu Shengyin, the surrounding ghosts and monsters all looked at the tightly shut palace door with astonishment. They were all wondering what kind of story there was between Lord Lan Ling and the phoenix that had just left. It couldn't be anything bad. Some of the gossipy ghosts started to speculate in their hearts. That phoenix's tone just now was so intimate, and the two of them were so close to each other. Could it be that Lord Lan Ling finally decided to find a partner after being lonely for so many years? This was a big deal. The ghosts all expressed that they would definitely share this with their friends when they returned. As a result, the news of Lord Lan Ling being together with a phoenix spread throughout the entire yin-yang realm. Gu Shengyin didn't know that her gossip had already spread throughout the entire yin-yang world. In any case, no one would tell her about this matter. As for the system wouldn't find anything wrong with it if it didn't cause any substantial harm to the host. Now, Gu Shengyin was having a deep conversation with the system. Gu Shengyin asked, System, are you really just a program without any emotions? She was a little suspicious. The system's reaction a few times told her that things weren't that simple. A white light flashed across the system's body. I'm sorry, host. Insufficient authority. The system is unable to answer. Gu Shengyin, This system, can't it change its tactics? Can't we have a pleasant conversation? On the other side, Zhu Ling returned to the sect in a daze. Her master almost fainted from anger when she saw the message she left behind. In addition to her anger, she couldn't hide her worry. This little disciple was really spoiled by her. She actually dared to do such an ungrateful thing. Who is Ghost King Lan Ling? Even he had to be respectful and courteous when facing her. Ling, this little girl who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, dared to directly carry a sword to the so-called exorcised demons and demons? Jiang Ling was the master. Originally, he didn't think that Jiang Ling could find the entrance to the yin-yang world, so he wasn't very worried. He only ordered a few disciples to go to the surrounding towns to find people. Jiang Ling still had some ability. If it was just an ordinary human town, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But after 10 days, when there was still no news from his little disciple, his master became anxious and almost went to visit Lan Ling Ghost King personally. At this time, a disciple came to report that Ling had returned. As soon as Jiang Ling saw her master, she immediately knelt down. The person who was originally prepared to vent his anger was shocked to see his little disciple, who had always been mischievous, sincerely admit his mistake and apologize. He even asked to go to the cliff of reflection to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. His heart turned into deep worry. Ling, she couldn't have been wrong these few days outside, right? He even suspected that his little disciple's body had been taken over. Under her master's interrogation, Jiang Ling finally hesitantly told him about her previous experience. Of course, she hid the scene where Ghost King Lan Ling was suspected to be a hooligan. After listening to her, her master's heart, which had finally calmed down, became anxious again. His disciple actually met Ghost King Lan Ling. Chapter 1168. Listening to Jiang Ling's narration, her master also fell silent. Like everyone else, he had never seen the legendary Ghost King Lan Ling before. When he heard that the other party was a female ghost and a rare beautiful ghost, his expression was already a little strange. When he heard that the other party did not make things difficult for his little disciple at all and even let her return safely in the end, Jiang Ling's master's gaze could be described as seeing a ghost. But he understood the disciple he had raised since she was young. Jiang Ling was not lying. Her master originally thought that his little disciple was so sensible now. Since she already knew her mistake, then the punishment could be lighter. But this time, Jiang Ling seemed to have changed into a different person. She was determined to do as he said. She said, "Master, this time when I went out, I was just a frog at the bottom of a well. It's ridiculous that I was so short-sighted in the past. I thought that my meager strength was already a peak expert. Master, please fulfill your disciple's desire to improve." His disciple had already said so much. As a master, how could he say anything else? Her master sighed and said, "Fine, since this is your own request, I will agree to it. There's only one rule. After going up this cliff of reflection, you can't come out until you've reached a certain age. The cliff of reflection is bitterly cold. Don't regret it when the time comes." Jiang Ling's expression was firm. "Master, please don't worry. I will be responsible for my own words." Her master nodded when he saw this. Although he was a little reluctant to send his delicate little disciple to the cliff of reflection since she was young, he was more gratified in his heart. There was nothing to say about Ling's talent. It was just that her temper was a little impetuous. She had never been able to truly calm down and cultivate. This trip to Lan Ling seemed to have turned out to be a blessing in disguise. The Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan was a natural-born divine clan. They lived in the extreme west of the 9 heavens. That was where the sun set and the light would never disappear. They were a clan that was always favored by the light. Feng Lin sat lazily on a parasol tree. The sun was about to set. He even felt that if he stretched out his hand, he would be able to touch the scorching temperature. "Feng Lin." Someone from the same clan called out to him. Feng Lin turned his head and saw a figure wearing a golden-red robe slowly walking towards him. The figure was tall and graceful. For some reason, Feng Lin recalled what Gu Shengyin had said to him earlier. That was true. Most of the phoenixes in the Phoenix clan were elegant and graceful, and they were basically all single. However, the reason was not because Feng Lin said that he was not popular, but because the Phoenix clan's standards were too high. While he was thinking, the other party had already arrived in front of him. A clear voice entered his ears. "I heard that you gave away your feather?" The phoenix had many feathers, but there was only one that was worth mentioning at this moment. Every mature phoenix would give birth to the most beautiful and resplendent feather, and that feather could only be possessed by the person they had acknowledged from the bottom of their hearts. Once someone accepted the phoenix's feather, it meant that the other party had accepted the phoenix's confession of love. Feng Lin raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I gave it to someone. What's wrong?" The phoenix frowned and asked doubtfully, "Since he accepted your feather, why didn't he follow you to the land of Far West?" Following the phoenix to meet the clansman was also a necessary ritual. Chapter 1169. Feng Lin raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He was too embarrassed to say that the other party didn't seem to know what the feather meant. With her temper, if she knew what the use of this feather of the phoenix was, she would probably destroy it immediately. Although the phoenix was very curious about the partner who could gain the approval of the arrogant Feng Lin, he didn't ask much when he saw that Feng Lin didn't want to say more. He left after saying a few words. Phoenixes were arrogant by nature, so they wouldn't force him to say anything. Meanwhile, Gu Shengyin received an inexplicable notification from the system that the mission had been successfully completed. "What's going on?" She was confused. The system replied, "The mission target of this world, Jiangling, is no longer a threat to the host. Without Jiangling, the host will continue the original fate of Ghost King Lanling. After the 6-in-9 heavenly tribulation, the host will receive the decree of the god's court and be conferred the title of Lord Lanling." Gu Shengyin nodded and didn't say anything else. Without the pressure of the mission, Gu Shengyin started to cultivate and prepare for the 6-in-9 heavenly tribulation in a few years' time. The system forgot to mention an accident, which was Feng Lin of the Phoenix race. In the original plot, this noble prince of the Phoenix race didn't have much interaction with Ghost King Lanling. "Lanling, this is the wine I saved for you from the King of God's banquet." He was smart. He knew that if he didn't find a reason, the other party wouldn't like him. And what reason could be better than the wine that Ghost Lord Lanling loved the most? Therefore, every time Feng Lin came, he would bring a pot of wine to the yin-yang world of Lanling. After he finished drinking the wine, he would be mercilessly chased out by Gu Shengyin. After a while, all the ghosts in the yin-yang world knew that there was a phoenix who was very attentive to their Lord Lanling. Gu Shengyin's attitude of not acknowledging him after drinking the wine, even some of her subordinates in the yin-yang world couldn't bear to look at it. "Lord Lanling, you see, every time you drink Lord Feng Lin's wine, it's your fault." The one who spoke was Jin, who had been serving Gu Shengyin. Ever since Wei Wei was injured, she had been sent by Gu Shengyin to follow the green-robed Taoist priest. She had not returned yet. Jin didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. "Lord Lanling, aren't you a little too much?" To be honest, Jin did not understand. Her impression of Lord Lanling had always been cold and aloof. She didn't seem like someone who would do something that required a certain level of shamelessness. Jin did not hear Gu Shengyin's reply. She lowered her head and felt a lingering fear in her heart. She wondered if Lord Lanling would blame her for this. Then he thought that he was being a busybody. How could he have a say in what Lord Lanling wanted to do? The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She almost knelt down in front of Gu Shengyin and asked for forgiveness. Unexpectedly, she heard Gu Shengyin laugh from above. Lord Lanling laughed? Jin was so shocked that he didn't even care about etiquette. He lifted his head and looked at Gu Shengyin. Lord Lanling was really laughing. And it wasn't a cold laugh. It was the kind of laugh that he really found something interesting. Gu Shengyin smiled and looked at Jin. "One of us is willing to be beaten and the other is willing to be beaten. Why are you so worried?" He had never heard Lord Lanling speak to him in such a casual tone. Jin looked at Gu Shengyin's expression. When she mentioned Lord Phoenix, her face didn't have the coldness and disgust that she usually had when facing him. On the contrary, She was very calm and even had a smile on her face. One of them was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. God. Jin felt that he seemed to have discovered something incredible. There was a slight change here. The Marquis Lan Ling was changed to Lord Lan Ling. As for why, Gao Lingji felt that Lord sounded more pretentious. Chapter 1170. This, Lord Lan Ling probably doesn't hate His Highness from the Phoenix clan as much as everyone thinks, right? On the contrary, looking at Lord Lan Ling's appearance, it's likely that His Highness doesn't just have an unrequited love. Although she doesn't know why her lord is acting so cold, Jin's heart is in her throat at this moment. Why would Lord Lan Ling let her know about such a secret? She's a bit nervous. Gu Shengyin looks at the female ghost's stiff body below, feeling helpless in her heart. She can roughly guess at Jin's thoughts, but even so, she's even more speechless. When she didn't tell her, the other party had to worry and admonish her. Well, now that she's told her, the other party is even more worried. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can leave. With Ghost King Lan Ling's temperament, it's impossible for her to personally explain anything to a subordinate. Jin has already been frightened enough today, so Gu Shengyin doesn't intend to continue scaring her, although she didn't intend to scare her at all. In another month, it will be the Yin Yang world's annual Ghost City. In the past, the Yin Yang world was completely separated from the human world. Unless it's a cultivator like that blue-clothed Taoist priest, ordinary people can't enter it at all. But the Ghost City is different on this day. A clever connection will appear between the Yin-Yang world and the human world. Of course, this doesn't mean that everyone can see the Yin-Yang world and enter it. It's just that some people with innate Yin physiques and a few specific people can coincidentally enter it. The ghost stories circulating in the human world come from this. On the day of the Ghost City, there's a rule in the Yin-Yang world that no conflict or bloodshed is allowed. This is the most important festival for ghosts, and no one is allowed to disrupt it. Of course, ghosts don't like humans coming to their world at this time. Usually, if such an unlucky person really appears, they'll prank them by showing their real body to scare them, and then invite them out. As for what that pitiful human will think after waking up, that's not something the ghosts will consider. All the ghosts are looking forward to the Ghost City. On that day, all the ghosts would transform into their most beautiful appearances, and the entire Yin-Yang world would be lit up with brilliant lights. This is the most important festival for all the ghosts. Soon the day arrived. Gu Shengyin, as the Ghost King who ruled over this part of the Yin-Yang world, naturally had to dress up and attend. She changed out of her usual red dress and put on the dress that the maidservants had carefully prepared for her. It was still a bright red color, but it was much more serious and formal. The long outer robe was embroidered with gold, and the back of the robe spread on the white jade floor. It was noble and gorgeous. Her casually scattered hair was tied up neatly with a golden hairpin, and a golden crown was placed on her head to symbolize her status. She sat in the treasure fragrant carriage, looking at the bustling scene around her like a king inspecting her territory. All the taverns on the streets were hung with bright lanterns. The ghosts that usually didn't go out were all dressed up and walking out. The taverns were filled with customers drinking wine. Countless vendors were hawking their wares, and many girls in beautiful clothes were holding hands as they strolled through the streets with lanterns. If they didn't know in advance, who would have thought that such a scene would actually be a ghost market? Chapter 1171. Upon seeing Gu Shengyin's carriage, all the ghosts that passed by would stop in their tracks and salute her reverently. Although most of the ghosts had never seen the famous ghost Lord Lan Ling, they knew that this powerful ruler was the reason why the Yin-Yang realm of Lan Ling had always been so peaceful and safe. Ghosts were also related to each other. In the Yin-Yang realm of other places, many rulers were bloodthirsty and cruel, even devouring their own subordinates. In comparison, the ghost Lord Lan Ling was just a little colder, but the ghosts living in the Yin-Yang realm of Lan Ling were living a good life. As usual, Gu Shengyin patrolled the entire main street and came to a high platform that had been built in advance. Gu Shengyin sat on the main seat, and below her were countless ghosts of the Yin-Yang realm of Lan Ling. Gu Shengyin raised her wine cup and said loudly, "Another year in the Ghost City. Let's have a good time together." Cheers and clangs of war broke out below, and the whole ghost city was filled with joy and harmony. At this moment, Gu Xingyin's expression suddenly turned serious. The ghosts closest to her immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Lord Lan Ling, what's wrong?" Gu Xingyin's expression turned ugly. She suddenly said loudly, "What brings you here, uninvited guests?" Swoosh! The entire sky seemed to have been torn apart by some invisible sharp weapon. Suddenly, densely packed figures wearing armor appeared in midair. They came with ill intentions. Almost at the same time, the ghosts that were immersed in joy a moment ago put down their wine cups and looked coldly at the figures in midair. Gu Xingyin stood up. She recognized the two figures at the front. They were the rulers of the two regions near Lan Ling, the Green Lamp Ghost Lord and the Yellow Spring Ghost Lord. The Green Lamp Ghost Lord's true body was originally a green lamp under the golden body of the Buddha in the Daxiangguo temple of the previous dynasty. Because of the incense from many pilgrims, he gained his own spiritual consciousness. Later on, when the previous dynasty was destroyed, the army stormed into the temple. The green lamp was stained with the blood of countless people, and he immediately became a devil. Finally, he became a ghost cultivator. As for the Yellow Springs Ghost King, he had a rather grand origin. It was said that he was a spirit formed from the water of the Yellow Springs in the 9 layers of hell. That was why he called himself Yellow Springs. These two Ghost Kings named themselves after their real bodies. Only Ghost King Lan Ling, who had no memories of the past, named himself after the region he ruled. Gu Xingyin's expression darkened. Neither the Green Lamp Ghost King nor the Netherworld Ghost King were easy to deal with. In terms of strength, if they fought one-on-one, they would be evenly matched. At most, she would be slightly superior. But from the looks of it, the two sides were obviously working together. Furthermore, the other party had brought so many armored ghost soldiers. It was obvious that they had come prepared. Hearing Gu Xingyin's question, the pale young man in a green robe stared at her without blinking and said, "Lan Ling, Yellow Spring and I have heard that the Lan Ling Yin-Yang world is holding a ghost market today. We are here to celebrate." To be fair, the Green Lamp Ghost King's appearance was not bad. With his handsome face and the elegant and tranquil Buddhist temperament, he would be a graceful and rich young master in the mortal world. "Celebrate?" Gu Xingyin sneered. She did not show any sign of weakness even though her side was weaker. Bringing an army to celebrate? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Chapter 1172. She stood tall and straight, the golden buyao in her hair swaying slightly with her movements. Under the illumination of the lamplight, it reflected a dazzling brilliance, making people awe and dare not look at her directly. This was the aura of a leader of a region. Gu Xingyin looked at the two silent ghosts and coldly shouted, "Let's not beat around the bush. If the two of you are really here to celebrate, let's follow the rules. If the two of you take these people out and present your visiting cards, I will naturally welcome the two of you in as distinguished guests. But if the two of you are here to stir up trouble," she glanced at them, "our Lanling region is not a soft persimmon that will not fight back when bullied." As if responding to her words, the ghosts of the Lanling region instantly reverted to their original appearances. For a moment, the lively atmosphere of the ghost market disappeared without a trace and was replaced by gusts of chilly wind. Lanling Ghost King is still so hot-tempered. Huangquan Ghost King looked like an unremarkable fatty. With a kind smile, he began to act as a peacemaker. "I, Huangquan, have been entrusted by Brother Green Lamp to hold the fort for him. Brother Green Lamp, if you have something to say, let's make it clear now." Hearing this, Gu Xingyin turned her gaze to Green Lamp Ghost King. It seemed that he was the main character of today's matter. She just looked at Green Lamp Ghost King quietly and did not say anything to pressure him. But under such a gaze, Green Lamp Ghost King only felt a little uncomfortable all over. He secretly shivered in his heart. "I thought that my strength was about the same as Lanling's, but now it seems that she is slightly stronger. But this is not important. No matter how strong she is, can she be stronger than me and Huangquan together?" Therefore, under Gu Xingyin's gaze, Green Lamp Ghost King laughed heartily and said, "Lanling, Brother Huangquan is right. Today, I have something to discuss with you." Gu Xingyin frowned. In the memory of Lanling Ghost King, there was no enmity between her and Green Lamp Ghost King. Why did he come with such great fanfare? Seeing that she did not speak, Green Lamp Ghost King continued, "Today, I purposely chose to come at such a good time in the ghost market of the Lanling region. I want to take advantage of this auspicious day to propose marriage to you." Propose marriage? Not only Gu Shengyin was shocked, all the ghosts of the whole Lanling region were shocked. Gu Shengyin's mind went blank for a moment, and then she repeated the words of Green Lamp Ghost King, "Propose marriage?" Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have voiced out his inner thoughts. He no longer concealed the look in his eyes as he looked at Gu Shengyin with deep affection. "Yes, Lanling, I have been for a long time." Gu Shengyin suddenly sneered. She raised an arm and pointed at Green Lamp Ghost King and the army of ghost soldiers behind him. "You've brought so many ghost soldiers to propose marriage?" Green Lamp Ghost King said gently, "This is just a special method. If Lanling agrees, they are just here to witness our special moment." Gu Shengyin was not moved by his words. "What if I don't agree?" Green Lamp Ghost King was still as gentle as ever, but his words were not as gentle as his face. "Then, these ghost soldiers will have to play their real role." That was a blatant threat. Gu Shengyin narrowed her eyes and stared at him. "Are you threatening me, Green Lamp Ghost King?" Green Lamp Ghost King laughed. "No, I'm asking for your opinion." Today's 8th update. Since the Lunar New Year, there have been more than 10 people in my house every day. This feeling is too simple to break down. I can't sleep or write during the day, so I can only write at night. In the coming days, the update schedule may not be stable until the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. I will try my best to maintain 8 chapters a day. But if I'm really busy, please understand, baby. Don't wait until midnight. There may be an update, or there may not be. Chapter 1173. Jean had a fiery temper, so she was the first to lose her patience. She stood up and scolded Green Lamp Ghost King. "Bah! Asking for advice? You're obviously threatening our Lord Lanling. Stop dreaming. Our Lord Lanling is not someone a despicable person like you can covet." Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned cold. He could tolerate Gu Shengyin's sarcastic remarks to him, but that didn't mean he could tolerate his dignity as a ghost king being challenged by a little girl. With a wave of his hand, a green beam of light shot towards Jean. The green light went straight for Jin's neck. Obviously, he had no intention of sparing her life. How could Gu Shengyin tolerate her people being bullied right under her nose? With a shake of her sleeves, she caught Green Lamp Ghost King's attack without leaving a trace. "Green Lamp Ghost King, you're teaching my maidservant a lesson in my Lanling territory. You're looking down on me too much, aren't you?" Green Lamp Ghost King glanced at Jean with killing intent in his eyes. "You should be taught a lesson for shooting your mouth off." Gu Shengyin put on a fake smile. "Green Lamp Ghost King, you don't have to worry about my people." Then she added, "What my maidservant said is exactly what I want." This was a clear and unceremonious rejection. Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have expected this result. He didn't look surprised at Gu Shengyin's reply. He looked around the whole ghost city and said, "I think the ghost city of the Lanling territory is really lively. If it turns into ruins, it will lose a lot of its beauty." Gu Shengyin looked at him coldly. "I'm afraid the green lamp will dim without the lamp oil." Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed completely when he saw that she wouldn't budge an inch. He said coldly, "Ghost King Lanling, I know you're powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, can you defeat me and Brother Netherworld together? Furthermore, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the people of the Yin-Yang world." He looked at the angry ghosts below, and his voice seemed to be filled with endless bewitchment. "Ghost King Lanling is powerful, so he might be able to protect himself, but the people of Lanling region won't be so lucky. It's such a pity that you were reduced to ashes in the ghost city." The meaning of his words was clearly to drive a wedge between them. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. When the ghosts of the Lanling domain heard his words, none of them showed any signs of hesitation. Instead, they all spoke up. "I will fight for Lord Lanling without fear of death. Fight for the Lanling region. Lord Lanling, please don't agree to this guy's request." Our Lord Lan Ling is the most honorable king. How can he be threatened by such a ghost? Green Lamp Ghost King looked at the ghosts of Lan Ling domain with an ugly expression. He thought to himself, Lan Ling Ghost King's ability to control them is indeed powerful. On the other hand, the Yellow Springs Ghost King was getting impatient and gave him a look. Green Lamp Ghost King cleared his throat and let his voice resound throughout the yin-yang world of the Lan Ling region. Cut the crap, Ghost King Lan Ling. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to marry me, or let my ghost army flatten the Lan Ling region? How arrogant of you! A dazzling light streaked across the night sky, and many ghosts were forced to take 2 steps back. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed greatly. When the light faded, a handsome man in a reddish-gold robe appeared beside Gu Shengyin. He stepped forward, shielding Gu Shengyin behind him, and stared at Green Lamp Ghost King intently. What did you just say? I don't think I heard you clearly. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed the moment he saw Feng Lin's face. The Phoenix Clan? Chapter 1174. Feng Lin's expression was very cold. At least, Gu Shengyin had never seen such a cold expression on his face. No matter when, Feng Lin always had a lazy smile on his face in front of her. For the first time, Gu Shengyin felt a murderous aura from this man. Feng Lin didn't answer Green Lamp Ghost King's question. Instead, he stared at him expressionlessly and repeated his words word by word. What did you say just now? I don't think I heard you clearly. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression changed. Looking at Feng Lin's appearance, he intuitively felt that the relationship between this Phoenix and Ghost King Lan Ling was unusual. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't say anything. On the other hand, Yellow Spring Ghost King felt that this was a good opportunity to build a good relationship with the Phoenix clan. He laughed and said to Feng Lin, "It's nothing serious. It's just that my younger brother Green Lamp admires Ghost King Lan Ling. Today, taking advantage of the great day of the Ghost City, I came to propose marriage to the beauty." After saying that, he laughed and felt that he had done a good job as a peacemaker. Unfortunately, after he said that, no one present agreed with him. Feng Lin was still expressionless, but his expression became colder. He squeezed out the words from between his teeth. Propose marriage to the beauty? His icy eyes swept over Green Lamp Ghost King and Yellow Spring Ghost King. If I didn't hear wrong, you two are not only here to propose marriage, but also to force a marriage? Yellow Spring Ghost King was the first to realize that something was wrong. This phoenix seemed to be on the side of the Lan Ling territory. He thought quickly in his heart. The Phoenix clan was a natural divine clan. Even in the divine court, the Phoenix clan status was extremely honorable. Moreover, it was said that the Phoenix clan was very united and very protective of their own. It was said that if a member of the Phoenix clan had a conflict with someone from another clan, no matter what, the other party would first help the Phoenix beat the other party up. If this Phoenix and Ghost King Lan Ling were old acquaintances, then what he and Green Lamp Ghost King did today must have angered the other party. Moreover, the other party probably wouldn't turn a blind eye to the current situation in the Orchid Tomb region. The Netherworld Ghostly King thought to himself. He felt that it wasn't worth it to agree to come to the Lan Ling domain with Green Lamp Ghostly King just because he was offered some benefits. Fortunately, everything hadn't started yet. Huang Quan Ghostly King sensed the tense atmosphere and suddenly said with a smile, "Brother Blue Lamp, you're not being honest. I thought you and Lan Ling Ghostly King were in love with each other, so I agreed to come with you to witness this marriage proposal. But look at it now, it doesn't seem to be the case." He shook his head and took a few steps back. Along with his movement, the ghost soldiers behind him took a step back in unison. The Huang Quan Ghost King was making his stance clear to Feng Lin. He would not get involved in this matter. Yellow Spring. Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned cold. Although he already knew that the Netherworld Ghostly King was a fence-sitter, he was still infuriated by the other party's shameless behavior. The Netherworld Ghostly King laughed and said, "Brother Blue Lamp, I can't help you with this matter today. It's up to you." Green Lamp Ghost King was furious, but he had to suppress his anger. He had already fallen out with Ghost King Lan Ling. At this time, he couldn't afford to have a conflict with the Netherworld Ghostly King. Chapter 1175. Green Lamp Ghost King looked at Feng Lin and Gu Shengyin with an unpleasant expression. At the same time, he was thinking quickly. The Lanling region's strength was about the same as his. In terms of strength, the Lanling Ghost King was even stronger than him. Initially, he had the help of the Netherworld Ghost King and was confident of victory. However, now that the Netherworld Ghost King had retreated, he was left alone. He had no chance of winning against Gu Shengyin. Otherwise, he would not have paid such a huge price to get the Netherworld Ghost King's help. And now, there was the addition of the mysterious phoenix. Green Lamp Ghost King knew that his plan today would most likely not come to fruition. He forced a smile and said to Gu Shengyin affectionately, "Lanling, I know that my methods today may be a little too extreme. However, you have to know that I care too much about you. I'm afraid that you won't like me." At this point, Green Lamp Ghost King could only try his best to settle the matter peacefully. In his opinion, it would not benefit Lanling Ghost King to have a conflict with him. Since he had given in, she would not pursue the matter further. However, he was wrong. Not only was he wrong, but he was terribly wrong. Gu Shengyin was not a pushover. Feng Lin, who was beside her, was even more furious. Gu Shengyin looked at Green Lamp Ghost King and said with a faint smile, "Green Lamp Ghost King, did you remember wrongly? I didn't hear such gentle words just now. I remember that Green Lamp Ghost King was boasting that he would flatten the Lanling region." Her expression turned cold instantly. "I don't care what you're thinking, Green Lamp Ghost King. I won't let anyone who dares to covet my Orchid Tomb region off the hook. Green Lamp Ghost King, the Lanling region. From today onwards, we officially declare war on you." Green Lamp Ghost King did not expect Gu Shengyin to be so hot-tempered. She did not give him any leeway at all. His expression was a little ugly as he forced himself to say, "Lanling, it's just a misunderstanding." But Gu Shengyin reached out her hand to stop him. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we both know in our hearts that it's a misunderstanding. Now that someone has come knocking on our door, do you think a misunderstanding can be resolved?" Green Lamp Ghost King, Lanling Ghost King's reputation is not that cheap. Also, don't call me Lanling. Not any Tom, Dick, or Harry has the right to call me by my name. Once these words came out, it could be said that they had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Green Lamp Ghost King's expression finally turned cold. "Ghost King Lanling, do you really want to declare war on me? This is not a good thing for your Lanling region. Your actions are just a moment of anger. Have you ever thought about how many Lanling ghost soldiers' lives will be lost?" Gu Shengyin was disdainful. Green Lamp Ghost King was still trying to drive a wedge between them. After all, he was the ruler of a region. All he knew how to do was play such dirty tricks. He did not have the bearing of a ruler at all. "Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge?" She shouted coldly, impatient to talk too much with him. Gu Shengyin's voice, which was infused with spiritual power, reverberated in the sky of the Lanling region for a long time. All the ghosts heard her question. And as if in response to their king, many ghosts also shouted loudly, "Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge? Green Lamp Ghost King, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Chapter 1176. Green Lamp Ghost King's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Fine. Green Lamp Ghost King was, after all, the lord of a region. If he did not accept Gu Shengyin's provocation, the ghost soldiers behind him would be dissatisfied. "Ghost King Lanling, don't you regret this?" He looked at Gu Shengyin coldly. "She won't regret it, but I'm not sure if you will," a cold male voice answered him. Green Lamp Ghost King had a bad feeling when he heard Feng Lin's voice. What he was most afraid of was that Feng Lin would interfere in this matter. A phoenix alone was not scary, but the entire Phoenix God clan behind her was not something Green Lamp Ghost King could afford to offend. Green Lamp Ghost King looked at Feng Lin and said in a deep voice, "This is a private matter between me and Ghost King Lanling. Your Excellency Phoenix, it's better if you don't interfere." Feng Lin did not even want to look at him. "Lanling's matter is my matter." Green Lamp Ghost King had a bad feeling when he heard Green Lamp Ghost King calling Lanling so intimately. He looked up at Gu Shengyin and Feng Lin, who were standing close to him. He then looked at Gu Shengyin, who kept silent after Feng Lin spoke. He had a ridiculous guess. Soon, Feng Lin's words confirmed his guess. If I don't stand up for the woman I like when she's being bullied in front of me, am I still a man? Green Lamp Ghost King stared at the two with his eyes wide open, as if he could not digest the meaning behind their words. Lan Ling Ghost King did not refute his words, and the ghosts of the Lan Ling region did not look surprised either. What did this mean? It meant that the relationship between this phoenix and Lan Ling Ghost King was not ordinary. If he had known earlier that Lan Ling Ghost King had such a relationship with the Phoenix clan, he would not have come here so hastily. Unlike Green Lamp Ghost King, Yellow Spring Ghost King was filled with joy after his initial shock. Fortunately, he had stopped at the crucial moment. The Phoenix clan was extremely sentimental. It was said that once they recognized a partner, they would only have that person in their eyes for the rest of their lives. In the Phoenix's eyes, Green Lamp Ghost King was trying to steal its mate. No one would be able to tolerate such a thing. Green Lamp Ghost King seemed to have kicked an iron plate this time. Huang Quan Ghost King was still gloating when Feng Lin stepped forward. Let's duel. His nonchalant words made Green Lamp Ghost King's expression change drastically. Normally, a duel would not be carried out unless there was a life or death grudge between the two parties. Unlike a battle, a duel could be carried out by force. Under the approval of the Heavenly Tao, the two sides engaged in a one-on-one battle. As for the winner, they could deal with the loser as they pleased, regardless of life or death, and they would not bear any karma. When it was hot, the Heavenly Tao would not easily recognize a duel unless the reason was approved by it. Feng Lin was not worried about this. It was not uncommon to duel for the sake of the woman he loved. He was also in the right. Of course, this was not what he was most confident about. The Phoenix clan was a natural-born divine beast. They were born with the fortune of heaven and earth. In the eyes of the Heavenly Tao, they were like its own children. It was as if he was using cheats. Sure enough, Feng Lin was right. Almost at the same time when he made the duel oath, the sound of thunder flashed in the sky. The Heavenly Tao agreed to his oath. Chapter 1177. Green Lamp Ghost King looked terrible. Anyone who was forced into a duel like this would definitely be in a bad mood. Moreover, his opponent seemed to be much stronger than him. However, there was no way he could refuse a duel recognized by the Heavenly Way. From the beginning to the end, Gu Shengyin stood quietly behind Feng Lin without saying a word. She seemed to have tacitly agreed to let Feng Lin stand up for her. For a woman to be willing to let a man stand up for her, this in itself represented an unusual meaning. After Feng Lin sensed Gu Shengyin's subtle thoughts, he had to admit that he was ecstatic. Did this mean that the other party's attitude towards him was very different from before? Feng Lin's ecstasy was reflected in his extra effort against Green Lamp Ghostly King. Gu Shengyin was not worried at all about the outcome of this duel. Green Lamp Ghost King's skills were even worse than his, and Feng Lin's, even if Gu Shengyin did not want to admit it. She was indeed no match for him. Bang! With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, even the ghosts of the Lanling domain could not bear to look at it. It was too cruel. The object that fell to the ground was none other than Green Lamp Ghost King. For the umpteenth time, Green Lamp Ghost King had been pulled up and thrown down as if he was a piece of trash. Green Lamp Ghost King's spiritual energy was so strong that such a fall could not cause him much harm. However, Green Lamp Ghost King would rather have his opponent give him a sword strike. He knew that Feng Lin was doing this on purpose. He was humiliating him on purpose to avenge Lanling Ghost King and weaken the morale of his ghost soldiers. Even if Green Lamp Ghost King succeeded in leaving the Lanling domain this time, he would be humiliated for the rest of his life. How could he convince the others in the future? Feng Lin punched out fiercely again, sending him flying out. Green Lamp Ghost King was not in the mood to think about what would happen next. It was still unknown whether he could escape this calamity. At the same time, Green Lamp Ghost King's fear of Feng Lin reached its peak. In the beginning, he did not think that the Phoenix would be much stronger than him. Even if she was slightly stronger than him, it should not be by much. But when he really faced this man, he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. He had no power to fight back at all. This was the only thought in Green Lamp Ghost King's mind. This man's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Feng Lin patiently grinded with him for a while. In his heart, he reckoned that it was enough to vent his anger and humiliate him. His 5 fingers stretched out into a claw and pierced through Green Lamp Ghost King's lower abdomen. Ah! Green Lamp Ghost King's miserable howl spread across the entire Lanling domain. He looked at Feng Lin with resentment and unwillingness. You actually destroy his Dantian. Green Lamp Ghost King had thought of many possibilities, but in his mind, the worst outcome was that Feng Lin would kill him. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that not only would he not die, but his Dantian would be crippled instead. This was much crueler than taking his life. Be it human or ghost, the Dantian was the source of their strength. Feng Lin did not want his life, but destroyed his Dantian. How vicious was this? Chapter 1178. The world of ghosts and monsters was much simpler than the human world. They only followed one principle: the strong ones were respected. The reason why Green Lamp Ghost King could become Green Lamp Ghost King was because of his own powerful strength. He defeated and even killed all the ghosts who opposed him and suppressed all the voices of dissent. That was why all the ghosts and monsters were convinced today. However, once his strength was damaged and he could no longer suppress the dissatisfaction of his subordinates, the consequences were imaginable. Countless ghosts had clearly seen how Feng Lin had crippled his Dantian today. Such news could not be hidden even if he wanted to. Green Lamp Ghost King believed that even if he was lucky enough to return to the territory under his jurisdiction, his restless subordinates would not be able to hold back and bare their fangs at him in less than a month. At that time, he would be thrown off the high and mighty throne and fall into the dust in a sorry state. He would even have to wag his tail and beg for pity from the person who had once bowed to him in order to save his life. Feng Lin just glanced at Green Lamp Ghost King, who was kneeling on the ground with a resentful face, as if looking at him more would make him dirty. He walked toward Gu Shengyin. Almost at the moment he saw Gu Shengyin, his face melted from the coldness of winter to ice and snow. The closer Gu Shengyin came, the softer his face became. By the time he came to her side, his signature lazy smile had already appeared on his face. Lan Ling. He didn't say much and just called out to her gently. Gu Shengyin felt as if he saw a tail wagging behind Feng Lin. Feng Lin's movements were telling him the same thing. Please praise me. She could not help but smile. For the first time, she said to Feng Lin calmly, "Thank you." Although it was just this, Feng Lin was already quite satisfied. Lan Ling smiled at him, and she talked to him in a very gentle tone. Instantly, his gaze toward Green Lamp Ghost King was not as cold as before. It was all thanks to this tactless guy that he had such a good chance to be the hero and save the beauty. However, it seemed that Lan Ling was very satisfied. If he had known earlier, he would have hit harder. Green Lamp Ghost King, their leader, had been crippled, while Yellow Spring Ghost King had retreated when he saw that the situation was unfavorable. The so-called alliance between the two was simply a joke. In the end, Gu Shengyin did not make things difficult for the ghost soldiers brought by Green Lamp Ghost King. Instead, she let them drag the half-dead Green Lamp Ghost King out. As for the Lanling region, after the crisis was resolved, the lively ghost city was once again restored. This time, Feng Lin naturally did not leave. Throughout the night, his body was covered in lanterns given to him by the kind ghosts, as well as some fresh flowers and fine wine. It seemed that this time, he had stood in front of Gu Shengyin and acted as a hero. Such an action had fully gained the approval of the ghosts of the Lanling domain. What made Feng Lin most happy was that Gu Shengyin's attitude towards him had softened. Not only did she take the initiative to talk to him, she even personally gave him a toast. For the first time, Feng Lin, who had always been treated with disdain, could not restrain the excitement in his heart because of a woman's slight favor. Feng Lin could feel his abnormal heartbeat. He could not help but cover his face and chuckle softly. This time, he had really fallen into his trap. Chapter 1179. After the incident with Green Lamp Ghost King, Feng Lin seemed to have become famous in the entire Lanling territory. He began to frequent the Lanling territory, and Gu Shengyin no longer treated him as coldly as before. Feng Lin never hid his feelings for Gu Shengyin, So all the ghosts in the entire Lanling territory knew that a Phoenix God clan member was pursuing their king. Gu Xingyin's attitude toward him was also different from all the people who pursued her in the past. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy between the two of them. Therefore, although there was no news about Gu Xingyin and Feng Lin, everyone tacitly agreed that they were a couple. However, Feng Lin felt wronged. Although Gu Xingyin's attitude toward him had softened a lot, he swore that their relationship was still at the stage of drinking and chatting face to face, and they had never crossed the line at all. I have some matters to attend to in my clan, so I won't be able to come for a while, Feng Lin said to Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin nodded. Counting the days, her 69 heavenly tribulations seemed to be coming soon. You must remember to tell me if you have any matters to attend to. Feng Lin took out a few jade talismans from his sleeve. These are stained with my blood essence. You just need to crush them, and I'll know immediately and rush over. Gu Xingyin smiled helplessly. Okay, don't worry. The two of them drank until they were drunk. Feng Lin returned to his clan, and Gu Xingyin began to prepare for her heavenly tribulations. Ghosts' heavenly tribulations increased according to their strength. For example, Gu Xingyin was now in the Ghost King realm, and the most powerful heavenly tribulation in the Ghost King realm was the level 6 heavenly tribulation. When her strength rose to the Ghost Lord realm in the future, she would have to face an even more powerful 99 heavenly tribulations. However, 99 heavenly tribulations were so powerful that even those in the Ghost Lord realm rarely encountered them, so Gu Xingyin did not think about it for the time being. Soon, the day of Gu Xingyin's tribulation arrived. She had made ample preparations, and the location she had chosen was a lonely mountain peak in the Lanling region. Since midnight, she had been sitting alone at the peak of the mountain, waiting for the arrival of the tribulations. When the first ray of light at dawn broke the silence of the night, the sun broke through the sky and shone on the earth. In the sky above the area she was in, dark clouds rolled and roared. Gu Xingyin stood up and looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. The lightning tribulation was coming. At the foot of the mountain, many ghosts from the Lanling domain were also watching this scene nervously. The power of the lightning tribulation would increase exponentially with the number of people undergoing the tribulation. These ghosts knew that they did not have the ability to withstand the 6-9 lightning tribulation, so they could only watch nervously from the foot of the mountain. Gu Xingyin frowned as she looked at the rolling thunderclouds above. This scene seemed a little too grand. However, she did not have much time to think about it, because the first lightning tribulation had already arrived. A purple lightning tribulation roared from the thunderclouds above, and struck down towards Gu Xingyin. Just when it was about a meter away from Gu Xingyin's head, a translucent barrier suddenly appeared above her. Boom! The barrier firmly blocked the lightning tribulation. This was the first preparation that Gu Xingyin had prepared for this tribulation, a formation barrier. According to her estimation, this formation could at least withstand the first 20 lightning tribulations with the weakest power. However, reality told her that she seemed to have guessed wrong. Chapter 1180. Because when the 16th tribulation lightning struck, the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse finally seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure and collapsed. Gu Xingyin's heart felt that something was wrong. 16 and 20 did not seem to have much difference, but at this time, the difference was like heaven and earth. The power of this heavenly tribulation was much stronger than what she had imagined. This was not normal. Gu Xingyin had read up on countless information. She had already made preparations for the heavenly tribulation by estimating the power of the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation. But she still underestimated it. Just as she was thinking with a frown, the 17th tribulation lightning accompanied by the black wind whistled down. Gu Xingyin snorted coldly. She raised her right hand and a white umbrella with red leaves appeared in her hand. Tian Luo Umbrella, a top-grade defensive magic weapon. She had prepared the second line of defense for this. Gu Xingyin spun the heavenly Luo umbrella and threw it into the air. The umbrella automatically opened and spun in the air. A misty halo was emitted. The aggressive tribulation lightning fell on the surface of the Tian Luo umbrella. Like magma melting into the ice sea, it instantly disappeared without a trace. Seeing that the Tian Luo umbrella successfully blocked the 17th tribulation lightning, Gu Shengyin's face did not have the slightest joy. Instead, it became very serious. She was now very sure that there was something wrong with this heavenly tribulation. Even in the original plot, the 6th-level heavenly tribulation that Ghost King Lan Ling encountered was not so powerful. Gu Shengyin wanted to ask the system what happened. But the system had already told her before. When a cultivator went through the heavenly tribulation, they were completely under the control of the heavenly Tao. At this time, it was not convenient for the system to come out. If the heavenly Tao found out that they were outsiders, it was very likely that they would be attacked crazily. The only thing she could do now was to endure it. 20, 30, 40. When the 47th tribulation lightning came, a red silk flew out of Gu Shengyin's sleeve. This was her natal magic weapon. All of her defensive methods had been used up. The remaining 8 most powerful tribulation lightning bolts had to be withstood by herself. Gu Shengyin's expression was calm, as if what she was facing was not an extraordinary heavenly tribulation at all. Only when he was extremely calm could he unleash his greatest strength. 47, 48, 49, 50. 51. Gu Shengyin could not help but bleed from the corner of her mouth. Her internal organs must have been damaged. 52. Her hand, which was holding the red silk, began to tremble slightly. 53 bolts of lightning. Gu Shengyin coughed out a large mouthful of blood. She felt a sharp pain in her heart and lungs. She raised her head to look at the increasingly terrifying sky. She silently mobilized all the spiritual energy in her body to receive this bolt of lightning with all her strength. 54. The thunderbolts, which seemed to be capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth, shrouded Gu Shengyin with endless power. No one could see clearly what was happening inside. All the ghosts watching from the side felt their hearts clench as they watched the result with widened eyes. Boom! Everything dissipated, and Gu Shengyin's somewhat unstable figure appeared before everyone's eyes. She had withstood it. Gu Shengyin's mouth continued to bleed uncontrollably. The red silk in her hand became even more vibrant, that was the color of blood. It was finally over. She could not help but smile as she raised her head to look at the sky. Although the power of the tribulation lightning was much greater, at least she had withstood it. Then, in the next second, her smile froze on her face. The dark, churning thunderclouds mixed with the howling purple lightning did not calm down. What was reflected in her dark eyes was that immediately after, a bolt of lightning even more powerful than the last bolt of tribulation lightning was heading towards her. It struck her head. Chapter 1181. What's going on? Gu Shengyin couldn't help but curse in her heart. But at this time, no matter how much she wanted to curse, she had to endure this lightning tribulation first. Another pitch-black wound appeared on his body, which was already riddled with scars and scars. Gu Shengyin felt that she didn't even have the strength to stand up. The lightning tribulations were always more powerful than the last. In the later stages, the power of each lightning tribulation would increase exponentially. Gu Shengyin didn't have the time to think about why there were more than 54 lightning tribulations. She could only numbly circulate the remaining spiritual energy in her body, trying her best to resist the lightning tribulations that mercilessly struck her body. And the ghosts watching from afar at the foot of the mountain were completely stunned. Originally, when they saw that Gu Shengyin had successfully passed the 6-9 lightning tribulation, before they could even cheer, they were caught off guard by the situation that followed. Wasn't it the 6-9 lightning tribulation? Why wasn't it over yet? It wasn't until a few more lightning tribulations struck that some of the more quick-witted people turned to look at Gu Shengyin. Lord Lan Ling, it seems like she can't hold on much longer. Ajin was so anxious that her eyes were red. Wasn't it the 6-9 lightning tribulation? Now it's already 60. Why isn't it over yet? She pulled an elder from the Lan Ling domain beside her and asked. That elder also shook his head with a pale face. He also didn't know why Lord Lan Ling would encounter such a thing. The most helpless thing was that they couldn't help at all in such a situation. They could only look anxiously and futilely at Gu Shengyin, secretly hoping that their ghost king could hold on. But even Ajin, whose cultivation was not high enough, could see that Gu Shengyin was already an arrow at the end of its flight. And in the sky, the dark rolling thunder clouds showed no signs of dissipating. Gu Shengyin looked at the black tribulation clouds in the sky with some despair. Dark purple lightning flashed in the clouds, making rumbling sounds. "It's over now. I'm afraid I'll be the first to be struck to death by lightning," the mission enforcer said. At this time, there was almost no part of her body that was intact. Her dantian was also empty. The stinging pain from the wounds on her body was mixed with the feeling of weakness due to the exhaustion of her strength. At this moment, she just wanted to close her eyes and lie down without caring about anything else. He was really tired. As she thought of this, the last trace of spiritual power that she had gathered in her palm completely dissipated. In any case, based on his current situation, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive the next tribulation lightning. Gu Shengyin only glanced at the purple lightning that was rapidly forming in the dark thunderclouds, before allowing it to strike down towards her. Fortunately, she didn't agree to Feng Lin's request. She thought that if she was with him and encountered such a thing, how sad would Feng Lin be? Fortunately, there was nothing between the two of them now. At most, he would be sad for a while, and then he would be able to recover. Just as she closed her eyes, a loud and clear cry suddenly entered her ears. That cry was like the sound of jade, like the sound of a spring. Gu Shengyin even saw that the places on her body that were constantly bleeding due to the lightning sea had already healed and formed scabs in an instant. The cry of the phoenix was rumored to be able to revive the dead. Even if it was exaggerated, the cry of the phoenix was really effective on external injuries. Chapter 1182. Gu Shengyin opened his eyes, and as soon as he turned his head, he saw a sea of red that was as red as fire filling his vision. The phoenix, whose entire body was burning with raging flames, recklessly crashed into the lightning tribulation, using its own body to withstand the lightning tribulation that fell on Gu Shengyin's body. Gu Shengyin watched as the phoenix raised its beautiful neck and opened its mouth to let out a high-pitched cry. Gu Shengyin's heart tightened. The lightning tribulation had never allowed others to help. If a second person entered the range of the lightning tribulation, then the power of the lightning tribulation would increase by several times in an instant. Even if Feng Lin's strength was so strong that even Gu Shengyin couldn't see it clearly, could he really withstand this obviously abnormal lightning tribulation? A breeze blew past, and the phoenix that was still in midair instantly turned into its human form and returned to Gu Shengyin's side. "You shouldn't have come." Gu Shengyin looked at him seriously. Feng Lin's expression was rarely serious. "If I didn't come, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Gu Shengyin shook her head gently. "But if you came, you might die." Feng Lin suddenly smiled. He reached out and grabbed Gu Shengyin's hands that were still stained with blood. Ignoring the stains on them, he brought them to his mouth and kissed them gently. "If I can be buried under this lightning tribulation with you, it would be a good ending." He kissed Gu Shengyin's pale face with some heartache. This time, Gu Shengyin didn't refuse him. "You go and stay here. Leave this to me." Gu Shengyin didn't refuse. In her current physical condition, if she insisted on being brave, it would only cause trouble for Feng Lin. Feng Lin stood with his back facing her. The strong wind blew his fiery red robe until it fluttered. The black clouds in the sky rolled and roared angrily, as if they wanted to teach this intruder a bloody lesson. Looking up at the powerful lightning tribulation above, Feng Lin suddenly turned back with a smile. "Lan Ling, if we are lucky enough to survive this time, are you willing to be my partner?" Gu Shengyin nodded gently. Then, she watched as the man was drowned in lightning. 62, 63, 64. The man was still dressed in fiery red clothes, but his face was even paler. Gu Shengyin raised her head and looked coldly at the sky. "The heavenly Tao is ruthless because it is fair." Then, "Today I, Lan Ling, will ask this question in front of the lightning tribulation. Is the heavenly Tao is unfair to me?" Boom! In response to her question was a lightning tribulation was even more powerful than the previous lightning tribulation. With such a momentum, even if she was at full strength, she wouldn't be able to take this blow. Gu Shengyin subconsciously looked at Feng Lin, only to see Feng Lin standing tall amidst the tribulation clouds. It was Feng of the lightning tribulation of the clouds the heavens, the of the lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation of the lightning tribulation clouds. This was the last scene she saw before she fainted. When she woke up again, Gu Shengyin felt that her whole body was full of spiritual energy, and her strength seemed to be much stronger than before. But she wasn't in the mood to care about this. She opened her eyes and looked around. What entered her eyes was a magnificent sight. Everything she saw was exquisite and gorgeous. She didn't see the person she wanted to see. System. Gu Shengyin had many doubts in her heart. The system said, "Host, your mission didn't fail, and Feng Lin is fine." Hearing this, her heart was relieved. Gu Shengyin couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Chapter 1183. The system briefly explained. It turned out that the thunder tribulation that Gu Shengyin experienced was not the 69 heavenly tribulations that should have appeared when the Ghost Lord broke through, but the 99 heavenly tribulations that could only appear when the Ghost Lord broke through. Gu Shengyin was relieved when she heard this. No wonder. With her current strength, she could not survive the 99 heavenly tribulations. She could not help but think of Feng Lin again. How did he survive the 99 heavenly tribulations in the end? Why did the plot deviate this time? In the original plot, what Ghost Lord Lan Ling experienced was indeed the 69 heavenly tribulations. The answer given by the system made Gu Shengyin speechless. The system said, "Host, your last few words when you questioned the way of heaven worked." Gu Shengyin's eyes widened. The system transmitted a memory to her mind. It was during the tribulation. When the lightning was about to strike Feng Lin, Gu Shengyin's question appeared, and the lightning tribulations strangely paused for a moment. Then, everything seemed to be still. The thunder tribulation hung dangerously above Feng Lin's head, and finally dissipated directly. At the same time, a golden ray of light pierced through the clouds and landed on the bodies of the two men who were riddled with wounds. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but they even received a gift that they could not get during the tribulation. The way of heaven was compensating them for what they had done wrong. Then the point was, why did I have the 99 heavenly tribulations? Gu Shengyin asked the key question. To be honest, if Feng Lin had not come at the critical moment, she would have been buried in the thunder tribulation. The system replied, "The way of heaven made a mistake in judgment and judged your strength to be one level higher." Gu Shengyin was surprised. How could this be? How could the way of heaven make a mistake? The system said, under the divine court, the highest thunder tribulation is the 99 heavenly tribulations. Host, according to the strength of your divine soul, if it were not for the fact that this world can only withstand the 99 heavenly tribulations at most, it would be far more than that. Gu Shengyin was shocked. I remember that the strength is determined according to the potential and cultivation level. When did it look at the divine soul? The system replied straightforwardly, so, the heavenly axiom made a mistake this time. Gu Shengyin thought for a moment and asked, will the heavenly Tao just casually compensate us? She was unconvinced in her heart. She had almost lost her life, and this was completely the fault of the heavenly Tao. She was extremely resentful in her heart. The system replied, no, host. The heavenly Tao will be severely punished, more severely than you know. Gu Shengyin narrowed her eyes. How do you know? The system replied, the host does not have sufficient authority to inquire about the above questions. Gu Shengyin, you whet her appetite but don't solve it. Whenever it comes to a crucial point, you always play dumb. System, you can do it. She knew the system's temperament. If it didn't want to say something, no matter what she did, the system wouldn't say it. She could only change the topic. Where is this place? Where is Feng Lin? In fact, she wanted to ask this question immediately, but she was afraid that she would get a bad answer, so she held back. Now that she knew that Feng Lin was safe, Gu Shengyin dared to ask with confidence. This is the territory of the Phoenix God clan in the far west of the Divine Court. Gu Shengyin's eyes widened. Wasn't this Feng Lin's hometown? Lan Ling, you're awake? A gentle voice came from outside the hall. Chapter 1184. Gu Shengyin raised her head and saw a man in a fiery red robe walking in with a smile on his face. Gu Shengyin immediately sensed his aura. Very good, after going through a lightning tribulation, this man seemed to be more and more unfathomable. Moreover, as the system said, the way of heaven had compensated the two of them. At least at this moment, Gu Shengyin didn't notice any injuries on Feng Lin's body. She took a few steps forward and walked to Feng Lin's side. "You brought me to the divine court?" Feng Lin smiled and took her hand. "Yes. At that time, I saw that you had been unconscious and was worried about leaving you alone in the yin and yang world, so I took the initiative to bring you to my side." He looked at Gu Shengyin quietly, lowering her eyes and not speaking, and thought that she was unhappy. He said softly, "Lan Ling, I want to ask, under that lightning, do your words still count?" That sentence, Gu Shengyin thought of the scene when he confessed to her. With the lightning in the sky as a companion, such a scene was novel and romantic enough. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, and there seemed to be fine starlight falling from the bottom of her eyes. "I, Lan Ling, naturally do what I say. I never know what it means to go back on my words." A smile spread on Feng Lin's face. Gu Shengyin's words undoubtedly admitted her attitude in disguise. He looked at Gu Shengyin's calm expression, but her ears were a little red. He only felt that her character was really cute. He suddenly thought of something and asked Gu Shengyin, "Do you still have the feather I gave you with my name engraved on it?" Gu Shengyin took out the feather that had always maintained a golden red color and faint flames from the storage ring. Seeing this, Feng Lin smiled and said, "Lan Ling, you are still so confident in keeping it. Obviously, you have feelings for me before." Gu Shengyin glanced at him sideways. "Come on, I just think that the phoenix's feather is a good thing. There's no need to waste it." Feng Lin chuckled. "Okay. However, this is indeed a good thing." He slowly explained this rule of the Phoenix clan to Gu Shengyin. It was rare for Gu Shengyin to crack a joke with him. "Good for you. It turns out that you've been eyeing me since so early on." Feng Lin pulled her into his arms. "I've told you so many times that I fell in love with you at first sight, but you didn't believe me. Let's go. I'll take you to see the famous Phoenix Forest of our Phoenix clan in the Three Realms." Feng Lin held Gu Shengyin's hand and walked forward. Along the way, he naturally asked Gu Shengyin about the lightning tribulation. This kind of thing was not something that Lan Ling could know. Gu Shengyin could only say that she didn't know either. Seeing this, Feng Lin did not ask further. What happened to Gu Shengyin this time was simply unheard of. During the time when Gu Shengyin was in a coma, he also specially went to consult the elders of the Phoenix clan, but he did not get any useful results. Presumably, Lan Ling, who had just woken up, would not know. This was what Feng Lin thought in his heart. The two came to a place. From the outside, Gu Shengyin could only see a white fog-like scene. However, Feng Lin held her hand and walked directly into the white fog. As soon as they stepped into the white fog, the scene in front of Gu Shengyin changed dramatically. She widened her eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her with amazement. Chapter 1185. All she could see was a blazing red. Countless giant trees surrounded by translucent flames appeared in her line of sight. Those trees had white jade-like branches, but their leaves seemed to be the most gorgeous and translucent jade in the world. Such a passionate color seemed to want to release all the beauty of her life in this moment, even if she would enter eternal decay in the next moment. However, Gu Shengyin knew that they would not wither. The phoenix wood was a divine wood unique to the Phoenix clan. If it was not damaged by external forces, it could last for 10,000 years. She couldn't help but walk forward. When she reached under a phoenix tree, she reached out and gently touched the leaf that was wrapped around by the raging flame flash. As expected, there was no burning pain. Instead, it was warm and comfortable. Feng Lin did not follow her forward. Instead, he stood where he was and looked at the tree and ghost not far away. The phoenix wood was flamboyant and gorgeous, but it could not steal the elegance of the person under the tree. From the first time Feng Lin saw Gu Shengyin, he felt that it was a pity that this woman did not become a phoenix. Gu Shengyin seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at him. Sporadic leaves fell from the phoenix wood. It was more gorgeous and shocking than any rain of flowers in the world. And the woman in the rain of flowers looked back and smiled, capturing his gaze. Feng Lin suddenly had an impulse that he had never had before. He walked forward and pulled Gu Shengyin into his arms under her slightly puzzled gaze. His heart was beating so fast. This was Gu Shengyin's most intuitive feeling. Then she felt something warm gently cover her eyes. It was very light and gentle, making it easy for people to feel the other party's love and pity. That warmth gradually rolled down, from her eyelids to her nose, to her cheeks, and finally to her slightly opened lips. This was a very gentle kiss, which was very different from the feeling that Feng Lin usually gave people. Gu Shengyin quietly felt this man's unique gentleness. Lan Ling. He called her in a low voice. Every time he called out, Gu Shengyin softly hummed in acknowledgement. In this unique forest of phoenixes, Feng Lin carried Gu Shengyin like a child. The two of them hugged each other and spun around quietly in this deserted world. When they were tired, Gu Shengyin quietly closed his eyes and leaned into Feng Lin's arms. Feng Lin hugged the sleeping woman in his arms as if he was hugging the whole world. On this trip to the divine court, the two of them seemed to have tacitly agreed to something. Feng Lin brought Gu Shengyin to meet the elders of the Phoenix clan. As expected, they received the same blessings. In fact, the Phoenix clan was far of nature's eyes, of the world's eyes. Most importantly, this clan was famous for its beauty. From the elders of the clan to the newly born phoenix cubs, without exception, all of them were obsessed with looks. Gu Shengyin's SSS was rare even in the Phoenix clan. She easily captured the hearts of all the phoenixes. After all, Gu Shengyin was not a god yet. It was not good for her to live in the divine court for a long time. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her, Feng Lin sent her back to the Lan Ling region. Lan Ling, wait for me. I'll go to the clan to make some preparations. I'll definitely bring you a grand proposal. Feng Lin looked into Gu Shengyin's eyes and said seriously. Chapter 1186. Gu Shengyin agreed. However, before Feng Lin could propose, she received the decree of the divine court. The mighty thunder tribulation she experienced not only shocked the entire Lanling region, but also the divine court. The divine court also investigated it, but in the end, they didn't find out the reason for the abnormality of the tribulation thunder. However, Gu Shengyin, a ghost cultivator who caused the abnormality, attracted the attention of the divine court. They also found out about her deeds over the years and learned about her realm, so the decree of the divine court was naturally issued. Watching the messenger from the divine court leave on a cloud, Gu Shengyin stroked the decree in her hand, feeling very calm. In fact, whether she was conferred or not, it didn't affect Ghost King Lanling's life. She was still the king in charge of the Lanling region, but it had become officially recognized by the divine court. Perhaps there was one more thing. The current Ghost King Lanling, no, it should be said that Lord Lanling was also a figure with a background. At least if someone wanted to attack the Lanling region in the future, they had to consider whether this action would arouse the anger of the divine court. 3 months after the decree of the divine court was issued, Gu Shengyin heard Jin's exclamation during an afternoon nap. She walked out of the hall door and looked up to see a scene that made people stop breathing. The hazy and gray sky above the Lanling region was lit up by countless fiery red lights. Several fiery red phoenixes with long and gorgeous tail feathers danced in the sky, silently performing a dazzling dance. The phoenix in the middle was the most familiar to Gu Shengyin. It was Feng Lin. Seeing her figure, Feng Lin's eyes lit up. Then he raised his neck high, and the crisp sound of a phoenix came into the ears of all the ghosts. Even if no one could tell what the sound meant, they could feel the meaning of the sound. This phoenix was seeking a mate. It was said that the most common ceremony of a phoenix seeking a mate was the phoenix dance. The most gorgeous dance of a male phoenix's life must be the one he danced for his mate. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Their eyes, ears, and minds were occupied by the dance and the long cry. How could there be such a beautiful dance in this world? Such a pleasant sound? How happy would a woman be to be proposed to like this? Gu Shengyin stood quietly on the spot, watching the phoenix fall from the sky to her side. Everyone watched the gorgeous phoenix fly around their lord Lanling 3 times, and then turn into a familiar figure. Feng Lin gently held her hand, and a fiery red jade token appeared in his palm. This is my natal spirit tablet. Lan Ling, are you willing to be its keeper? The holder of the life token could know his whereabouts and status at any time. Giving the token was the same as spreading oneself in front of that person. The Lord Lanling. The Lord Lanling. The Jade Lanling. Lord's hands. Lord Lanling. She stretched out her hand, but she didn't take the jade tablet. Instead, she closed his palm. She took Lanling, as Fee Feather was Feng's Lanlinling. Lord Lanling. Lanlings, I already have this, don't I? She said with a smile. Feng Lin's heart, which had been suspended because of her actions just now, finally relaxed. He then spoke of his purpose today. The Phoenix clan only has one partner in their life. They will rely on each other for a lifetime and will not abandon each other in life and death. Lanling, are you willing to be my partner? Chapter 1187. Of course. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Xingyin gave her answer. The grandest ceremony of the Phoenix clan was the once-in-a-lifetime proposal ceremony. As for the wedding, the Lanling region said, since you made the proposal so grand, we must get back at you for the wedding. So, the matter was settled. The wedding of the two would be held in the yin-yang world of the Lanling region. Jin and Wei Wei, who had found their true love, rubbed their palms together and said, we must hold a grand wedding ceremony so that the Phoenixes won't look down on the Lanling region. Gu Shengyin looked at her subordinates, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After thinking about it, she still didn't have the heart to tell them that the Phoenix clan cared about the proposal the most. If the other party agreed to be partners, the ceremony would be completed. In other words, the Phoenix clan didn't care about the wedding. But since her subordinates were so enthusiastic, she didn't want to dampen their enthusiasm. Moreover, the wedding was not just for the Phoenixes. She still valued her wedding very much. So when Feng Lin asked in confusion what the Lanling region was preparing for this period of time, Gu Xingyin was in a good mood and said that they were preparing for the wedding. Feng Lin was surprised for a moment. Gu Xingyin had a bad idea. She leaned close to Feng Lin's ear and whispered, you gave me such a shocking proposal. I should return the favor with a grand wedding. Feng Lin nodded in realization. So that's how it was. But he felt that something was wrong. Gu Shengyin snickered. The poor Phoenix didn't know that in the eyes of the human world and the other clans in the divine court, whoever held the wedding was the one who proposed. So thousands of years later, no matter what Feng Lin thought, many immortals and gods only knew that in order to marry immortal Feng Lin of the Phoenix God clan, immortal Lan Ling held an extremely grand wedding ceremony in the three realms. When Feng Lin knew the meaning of this, everyone in the three realms had already known about it. What could Feng Lin do? He didn't care about this reputation, but it didn't stop him from using this matter to get some benefits from Gu Xingyin. Of course, the relationship between husband and wife could only be achieved through certain harmonious matters. The next day, Feng Lin, who was refreshed, went out with a beaming face. It didn't matter who was going to marry her. What mattered was who was going to get the most benefits, wasn't it? Gu Xingyin gritted her teeth and said, who are they? It was such a long time ago, yet they were still gossiping. Whether it was the Phoenix, who was born as a god, or Gu Xingyin, who was conferred the title of True Lord, both of them had long lifespans. During their free time, the two of them would pretend to be an ordinary married couple and wander around the various corners of the three dimensions to experience a different life. Until the 5 decay of the celestial being arrived. Gu Xingyin could clearly feel that her body was slowly aging, and the spiritual power in her body was also slowly draining away. She didn't have long to live. Feng Lin also knew. However, neither of them revealed this matter. The two of them continued to play until the end of their lifespan. In the end, she could not hold on any longer. Feng Lin, I am very happy in this life, Gu Xingyin said to Feng Lin with a smile on her face. Due to her weak body, she put on a thick cloak. Her long black hair was gray and mottled. Just like this body, she had reached the end of her life. Chapter 1188. Something flashed in Feng Lin's eyes. But he didn't care. He just looked at the woman beside him greedily. He couldn't even bear to blink. His throat was slightly dry. I'm also very happy. Gu Xingyin reached out her hands that were no longer moist to touch Feng Lin's face. So you have to smile, Feng Lin. Don't feel sad. Didn't we agree? We will be together forever. I'm just leaving first. I will wait for you. In the next life, we will still be together. Hearing these last words, Feng Lin's emotions that had been suppressed finally collapsed. He gently hugged Gu Xingyin tightly in his arms. This person was too fragile now. He didn't even dare to use too much strength because he was afraid that she couldn't bear it and would hurt. In a place where Gu Xingyin couldn't see, some warm liquid fell on her cloak. I'm not sad, I'm not sad. He didn't know if he wanted to convince her or himself. But Gu Xingyin couldn't see. How could she not hear his suppressed hoarse voice? She could only use all her strength to hug his body. I love you, Feng Lin. This was something that Lan Ling had never said to Feng Lin in her life. Feng Lin had spent thousands of years to say this sentence, but he couldn't pry open Gu Xingyin's mouth. But if he had to hear it at the last moment of her life, Feng Lin would rather not hear it for the rest of his life. The hand that grabbed his clothes gradually lost strength. Feng Lin could clearly feel that the breath of the person in his arms weakened. Lan Ling. He called softly, as if he was afraid that he would scare her if he was too loud. Then, Gu Xingyin responded softly and didn't say anything else. After a long time, there was an uncontrollable sobbing sound in this deserted land. If someone was here, they would be able to hear that this sobbing sound was like the wailing of a beast that had lost its partner. The wind stopped quietly, afraid to disturb the man who had just lost his love. The person in his arms seemed to have moved. Feng Lin quickly looked up. However, this one glance caused his eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. The figure of his beloved in his arms was slowly becoming transparent. That's right, even if she had become a deity, she was still a ghost cultivator. Ghost cultivators did not have physical bodies, only spiritual bodies. Once the main body died, the spirit body would naturally dissipate from this world. No, Lan Ling, there must be a way. Feng Lin's expression was a little crazy. He even tried to inject his spiritual power into this body that had lost its vitality to protect her body. But it was all in vain. He watched helplessly as the person in his arms turned into specks of starlight, losing all traces of her in this world before his eyes. He remained in a daze as he knelt on the spot. If someone passed by here, they would see a red-clothed man kneeling in front of a few pieces of clothing with a dazed expression on his face for several days. All the way until 10 days later, Feng Lin finally had a trace of reaction. He raised his right hand and a red light flew out from his palm toward the Phoenix clan in the 9 heavens. He gently picked up the clothes on the ground one by one and carefully put them on in order, as if they were still on a person's body. Then he gently hugged them in his arms. His posture was sincere, as if he was holding the most important treasure in his life. An illusory red flame ignited from his body. Lan Ling, I said that I would never abandon you in life and death. Feng Lin is here to accompany you. Chapter 1189. A long time ago, in this region known as Lanling, there was a Lanling ancient country. The eldest princess of the Lanling ancient country was the most beautiful girl in the country and was also blessed by the sorcerer god. Her eyes were as clear as the dew of early spring and her smile was even more mesmerizing than the most beautiful flower in the country. People said that the eldest princess was the pearl that the sorcerer god gave to the Lanling ancient country. She grew up without any worries and thought that she could live a carefree life. But war came. In that era, there were many wars between the small countries. To fight for treasures, slaves, beauties, land, any item was enough to be a reason to start a war. The neighboring Jie country started a war against the Lanling country. Moreover, the Lanling country was on the decline. The generals of the Lanling country died on the battlefield and the people of the Lanling country faced the danger of being massacred. The eldest princess's father even wrote a will. Once the imperial city was broken, as the king, there was only one ending for him. If he didn't want to live in humiliation, he could only choose to die. Before that, he had arranged for his confidant to escort his beloved daughter out. But the eldest princess didn't accept such an arrangement. When no one had time to care about her, she ran to the priest palace of the Lanling country. There were a few witches praying quietly in the palace. This was the only quiet place in the Lanling country. The eldest princess walked into the main hall as usual. As a witch favored by the sorcerer god, she was supposed to become the great witch of the Lanling country and represent the sorcerer god to protect the country. Everyone, are you willing to protect the Lanling country with me for the last time? No one rejected. Under such a situation, personal benefits were so insignificant. The eldest princess and the witches used themselves as a sacrifice to awaken the power of the sorcerer god. The Jie country soldiers who were attacking the Lanling imperial city were attacked by an invisible attack. In the eyes of the Lanling country soldiers, they were like sand dunes that were blown by a strong wind and instantly turned to dust. The crisis of the Lanling country ended. The price was the lives of the eldest princess and her witches. Their souls were trapped and could never be reincarnated. The people of the Lanling country remembered the kindness of the eldest princess and the witches. They all set up memorial tablets in their homes to worship them. The faith from the people of the country nourished the soul that should have dissipated between heaven and earth. Several thousand years had passed, and the Lanling ancient kingdom had long been destroyed by the wind and sand. It had become a kingdom that only existed in legends. As for the eldest princess who had sacrificed herself for the sake of the country's resources, no one knew about her anymore. Until one day, the female ghost in red with clear and calm eyes opened her eyes underground. After being muddle-headed for thousands of years, she had long forgotten everything. The only thing that was clear in her mind was Lan Ling. It was something that she was willing to sacrifice her life to protect. Thus, a female ghost named Lan Ling appeared on this piece of land. A few years later, the Yin and Yang realms were unified, and the name of Ghost King Lan Ling spread. This powerful Ghost King had always been obsessed with the memories of her previous life, because she always felt that they must be very important. It wasn't until the 69 heavenly tribulations and the divine court summoned her that she finally saw her past and present lives in the three-world mirror of the divine court. So, my name is Yin Yang. Chapter 1190. System, start the next mission. Gu Xingyin had just returned to the space when she saw Feng Lin's final choice. Although she had already expected it, she still couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. The system's white light flashed. Host, do you really not need to rest? Traversing through mission worlds for a long time, will it affect my body and soul? Gu Xingyin directly interrupted it. The system paused for a moment before replying, "It won't, host." She didn't know why, but Gu Xingyin felt that she could hear a sense of dejection from the emotionless voice of the system. Is there a problem? She calmly asked. The system flashed white light again. No, host. It's just that I feel that you might need to rest. Gu Xingyin shook her head. I don't need it. Let's start the next mission. As a system, it couldn't interfere with any of the host's decisions. Transfer memories. Okay, host. Gu Xingyin hadn't even opened her eyes when she felt a cold liquid dripping down from above. It was really cold. Opening her eyes, Gu Xingyin discovered that it was raining. Occasionally, there would be people hurrying by, leaving behind a tall back view in her eyes. She lowered her head and glanced at her short and chubby paws. Gu Xingyin was dumbfounded for a moment. Then he decisively looked around and found a deserted place under the eaves. He crawled under an abandoned cardboard box with great effort. It was much warmer. She then began to organize the memories that the system had just transferred to her. Once the memories were transferred, she felt unwell for a few seconds. The original body of this body was actually a spirit beast that had long gone extinct in this world. Spiritual beasts could appear in any form, but the first appearance they took would be their original appearance in the future. This world was a technological plane. Simply speaking, the technological plane didn't believe in ghosts and gods. Things like ghosts and gods always existed if one believed in them. If one didn't believe in them, they didn't exist. Therefore, in this world where everyone believed in science, there was no existence of supernatural beings, let alone spiritual beasts, which sounded very high and mighty. However, this spiritual beast just had to appear. Gu Xingyin immediately asked the system, then wouldn't the original body's appearance be unreasonable? The system's white light flashed as it replied, "Host, its existence is reasonable. The world's storyline has already acknowledged the existence of this spiritual beast." There was no problem with the consciousness of this spiritual beast. It was recognized by the laws of the world, and the host didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. Its origin, I don't know its origin. Gu Shengyin. Alright, she got it. Memories. This spiritual beast that appeared in this world in the form of a cat was currently in its infancy stage. Although spiritual beasts were extremely powerful and awesome existences after they matured, that was only after they matured. They were still in their infancy not long after they were born. They wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary animals. At most, their intelligence would be slightly more mature. This spiritual beast's appearance wasn't bad. Logically speaking, under normal circumstances, it was very likely that it would be adopted by a kind-hearted person who liked animals. After that, it would live a blissful life where it would be meticulously taken care of. Chapter 1191. But that was only a possibility. This spiritual beast didn't encounter such a good thing. She was indeed picked up by a little girl. But if the spiritual beast knew what happened later, no matter what happened, she would risk her life to stay away from that little pervert. That's right, little pervert. That girl, and Wei Wei, who liked to wear pink princess dresses and looked as beautiful as a doll, was a pervert with a twisted mind. Her family background was very good, but her parents were in a business marriage. They hated each other and each of them had their own little lovers outside. And Wei Wei, who was born in such a situation, had never lacked material comfort since she was young, but she had never enjoyed the warmth of a family. A child raised in such a family environment was very likely to have a completely different extreme personality, either a pure white lotus or an extremely cold and heartless one. The possibility of the latter appearing was much higher than the former. But in Wei Wei's personality was far more twisted than being cold and heartless. She looked obedient and sweet on the surface, but in private, she had a strong desire to be violent. There was a beast living in her heart. Every time she saw those soft and harmless, pitiful little animals, she couldn't help but want to be violent. She wanted to see them lying in front of her covered in blood, looking at the world in despair with their clear eyes, and then die miserably. When Wei Wei found the spiritual beast in the heavy rain, she was in a very bad mood. As long as she was in a bad mood, she would want to be violent even more. The spiritual beast was brought home by Wei Wei. And Wei Wei raised her with good food and watched as she turned from a pitiful little thing into a snow-white and precious little pet. The more beautiful the spiritual beast was, the sweeter the smile on Wei Wei's face became. The butler who had been taking care of her thought that Miss liked this beautiful little thing, but he didn't know that his Miss liked this little thing. However, what she liked was the way it lay in a pool of blood. Spiritual beasts were different from ordinary animals. She was born with an extraordinary sensitivity to human auras. She could sense that although the beautiful human girl who brought her home smiled at her all day, she didn't like her. She only felt that she sensed danger from Wei Wei and tried to leave. But how could Wei Wei, who had been watching her, let her run away? What a sensitive little thing. Wei Wei revealed a big smile. After that, the spiritual beast was brought into a sealed room. He never came out again. Gu Shengyin shuddered inexplicably as he looked at the long and bloody description. Sensing the cold wind outside and her own shivering body, Gu Shengyin admitted that she was cold. Wei Wei's little pervert couldn't scare her. The inside of the box was dark and damp, while the outside was bleak and rainy. Gu Shengyin, who had traveled through countless worlds and lived like a princess, said that if she could open her mouth right now, she would be able to sing a tearful song. Wait in the heavy rain. Gu Shengyin came back to her senses. She was still in her infancy, and it was raining heavily outside. Right now, this body didn't have any ability to resist. Gu Shengyin tried her best to shrink her small body into the paper box to reduce her presence. Could it be that it was such a coincidence that Wei Wei, that little pervert, took a fancy to her? Chapter 1192. Mr. Fong, this way please. A man in a black suit walked out of a building opposite them. His assistant held an umbrella for him. Gu Shengyin's eyes lit up when she saw him. She had an idea. Fang Yuhan had just finished a business meeting. He did not expect to encounter such bad weather when he came out. He looked at the gray sky and frowned. Fortunately, his assistant had placed a spare umbrella in the car. When he turned a corner, he suddenly heard a soft sound that sounded like a cat meowing. A cat meowing? He turned his head in confusion. The assistant was puzzled as to why his CEO had stopped in his tracks. He followed his CEO's gaze. A small head popped out of a cardboard box next to him. A cat? Fang Yuhan looked at the small thing that seemed to be struggling to crawl out of the cardboard box that was much bigger than its body. For some reason, he felt a little amused. It was so small. Fang Yuhan glanced at it. The kitten-like thing was probably only the size of his palm. It was obvious that it had just been born. Since it had appeared in such a place, it must have been abandoned. At this moment, its light fur was wet from the rain and stuck to its body. It looked very pathetic. Xiao? His assistant's careful voice pulled him back from his thoughts. Fang Yuhan shook his head and tried to get rid of his messy thoughts. What was wrong with him? Didn't he always dislike these delicate and fragile little creatures? Gu Shengyin had just crawled out of the cardboard box when she saw Fang Yuhan's back. She was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to chase after him, another car stopped not far from her. "Miss, there is a kitten here," a gentle voice said. Gu Shengyin's wet hair stood on end. The system had given her a clear notification. In Weiwei was here. The person in the car was in Weiwei. A small red umbrella opened from the car door and a small figure appeared in Gu Shengyin's line of sight. In Weiwei's appearance was indeed very deceiving. Gu Shengyin thought so with a single glance. And Weiwei's big, clear eyes swept over Gu Shengyin. She said softly, "Ah, what a pitiful kitten. Uncle Wen, shall we bring it home?" The middle-aged man called Uncle Wen frowned and said, "Miss, this stray cat is of unknown origin. We don't know if it has any virus. Moreover, these animals have no feelings. Miss, you've adopted so many small animals, but they all ran away as soon as their injuries were healed. It's obvious that they're not familiar with you." Gu Shengyin, "No, let those poor animals go. They didn't run away on their own, but they all died in the hands of your family's sweet and innocent young lady." "But Uncle Wen?" And Weiwei began to act coquettishly, trying to bargain with the butler. Gu Shengyin ran in the direction of Fang Yuhan. "Did you guys ever consider my feelings when you were talking so passionately over there? I don't want to accept your kindness." And Weiwei, who had finally convinced the butler, saw Gu Shengyin leave. She quickly shouted, "Oh, Uncle Wen, the kitten ran away. Quick, go after it." Gu Shengyin ran even faster when she heard this. Chapter 1193. What a joke. If An Weiwei really brought her back, Gu Shengyin couldn't guarantee that her tiny arms and legs would be able to escape from the An family's huge villa. Because of the rain, Fang Yuhan didn't walk very fast. When Gu Shengyin saw the figure in front of her, she suddenly felt her neck tighten. Someone was holding her soft flesh and lifting her up. "It hurts." She struggled futilely in midair with her 4 paws, but she couldn't grab anything. "Miss, I've caught this little guy." She heard the person who was holding her shout behind him. "Damn it." And Weiwei's men still caught her. Gu Shengyin looked at Fang Yuhan, who didn't seem to have any reaction to what was happening. She opened her mouth and screamed. Fang Yuhan stopped in his tracks. He heard the pitiful cries of the little animal behind him. "President, what's wrong?" asked the assistant, puzzled. Fang Yuhan didn't answer. Instead, he turned around. Through the thick curtain of rain, he could see the little animal, which had been screaming at him earlier, being suspended in midair. It looked very miserable. When he saw the cold expression on the face of the person holding the little animal, Fang Yuhan suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He strode in the direction of Gu Shengyin. Gu Shengyin was still struggling. The man holding her seemed a little annoyed and scolded, "What are you screaming for? It's your fortune that Miss likes you. In the future, when you come to the An family, you'll be fed well. Isn't that better than wandering outside?" Gu Shengyin thought to herself, "Your miss didn't bring me back to feed me. She brought me back so that she could cut me open." When the man saw that the disobedient cat was still struggling with all its might, he subconsciously tightened his grip. "Stop it. If you continue, you'll suffer." "What do you want to do to my cat?" A cold voice sounded from beside him. When the man holding Gu Shengyin heard this voice, he couldn't help but shudder. He seemed to feel a little embarrassed, so he turned his head and shouted at the person who came, "What do you mean your cat?" "My hand is clearly," his voice was stuck in his throat, because he clearly saw who the man in front of him was. His master had just struck a deal with the other party today. The head of the Fong family was someone that even his teacher had to treat with respect. If his teacher knew that he dared to yell at Mr. Fong, he couldn't help but shudder again and hurriedly put on a smile on his face. "So it's Mr. Fong. I was rude just now." Fong Yuhan glanced at him. He was not interested in listening to the man's nonsense. He simply pointed at Gu Shengyin in the man's hand. "You're hurting my cat," he said coldly. "Yours?" The man glanced at the dirty Gu Shengyin. It was clearly a stray cat that had just been born. "Mr. Fong, are you mistaken? This is a stray cat that I just picked up. Meow." Gu Shengyin meowed at Fong Yuhan, as if it was very eager to go to his side. Its actions were very intimate. The man hesitated. From the looks of it, it really did look like Mr. Fong's cat. Fong Yuhan strangely felt a sense of satisfaction from the little cat's actions. "Now, can you return my cat to me?" The man hesitated for a moment and decided that he couldn't offend Fong Yuhan. So, he quickly handed the cat over. Chapter 1194. However, when he handed the handkerchief over, Fong Yuhan's hands stiffened for a moment. To be honest, he didn't know why he felt uncomfortable when he saw the cat crying pitifully. That was why he had come over and told a lie. However, the little guy in front of him was dirty and wet. Fong Yuhan, who was obsessed with cleanliness, couldn't stand it. Just as he was about to take out a handkerchief from his pocket, Gu Shengyin jumped out of the man's hand and landed firmly on Fong Yuhan's shoulder. "Meow!" Gu Shengyin seemed to dislike the cold on his shoulder, so it looked around. Then, with a slight push of its hind legs, it jumped into its target, the pocket of Fong Yuhan's suit that he had just put his hand into. Fong Yuhan's entire body froze. He could feel a warmth in his left pocket that didn't belong to him. His first reaction was to reach out and throw this audacious guy to the ground. However, the other party did something else. Perhaps it was because the human body in the pocket was too warm, Gu Shengyin couldn't help but stretch out its little head and rub against the inside of his pocket. It even meowed softly. This sound was completely different from the frightened and shrill voice from before. Instead, it was filled with laziness and satisfaction. It was very happy. After realizing this, the trace of uneasiness in Fong Yuhan's heart strangely disappeared. "Forget it. It's rare to meet such a little thing that I don't hate. I'll just keep it." The assistant beside him was dumbfounded when he saw the obvious muddy watermarks on his president and the dirty cat in his pocket. The people from the Yin family didn't know, but he could clearly see that the president didn't recognize the cat at all. Was this really the cold and misophobic president he knew? The assistant looked up at the sky and wondered if he was hallucinating because of the bad weather. "Let's go," the president said in his usual cold voice. The assistant turned around and met the president's cold gaze. He immediately went into professional mode. Sure enough, this was still the president. As for the cat, the assistant decided to forget about it. The person from the Yin family watched as the two people and the cat left under an umbrella in the heavy rain. He did not doubt Fong Yuhan's words. After all, he had seen the interaction between Mr. Fong and the cat. With President Fong's personality, if it wasn't his own, how could he allow a little bastard to be so impudent? He turned around and went back. And Wei Wei, who was waiting in the car, saw him come back empty-handed. Her expression was a little unpleasant. "Where's the cat?" The man said apologetically, "That kitten has an owner. Just now, its owner, Mr. Fong, came and took it away." Mr. Fong? Although An Weiwei was young, she knew very well that he wasn't someone she could afford to offend. Since it was his cat, then forget it. However, it was a pity. When she thought of the kitten shivering in the heavy rain, a trace of regret appeared in her eyes. That little thing must be very beautiful when its eyes were filled with despair. The housekeeper saw her like this and thought that she was unhappy because she liked the kitten. He thoughtfully bent down and suggested, "Miss, if you really like these little fellows, why don't we go to the cattery and raise one?" And Wei Wei smiled when she heard this. Uncle Wen, you're the best. Chapter 1195. Fang Yuhan returned home with Gu Shengyin. For the convenience of his work, he did not live in a villa in the suburbs. Instead, he chose a high-end apartment near his company. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was more than enough for one person. In addition, he was a bit of a clean freak and did not like outsiders. He also did not hire a servant at home. Instead, he regularly asked a housekeeping company to clean the house. When he returned home, the first thing Fang Yuhan did was take out the little fella from his pocket and placed her on the floor. A few small gray footprints appeared on the white floor in an instant. Fang Yuhan frowned and picked up Gu Shengyin, who had just regained her freedom. He was about to give this dirty little thing a bath. However, when he was about to use the bathroom, he suddenly remembered that he did not know how to do it. He remembered that his assistant had a cat at home. According to him, cats were precious creatures and could not be treated casually. Fang Yuhan frowned again. How troublesome. Thus, before the assistant reached home, he received an urgent call from his CEO. When he found out that the CEO had asked him to come over in such a serious tone, just to give the cat a bath and feed her, the assistant cried tears of sadness in his heart. In this day and age, the assistant had no human rights. The cat was the boss. No, this seemed to be a little girl. All right, let's change it a little. The cat was the boss. The assistant was filled with grief and anger as he gently gave Gu Shengyin a bath. However, when he finished bathing Gu Shengyin, the grief and indignation in his heart suddenly turned into shock. What a beautiful little thing. The kitten's fur was pure white and its eyes were a rare dark purple. When it looked at people quietly, it seemed to be infinitely mysterious and distant. It was noble and lazy. Furthermore, the assistant did not recognize what kind of cat it was. Her appearance was no different from an ordinary cat, but her tail was completely different from an ordinary cat. Instead, she had a big furry tail like a squirrel. He could imagine how tempting that fluffy tail would be when the kitten grew up. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it. Maybe it's some kind of rare mutation? The warm male assistant looked at Gu Shengyin with sparkling eyes. The only thing he didn't do was hold his heart and shout, "Your Highness, let this servant serve you." Gu Shengyin looked arrogantly at the human who was looking at it with a silly expression and meowed proudly. The assistant immediately understood that the princess was hungry. He went to his own CEO's kitchen to search, but it was empty. Well, she probably didn't cook much either. The assistant said patiently, "Baby, wait a minute. I'll go to the supermarket to buy cat food for you." After saying that, he took his wallet and rushed out of the door. Gu Shengyin, wait a minute. Who said I wanted to eat cat food? Also, what the hell is a little baby? Gu Shengyin was still complaining when Fang Yuhan walked out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. Her eyes immediately fell on him. The collar of the bathrobe was not tied tightly, so a large area of skin was exposed from his collarbone to his chest. Gu Shengyin glanced at him, innocently, and commented in her heart, "Nice body." Below his waist were 2 strong and long legs. His muscles weren't exaggerated, but the smooth lines showed that the owner of this body wasn't someone who spent most of his time in an office. Fang Yuhan lowered his head and saw a beautiful little thing staring at him without blinking. Chapter 1196. Gu Shengyin blinked innocently. Right now, she was just a little beast that didn't know anything. In fact, Fang Yuhan only treated her as a little beast that didn't know anything. However, this little guy was surprisingly beautiful. A trace of admiration flashed across Fang Yuhan's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that it was in a sorry state in the heavy rain, many people would have fought to take it back. Fang Yuhan had seen many people who treated their pets like their ancestors, so he was quite calm. "Come here." He sat on the sofa and waved at Gu Shengyin, who was squatting on the other side of the sofa. Gu Shengyin did not hesitate. She cooperatively got up and walked over to him. However, she overestimated the balance of this body. Just as she was about to reach Fang Yuhan, she stumbled and her left leg hit her right leg. She was small and round like a ball, so she rolled directly toward Fang Yuhan. Meow! Gu Shengyin felt as if she had bumped into something hard. It didn't hurt, but it didn't feel comfortable either. She cried out in grievance. However, she did not receive a response from Fang Yuhan. Gu Shengyin raised her head and saw Fang Yuhan's strange expression. What? Are you unhappy? Could it be that I'm going to hurt you? Gu Shengyin stepped on the ground and wanted to jump onto Fang Yuhan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, she saw Fang Yuhan's expression change even more. She lowered her head in hindsight, and her heart instantly burst with embarrassment. It seemed that she had accidentally stepped on something terrible. If Gu Shengyin was a human, she would probably die of embarrassment. However, she was a spiritual beast. That's right, she was a spiritual beast that didn't know anything. Gu Shengyin comforted herself and pretended that nothing had happened. She gently jumped onto Fang Yuhan's shoulder and playfully patted Fang Yuhan's face with her soft front paws. It was as if he was saying, "What a bold fellow. You didn't help me up when you saw me fall." Fang Yuhan's uneasiness was washed away by the little girl's arrogance. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. Fang Yuhan grabbed onto Gu Shengyin's tiny hands and pulled her off his shoulder. He then said to her in a serious tone, "You can't just climb onto my shoulder. Otherwise, I won't bring you along." Gu Shengyin turned her back to him and said, "Sorry, I'm just a cat. I don't understand anything." Fang Yuhan. He had only said it casually and did not expect the little beast to understand. But why did she feel that it could actually understand her? Fang Yuhan turned it around and pulled its hind legs apart to take a look. Gu Shengyin, what was he doing? Hooligan. However, Fang Yuhan couldn't understand what she was thinking. Instead, he muttered to himself, "So, she's a young lady." Gu Shengyin, her heart was so tired. Did spiritual beasts not have animal rights? Fang Yuhan didn't realize that he had done something unacceptable. He simply held his chin and thought about a problem seriously. "Since you're at my house, you should give me a name." Gu Shengyin was excited when she heard this. A name was very important. She hoped that this highly educated CEO had the aesthetic standards to match his education. In the original plot, Wei brought the spiritual beast home just to amuse herself. Why would she spend so much effort to give it a name? Fang Yuhan looked at the little cat, who was instantly energized and staring at him without blinking. His heart skipped a beat. She seemed to be able to understand human language. "You'll be called, Ba Gingji is back. What should I call her? Take a guess, it's the last day of the month. Although I'm dead on the monthly votes list, I still have some food left. I'll feed Gao Lingji Mua." Chapter 1197. Fang Yuhan watched as the kitten perked up its ears. It seemed to care a lot about this matter. He was curious. Could it be that the kitten could understand human language? However, he simply assumed that the kitten was naturally more intelligent than other animals. He didn't think that there was anything magical about it. However, when he saw the look on her face, he couldn't help but want to tease her. "Since you're so white, why don't we call you Xiaobai?" A deep voice sounded from above her head. Gu Shengyin. She turned around and refused to communicate with the person in front of her. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but smile when he saw the human-like behavior of the kitten on his lap. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's call you Shueli, Gu Shengyin." Although the name wasn't that great, it was still better than Xiaobai's name. While she was thinking about it, Fang Yuhan thought that she was still unhappy. He frowned and said, "If Shueli doesn't work, what about Snowball?" "Snowball? Snow?" As he spoke, his assistant came in with a bunch of things. He happened to hear his CEO muttering to himself. When the assistant heard his CEO's words and realized that he was naming the kitten, he opened his mouth. However, he didn't dare to complain about his CEO's taste. What could he do? He was also afraid that his bonus would be deducted. In the end, Gu Shengyin's name was decided. It was a homonym for Shueli. After deciding on the name, the assistant was sent to the kitchen to prepare dinner for Fang Yuhan and the kitten. Fang Yuhan sat in the living room with Shueli in his arms and watched TV. His assistant, Xiao Lu, was very fast. This was Fang Yuhan's idea. He just needed to make 2 dishes. As for the cat food for Gu Shengyin, it was even more convenient. However, when Xiao Lu held the bowl of paste and looked at Gu Shengyin expectantly, Gu Shengyin turned her head away in disgust. "I'm a psychic beast. A psychic beast. Don't treat me like a cat, okay? What's wrong?" Fang Yuhan frowned and looked over. Knowing that he was unwilling to eat, he seemed a little worried. He asked his assistant, "Is it because the food you make tastes awful?" Xiao Lu, who was innocently implicated, "Can you blame me for this? I'm just processing the cat food a little, okay?" However, he didn't have the guts to yell at his boss. He could only say as calmly as possible, "The taste of cat food is about the same." What he meant was that he wasn't going to take the blame. Fang Yuhan completely missed the point. Instead, he asked worriedly, "What if Shirley doesn't like it?" The assistant was also worried when he heard that. What if such a small kitten didn't eat? Gu Shengyin completely ignored the two worrisome fellows. She nimbly jumped from Fang Yuhan's lap to his arm and meowed at the 3 dishes and 1 soup that Xiao Lu had just made on the table. "This king wants to eat. I don't want to eat cat food." Fang Yuhan's train of thought suddenly connected with hers. "Do you want to eat the food on the table?" Gu Shengyin's little white tail that hadn't grown up yet started wagging. "That's right." Fang Yuhan's eyes lit up and he said to his assistant, "Go and get another small bowl." His assistant, Xiao Lu, was dumbfounded. "No, President, kittens can't eat human food. They will get sick," Gu Shengyin meowed at him. Then, she looked at the food in his hand that didn't taste good and revealed a look of disgust. "Xiao Lu, don't ask me why I can see disgust on a cat's face." Chapter 1198. Gu Shengyin was actually exhausted. To be honest, although her current appearance was that of an ordinary cat, she was still a very impressive spiritual beast. She wouldn't be as delicate as a real cat. Human food did not have any effect on her. On the contrary, if she really ate those strange cat foods like a cat, there would probably be a problem. Perhaps because her reaction was too strong and Fang Yuhan had no common sense, he actually agreed to let her try human food. Xiao Lu despaired of his willful soup. However, he still took out a small bowl and scooped a bowl of light soup for Gu Shengyin. Fang Yuhan probably knew that ordinary cats could not be raised like this, especially when Shirley was so young. He did not let her eat too much and observed her for a long time. After making sure that she was fine and that she was eating happily, he finally relaxed. "I will take Shirley to see a doctor this weekend. If the doctor says that she is fine, I will let her eat with me in the future." CEO Fang quickly made a decision. As a cat slave, Assistant Xiao Lu was very desperate for his boss. He also sympathized with this very beautiful kitten who had a tough life. In his opinion, it was incomprehensible to have a lover like his CEO. Shirley's owner was Shirley's tragedy. But what could an assistant say? Xiao Lu could only pray for Shirley in his heart. Obviously, Fang Yuhan and Gu Shengyin could not understand Xiao Lu's worries. After dinner and after Xiao Lu cleaned up everything, Fang Yuhan unceremoniously asked him to leave. Only the man and the cat were left in the room. The weather was bad, so there was no outdoor exercise. Fang Yuhan could only turn on the TV and find a financial program to watch. It was a very boring thing, especially for an animal that was still in its infancy. That's right. After being in this psychic beast, Gu Shengyin found that she had some uncontrollable behaviors. Although she could control this body, at certain times, such as when she saw Fang Yuhan, whom she approved of, she could not help but reveal some instinctive behaviors that belonged to a young animal. Then, at certain times, her mind would uncontrollably become quite childish. Just like now. Fang Yuhan, who was focused on watching the show, suddenly felt something tugging at the clothes around his waist. He lowered his head and saw the little thing that he had just picked up today biting his clothes restlessly. "Don't mess around." He frowned slightly and scolded in a low voice. When the great CEO Fang was concentrating on something, he hated to be disturbed the most. If he was in the company, those people would know that he was unhappy from his tone and would definitely not dare to continue to disturb him. However, it was clear that his scolding had no effect on a certain young fellow. The force of the bite on his clothes became even stronger. Fang Yuhan's attention was diverted again. His expression was a little ugly, but when he met the palm-sized little ball's clear eyes, he just couldn't get angry. President Fang felt that there was something wrong with this feeling, but his hands were already holding up the little guy who kept harassing him. He placed it at eye level. Chapter 1199. Be good, Shirley. Don't make a fuss. This time, his voice sounded helpless. President Fong did not know that those delicate little things were very sensitive to human emotions, let alone Gu Shengyin, who knew his nature very well. That was why she relied on his tolerance to act coquettishly. Fang Yuhan's gentleness was met with even bolder actions from Gu Shengyin. She stretched out her little paws and kept scratching Fang Yuhan's hand, trying to run up to his head and behave atrociously. That's right. She wanted to behave atrociously. Fang Yuhan looked at the little kitten with a headache. That's right. Up until now, both Xiao Lu and President Fong thought that Gu Shengyin was just a rare cat. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and did a quick search. Soon he found a forum frowny face question. When I watch TV, my cat keeps biting my clothes and scratching my body. She even wants to climb on top of my head. She doesn't stop for a moment. What can I do to stop her? This forum was obviously more active. Not long after he posted the post, he heard a lot of replies. 1L. The original poster is here to show off. Identification complete. Pfff. Are you annoyed by such a cute kitten? Are you annoyed? Are you annoyed? If you are annoyed, you can contact me. 3L. What's the point of talking about it without a picture? Fang Yuhan looked at these meaningless replies expressionlessly. This was also the reason why he hated forums, Tieba, and other social media platforms. Almost half of them were meaningless and exaggerated posts. The president, who was busy every day, didn't understand the meaning of wasting time on such things, and couldn't figure out what the so-called cute points were. Gu Shengyin saw that he was playing with his phone and ignoring her. She was a little displeased and bit the hand that he used to press her down. Of course, she was careful with her strength. There was a slight tingling sensation that attracted his attention, but it did not break his skin and hurt him. Ding. Finally, there was a proper reply. 13L. I guess this is the first time the original poster has raised a cat, right? I'm sure you haven't learned anything about it. In the situation you described, your little girl is obviously bored and wants you, the master, to play with her. At this time, as the master, it would be good if he could spare some time to play with her. In the end, they expressed their envy that the tower master had such a clingy little girl. My family's king is always looking at me with disdain. 16L. Upstairs +1. My queen majesty is the same. I really want to be pampered once. 17L. I really want to be pampered once +1. President Fong was too lazy to read the rest of the content. He already knew what he wanted to know anyway. He tossed the phone aside and turned his attention back to Gu Shengyin, who was struggling to break free from his grip. Fang Yuhan exerted a little force in his hand and lifted her up. Take time out to play with her? President Fong thought expressionlessly, how can I play with a cat? He recalled the time when he went to Assistant Xiao Lu's house. Xiao Lu was sitting on the sofa and stroking the ragdoll cat's fur. President Fong was a little hesitant. Slowly, he reached out his free hand and gently stroked Xiao Lu's soft back. Meow! The little cat, who was still making a fuss in his palm, instantly settled down. She squinted her eyes and meowed. She was obviously very comfortable. She was indeed asking for love and petting. Seeing Shirley like this, a strange sense of satisfaction arose in President Fong's heart. Chapter 1200. Fang Yuhan had never imagined that he would one day patiently play with a cat. But that was the truth. Not only did he stroke Shirley's hair, but he also stroked her slightly raised chin without anyone teaching him. Gu Shengyin, who was being served very comfortably, finally quieted down. She squinted her eyes and lay in his palm obediently. She was so obedient. Fang Yuhan looked at the kitten and couldn't help but smile. Gu Shengyin felt a little tired. Her childhood body was already prone to sleepiness. She had just made a fuss, so now that she was relaxed, she felt sleepy all over. By the time Fang Yuhan realized it, the white ball in his palm had already closed her eyes. Her small body rose and fell with her breathing. She was very cute. Fang Yuhan didn't know what she was dreaming of, but her delicate little nose suddenly twitched and her two round little ears trembled. Fang Yuhan, who happened to see this scene, felt as if his heart had been electrocuted. He felt numb. In internet terms, Fang Yuhan was instantly captivated by Shirley's cuteness. Seeing Shirley fall asleep, Fang Yuhan realized that he hadn't prepared a nest for her to sleep in. He couldn't possibly let her sleep in his palm all night, right? Fang Yuhan placed the sleeping white ball on the sofa and prepared to look for something himself. However, as soon as he put her down, the little ball seemed to have been awakened by something. She stood up shakily. Fang Yuhan saw that her eyes were closed. He was afraid that she would fall off the sofa, so he quickly reached out and held her in his palm. Then, he saw the little ball sniff with her delicate little nose. She seemed to have found something she was very satisfied with. She closed her eyes again and fell asleep. Was she looking for him? When Fang Yuhan realized this, his heart seemed to be filled with warm bubbles. She was so cute. Fang Yuhan couldn't help but gently kiss the top of her head as he looked at her sleeping contentedly in his palm. After kissing her, Fang Yuhan finally realized what he had done. His gentle expression instantly returned to his usual calmness. However, his red ears showed that what had just happened wasn't an illusion. He, the famous Fang Yuhan, had actually kissed a kitten. Fang Yuhan thought to himself, "It must have been an illusion. That guy can't be me." Fang Yuhan looked at the white ball sleeping so soundly in his hand and couldn't bear to wake her up. He turned down the volume of the TV and watched it for a while before he walked back to his room to rest. That's right, he didn't take Gu Xingyin away. He gently placed the white ball in his hand on his pillow. Just as he had expected, there was his scent on the pillow. The little white ball only moved a little when it was placed on top of the pillow. It changed into a comfortable position and continued to snore. "Turn off the lights." Fang Yuhan lay down next to the little girl. Without completely covering her, he pulled down the blanket to cover her. The man and the cat fell into a dark and sweet dream. Gu Xingyin woke up very early. When she woke up, she realized that she was snuggled up in a warm embrace. She looked up and saw a pair of sexy thin lips. While she was sleeping, she curled herself up in Fang Yuhan's arms. Most importantly, when she saw the other party's sleeping appearance, before she could react, she had already stuck out her little tongue and quickly licked his thin lips. Chapter 12:01. After licking him, Gu Xingyin finally realized what she had done with a dumbfounded look on her face. Her tiny body trembled a little. However, she was only a little bit big, so she didn't wake up the person who was sleeping soundly. Gu Xingyin buried her entire body under the blanket. It was too embarrassing. The person who had been acting coquettishly, asking for attention, kissing, hugging, and being lifted up high last night definitely wasn't her. The person who couldn't control her moral integrity in the face of the beauty in the morning definitely wasn't her. At this moment, the system calmly said, "Host, please face reality. Running away won't solve any problems." Gu Xingyin, what kind of nonsense was that? However, the system couldn't understand Gu Xingyin's thoughts. In its opinion, the host's situation was very normal. She had possessed the body of a young spiritual beast, so wasn't it normal for her to do things that were similar to the original owner's personality? Hence, the system comforted Gu Xingyin and said, "Host, don't feel uncomfortable. The young spiritual beast needs at least a year. It's better for the host to get used to it as soon as possible." Gu Xingyin, she wasn't comforted at all. If she didn't understand the system and know that it didn't have the emotions of an ordinary creature, she would definitely think that it was gloating. At this moment, Fang Yuhan woke up from his sleep. His long-term routine meant that he didn't need an alarm clock. His daily biological clock allowed him to wake up at the same time every day. As soon as he woke up, he sensed that something was wrong. Something seemed to be moving under the blanket beside him. Fang Yuhan, who was still in the early stages of waking up and wasn't very conscious, reached his hand out and pulled out a little white ball that was still reflecting on itself. Gu Xingyin was still berating herself for not being able to control herself a second ago. The next moment, she felt the world spinning around her. In the blink of an eye, she was facing a handsome face. That pair of eyes were as cold as the cold stars in the day, but at this time, they were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which softened the outline of that person's face. Before Gu Xingyin could react, she couldn't help but stick out her little pink tongue and lick his dark eyes. Gu Xingyin covered her eyes with her two little paws after she finished licking. "I can't see, I can't hear, I don't know anything." The system, who had been watching the entire process, was speechless. This time, Fong Yuhan was truly clear-headed. He looked at the little white ball in his hand and finally realized that this was the little fellow that he had picked up out of kindness yesterday. Seeing Shirley cover her face shyly after giving him a passionate morning kiss, Fong Yuhan was surprised by Shirley's humanness and was in a good mood. He now understood the thoughts of those cat slaves. It felt great that his little princess liked to get close to him. Of course, as a cold CEO, Fong Yuhan wouldn't use the word great, which sounded very indecent. Xiao Fang's thin lips curled up slightly. Gu Xingyin, who had just lifted his head from covering his face, was instantly mesmerized by this rare gentleness and was stunned for a moment. Fong Yuhan looked at his little princess staring at him in a daze and was in a good mood. However, on the surface, he said coldly, "You're so dirty. What's the meaning of this?" Gu Xingyin, when you say this, can't you retract the smile on your face first? Chapter 1202. The two masters, one human and one cat, spent a very harmonious morning together. However, Fong Yuhan felt troubled after he got up. He had to go to work. There was no food prepared for Shirley at home, and he was worried about letting Shirley, who had just arrived, stay at home all day. Shirley was so young and mischievous. What if she fell while jumping around? What if Shirley got scared and was alone at home? What if Shirley got hungry? Fong Yuhan, who was immersed in his worries, did not realize that this little kitten, whom he had only met for one night, had already occupied an important place in his heart. This was not normal. However, Tuo Fang did not realize this at this moment. Gu Xingyin did not understand his worries. As a spiritual beast, she was not as fragile as Fong Yuhan was worried about. She was not afraid at all. As for being hungry, even if she did not eat for a month, her life would not be in danger. She would only become very weak and might even damage her foundation. However, she could not tell Fong Yuhan about this. Furthermore, as a young spiritual beast, it was actually very clingy. She wanted to stay with Fong Yuhan every day. In the end, under the gaze of Gu Xingyin's dark purple eyes, Xiao Fang made a big decision. He was going to take his little princess to work. Of course, as a cold CEO, Fong Yuhan would never do something like having a little kitten on his shoulder, which would damage his image. As a result, Gu Xingyin's temporary residence became Fong Yuhan's pocket. Anyway, she was small, so it was no problem for her to fit in. The system said, there is a fairy tale book in this world called The Little Princess in the Pocket. It's about a beautiful princess in the distant west. Stop! Gu Xingyin could not help but interrupt the system. She seriously suggested, "System, I suggest you read some books that are more profound." The Little Princess in the Pocket is used to coax children who don't know any better. Children who don't know any better, system. It was clearly an emotionless system, but for some reason, it felt a little stifled. When they arrived at the Fong Corporation, Fong Yuhan did not look around. Under the respectful gazes of all the employees in the company, he walked into his personal passageway and walked into his office expressionlessly and coldly. From the beginning to the end, no one realized that their cold and cool Xiao had a cute little kitten in his pocket. Assistant Liu, who was busy writing, was called to the president's office by her boss. "President, what can I do for you?" Assistant Liu was a little nervous. The CEO rarely called him at the beginning of work. Could it be that there was something wrong with his work yesterday? Assistant Liu thought about it carefully, but she still didn't understand. He anxiously waited for his CEO's instructions. "Go and buy me breakfast," Fong Yuhan said calmly. Assistant Liu. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh at this moment. If he wanted to buy breakfast, he could have just sent a message or made a call. Why did he have to ask him to come up? Then he heard a very soft meow. Assistant Liu suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. But then he saw a white furry little head poking out from the left pocket of the CEO who was sitting upright. Chapter 1203. Assistant Liu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a long while he said, "Is this Shirley?" Fong Yuhan nodded with a cold expression. Seeing that his assistant was looking at Shirley with sparkling eyes, he reached out his hand without a trace. The little kitten that had just crawled its head out rolled back with a thud. Gu Xingyin, who was dizzy and disoriented, Assistant Liu, The corners of Fang Yuhan's mouth curled up subtly. I called you up to bring another bowl of plain porridge. Shirley doesn't seem to have a problem eating human food, but it's better to eat plain porridge. Assistant Lu nodded to show that she understood. Then he was chased out by his boss. Seeing that Assistant Lu had left, Fang Yuhan put his hand into his pocket and took out the little psychic beast that had been sulking. Gu Shengyin didn't want to talk to him at this time. As soon as she came out, she climbed onto his desk, turned around, and faced him with her chubby little butt. Fang Yuhan was a little helpless. Why was she so angry? He said in a low voice, "Okay, it's my fault. Don't be angry." Then he saw that his little fellow's ears twitched, but she still didn't turn around. Fang Yuhan became serious and thought for a moment. This was his private office. Usually, no one would come in. Since no one would be able to see it, Gu Shengyin felt a pair of warm hands gently landing on her body. That pair of hands used a very gentle force to gently stroke her back. This feeling was so comfortable that she couldn't resist her instincts and moaned softly. "Stop." Gu Shengyin forced herself to stop. Even if she was just a young spiritual beast, she should still be a spiritual beast with moral integrity and principles. She should never give in to her instincts. But it was really comfortable. This wasn't the end. President Fang saw that his Shirley was obviously relaxed under his touch. She even let out a comfortable purr. But suddenly his body tensed up again. He did not know what had happened. Could it be that he was not feeling well? He thought about the little tricks he learned yesterday to comfort cats. He tentatively reached out his hand to Shirley's chin and gently scratched it twice. Meow. The enemy's lethality is too strong. Our army can't resist. As a child with no moral integrity, Gu, spiritual beast, Shengyin fell under President Fang's gentle attacks without much resistance. She very much enjoyed lying there and being comforted by him. Fang Yuhan heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally managed to coax her. He couldn't help but reach out his hand and gently tap on that delicate little nose twice. Such a delicate little girl, you're lucky to have met me. Gu Shengyin snorted twice, gently opened his mouth, and bit his fingertip with a moderate amount of force. As long as it's not that little pervert and Wei Wei, who wouldn't serve me well. The atmosphere between the two was just right. As soon as Assistant Xiao Lu pushed the door open, he saw his cold and aloof Xiao stroking the beautiful Princess Xue Li's hair and tickling her. Assistant Lu, this can't be my si. I must have opened the door the wrong way. Fang Yuhan withdrew his hand the moment Xiao Lu entered the door and sat upright. However, this could not hide the fact that he was still a cat slave just a second ago. Looking at the CEO who had turned back into the flower of the mountain in a second, Xiao Lu felt that he might have found out something incredible. Chapter 1204. If Assistant Lu could play with his mobile phone at this moment, his psychological state should be like this frowny face. I saw the unknown side of the boss, which is completely different from his usual character. And the boss seems to be very unhappy now. Please advise me, am I done for? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Then the following replies should be like this frowny face. Ha, light a candle for the OP. OP, please go home. OP, don't be a coward. You can start all over again. But the situation at the moment was that he stood awkwardly at the door with porridge in his hand. The president, who had been stroking his cat gently just now, was staring at him coldly. It seemed that everything he saw before was an illusion. An illusion? Assistant Lu's eyes lit up. He didn't know anything. So he blurted out, President, I didn't see anything just now. The cold President Fang Yuhan, I didn't want to do anything, but why did you say it? Gu Shengyin, young man, if you have a defect in your IQ, I can't save you. Assistant Lu, who was crying because of his own stupidity, why did I say this? Gu Shengyin looked at Assistant Lu who wanted to cry but had no tears. It was rare for him to be kind to her. He meowed softly in the embarrassment. Assistant Lu's eyes lit up, as if he had caught the only light in the chaos. President, is Shirley hungry? Fang Yuhan glanced at him indifferently and finally looked away. He lowered his head and looked at Gu Shengyin. Assistant Lu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Princess Shirley was really his lucky star. Next time, he would bring some dried fish, Her Majesty's favorite. Would Princess Shirley like it? If Gu Shengyi knew what he was thinking, she would be very disgusted. Who likes dried fish? I said I was a psychic beast, not a cat. Fang Yuhan's breakfast was rich, with porridge and snacks. Assistant Lu brought Gu Shengyi's seafood porridge, which had been specially processed. Now it was not hot at all, only a little warm. He had a cat at home and knew that this kind of delicate little thing's tongue was very sensitive. It couldn't eat things that were too hot. Even humans would feel that normal temperatures were enough to burn them. Regarding this point, Gu Shengyin still wanted to complain. She really wasn't a cat. However, the porridge tasted pretty good. Gu Shengyin happily drank her porridge. After she was full, she meowed twice and then lay down naturally. She lay on all fours and meowed at Sofang, who had already finished his breakfast. Her meaning was very obvious. This lady ate until she was full. Come and give me a massage. President Fang, who had never been ordered around so confidently before, was speechless. There was a strange feeling in his heart, but he still reached out his hand and gently rubbed the little snowball's belly. Gu Shengyin enjoyed the treatment of a princess, while she despised her moral integrity that had long been thrown into the gutter. It was really shameful. However, it's so comfortable, meow. Fang Yuhan looked at the satisfied look on his little princess's face and couldn't help but laugh. Even he himself didn't know how gentle his expression was at this moment. There was a soft knock on the door. Fang Yuhan quickly restrained his expression and put Gu Shengyin in his pocket. Come in. Assistant Lu, who had learned to be obedient, entered the door. President, Miss N and Little Miss N are here to visit. Gu Shengyin trembled all over. Little Miss N? Wasn't that in Weiwei? Meow, it finally came out before 12 o'clock. Please allow me to act cute. Meow, 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 I can ask for tickets. If possible, I'll act cute for you guys. Good night, babies. See you tomorrow. Chapter 1205. Gu Shengyin's interest was immediately piqued. However, Fang Yuhan's expression did not look too good. His expression was not bad because of An Weiwei, but because of An Weiwei's aunt, the eldest daughter of the An family and Yuan. The An family had always had the intention of forming a marriage alliance with the Fang family, and the marriage partner was naturally the eldest daughter of the main family. Their target was, of course, the most important man in the Fang family. Fang Yuhan did not like An Yuan, but his uncles had always felt that marrying the eldest daughter of the An family was a good thing for the Fang family. And Yuan did not seem to like Fang Yuhan very much either. Everyone was just taking what they needed. If she married Fang Yuhan, she would have a very important bargaining chip in the fight for the family's inheritance. As for marriage, and Yuan, who had grown up in a big family, said that as long as she gave birth to an heir, both parties could play as they liked. She did not mind at all. Not to mention, Fang Yuhan was handsome and suited in Yuan's taste. She did not mind having a romantic relationship with such a handsome man. In short, An Yuan was unwilling to give up on such a suitable husband candidate. However, Fang Yuhan did not think so at all. His biological parents had passed away early, but he always remembered how warm the family of three was when the two of them were still around. Over the years, Fang Yuhan had seen many rich and powerful families fight for benefits, and husband and wife who slept in the same bed but dreamed different dreams. However, the more he saw, the more he was not disappointed in the true love of each other. On the contrary, he had seen too much hypocrisy, so he cherished the pure companionship between his parents even more. He had always wanted to find a lover who could be with him and spend a simple life with her. Therefore, he did not like the eldest daughter of the An family, who had a very clear goal from the beginning. And Yuan was here to look for Fang Yuhan. She had always had a good relationship with An Weiwei. After all, excluding her brother's messy illegitimate children, An Weiwei was the only child of the next generation of the An family. However, only An Yuan herself knew how much of her kindness to An Weiwei was sincere and how much of it was fake. In any case, such a pure little girl could be coaxed with a little effort. Naive little girl. An Weiwei smiled coldly. She actually didn't like her stupid aunt. Everyone could see that her aunt was not willing to accept that she, as the daughter of the family, could only get such a small share of the family's property. It was true that people were ambitious, but anyone who was a little smarter would know that when their strength was insufficient, they would hide their ambitions deeply. If even she could see it, how could her father, who had been immersed in the business world for more than 10 years, not see it? And Wei Wei originally didn't want to come. She hadn't found a suitable small animal for almost half a month, which made her very irritable. However, In Yuan didn't care about her expression at all and dragged her over. In Yuan thought about it. She had known Fang Yuhan for so long, but she had never been able to find out what he liked. It was said that many cold-hearted people especially liked children. His niece was so cute. He wondered if Fang Yuhan would take a liking to her. And Wei Wei still had an obedient smile on her face, but she was very annoyed inside. Chapter 1206. And Wei Wei followed her aunt to the CEO's office of the Fang Corporation. As soon as she entered, she saw the man sitting in the office chair with a cold expression. And Wei Wei remembered Fang Yuhan. The two of them had just met yesterday. The kitten that she had taken a fancy to was said to be owned by this man. When she thought of the kitten with big, clear, ink-purple eyes, and Wei Wei's heart started racing. If he could get that little thing from this Mr. Fang's hands, Fang Yuhan also remembered in Wei Wei. Yesterday, he had seen this little girl. If he hadn't changed his mind at the last minute, she would have been Shirley's owner by now. Thinking of this, Fang Yuhan rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had been compassionate at that time. When Fang Yuan looked over, she happened to see Fang Yuhan looking at her little niece. She felt smug. It seemed that her strategy was effective. She introduced Fang Yuhan. Yuhan, this is my elder brother's daughter, Wei. Wei Wei, hurry up and greet Uncle Fang. And Wei Wei gave him face and greeted him as Uncle Fang. Fang Yuhan nodded faintly without any special reaction. For some reason, when he looked at the cute girl in front of him, he felt that something was amiss. It was as if there was something in her eyes that didn't belong to a teenager. His cold reaction was beyond In Yuan's expectations. She originally thought that he would be a little more friendly towards In Wei Wei. Could it be that her guess was wrong? Fang Yuhan didn't like children at all? At this moment, In Wei Wei said, Uncle Fang, I want to ask, how is the kitten that was drenched in the rain yesterday? Her tone was sincere and she looked worried. It didn't seem like she was faking it at all. A little girl at her age was the easiest to arouse affection in people's hearts. Not to mention, In Wei Wei was talking about Gu Shengyin. Fang Yuhan's mood improved a little. He said to In Wei Wei, Shirley is fine. His expression softened at the mention of his pet. And Yuan didn't understand what they were talking about. Looking at Fang Yuhan's expression, she was glad that she had made the right decision. It seemed that Fang Yuhan liked Wei Wei a lot. In that case, she could bring her niece here more often in the future. Gu Shengyin stayed in Fang Yuhan's pocket, listening to the conversation between Fang Yuhan and In Wei Wei. Why did it seem like Fang Yuhan had a good impression of In Wei Wei? She thought about it and understood. Just by looking at her appearance, who would have thought that In Wei Wei was such a person? She thought that Fang Yuhan had to remind her. Coincidentally, Fang Yuan took the opportunity to invite Fang Yuhan to have lunch together. Fang Yuhan was thinking of an excuse to decline. He felt the little guy in his pocket start to move. She seemed to want to crawl out. Through the thin fabric, Fang Yuhan gently patted Gu Shengyin, indicating for her to behave. However, Gu Shengyin would not cooperate this time. He couldn't climb out. She opened her mouth and called out, Meow. The soft meowing of the cat was extra obvious in the quiet office. Fang Yuhan paused for a moment. And Yuan and In Wei Wei both looked at him in confusion. Fang Yuhan's expression did not change as he reached into the pocket on the table and pulled out his restless little baby. A snow-white, palm-sized cub appeared in front of them. And Wei Wei's eyes lit up. Chapter 1207. This is... She looked at Gu Shengyin in surprise. Was this the kitten from yesterday? She was so beautiful. She looked at Gu Shengyin, her big eyes filled with undisguised love. And Yuan furrowed her brows. She was allergic to fur, so she had always hated cats and dogs. After placing Gu Shengyin on the desk, Fang Yuhan looked at the little girl in front of him, and his expression softened. This is Shirley, he said. And Wei Wei impatiently took 2 steps forward and carefully approached Gu Shengyin. Is she the kitten from yesterday? I didn't expect her to look so good after she was washed. Hearing someone praise Shirley's beauty, Fang Yuhan felt like a parent who had been praised for their child. He felt extremely happy. Gu Xingyin rolled her eyes in her heart. She knew that An Weiwei looked extremely happy when she saw her clothes, but she was actually thinking about bloody things. For example, how to peel off one's skin in an extremely beautiful manner, and let blood dye every inch of one's fur red. These were the things that An Weiwei had done to the beautiful little animals in the original plot. An Weiwei had never seen such a beautiful and strange little thing. Because of her special and shameful hobby, she knew a lot about animals. However, she couldn't recognize the breed of the kitten in front of her. Perhaps it was a mixed breed? She couldn't help but take another step forward, wanting to reach out and touch Gu Xingyin. Gu Xingyin, who had been lying quietly on the desk, suddenly became irritable because of An Weiwei's actions. Before anyone could react, she let out a few hurried screams and scratched the back of An Weiwei's hand with her tender but extremely sharp little claws. Gu Xingyin didn't hold back at all. Bright red blood immediately appeared on An Weiwei's right arm. "Surely!" Fang Yuhan's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a deep voice. The little girl on the desk looked very anxious. Her snow-white fur stood on end. She squatted slightly and looked at An Weiwei vigilantly. Yes, she was vigilant. It was as if this naive little girl was something terrifying. Fang Yuhan felt that he saw a strong sense of panic in his little white ball's eyes. This made him very uneasy. Although it seemed like he was reprimanding Shirley, only Fang Yuhan himself knew that he was actually worried about Shirley. Although they had only known each other for a day, Fang Yuhan could tell that Shirley was very gentle and clingy. Shirley was very obedient in front of him and Assistant Lu. Why did she become like this when she saw An Weiwei? Weiwei, what's wrong? And Yuan was shocked by the scene just now. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly walked in front of An Weiwei. She was a little anxious. After all, she was her own niece. She had brought her out and accidentally let her get hurt. She had never liked or even hated cats and dogs. Seeing this, she immediately scolded, "You damned little bastard, Miss An!" Fang Yuhan shouted and interrupted her. "Let's take your niece to the doctor first." He didn't look very scary, but An Yuan's eyes trembled. She swallowed her words. She looked at her frightened niece with concern. "Weiwei, don't be afraid. Let's go to the hospital first." Chapter 1208. Logically speaking, as the owner, Fang Yuhan should personally accompany An Weiwei to the hospital for a checkup when his pet hurt someone. However, he was being rude today. Because Shirley didn't look well. And Yuan was worried about her niece, so she had no choice but to suppress her anger towards Gu Xingyin. When she saw that Fang Yuhan had no intention of getting up, she snorted angrily and left with An Weiwei. When Weiwei recovered, she would definitely come again. And Weiwei kept her head down and remained silent. And Yuan thought that her niece was frightened. She thought for a moment and comforted her. "Weiwei, don't be afraid. Auntie will take you to the hospital now. Nothing will happen. Does it still hurt?" For example, she felt sorry for her niece. She was more worried about how she would explain this to her parents. The two elders only had one granddaughter, An Weiwei. Of course, they doted on her like she was their precious baby. If they found out that An Weiwei had gotten injured after taking her out, she might be scolded again. An Weiwei raised her head when she heard this. And Yuan noticed that her face was slightly red. An Weiwei shook her head and said softly, "Auntie, don't worry. It doesn't hurt." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again. Her shoulder-length hair fell down and covered the side of her face. How could it not hurt? A sharp pain came from the wound. If An Yuan could see her niece's eyes at this moment, she would definitely be shocked. Was such a crazy and twisted expression really something that a teenage girl could have? And Weiwei felt her face burning. However, it wasn't because of the pain. It was because of excitement. She thought of the kitten again. It was so small and looked so weak and harmless. However, when it reached out its sharp claws towards her, its movements were so unhesitant. It was really too beautiful. If An Weiwei was only very interested in Gu Xingyin before, now she was determined to get it. Such a beautiful and fierce little thing, he really wanted to see it lying powerlessly in his palm, and cut off its sharp claws one by one, and stain its snow-white fur with a bright red color. It was really beautiful. It would definitely be more perfect than all of her works. In a place where no one could see, In Weiwei's lips curled up slightly. In Fang Yuhan's office. With the departure of the two and family members, Gu Xingyin seemed to relax a little, but she still looked a little panicked. Fang Yuhan's heart ached when he saw this. Yesterday, no matter how disheveled she was, she still held her head up proudly when he picked her up and stepped on his custom-made suit with her dirty little paws. How could it be like this? He could only soften his voice and call out slowly, "Shirley?" Hearing his voice, the little white ball on the table trembled slightly. Fang Yuhan watched as she turned around and looked at him with her big, clear eyes. He meowed softly. He felt extremely wronged. He was like a little guy who had been bullied outside and finally found his backer. She was the one who used her claws to scratch him. Fang Yuhan felt that he was the right parent. At this time, Shirley should be reprimanded very severely and let Shirley understand that her behavior was wrong. But this was just a hypothesis. When he met her wet eyes, he said honestly, "It's cold on the table. Come here." Chapter 1209. Fang Yuhan watched as the little white ball's ears twitched. Clearly, she had heard what he said. However, she hesitated and didn't throw herself into his arms like before when she heard his voice. Such a realization made him a little unhappy. However, Fang Yuhan did not show it on his face. He could tell that Shirley had been agitated. At a time like this, he could not scare her anymore. His voice became gentler, and there was even a smile on his face. "Shirley, be a good girl. Come to me." His voice was gentle, and so was his person. Gu Xingyin felt that he was almost done with his act, so he finally moved slowly towards Fang Yuhan and climbed onto Fang Yuhan's open hand. When the little white ball returned to his palm, Fang Yuhan did not notice that he heaved a sigh of relief. He had been afraid earlier. He was afraid that this little girl would no longer be close to him. Fang Yuhan was in a good mood when he felt her little body rubbing against his palm and licking it tentatively. She was his obedient and clingy little Shirley. Perhaps because Fang Yuhan's scent was too familiar, the little white ball, who had been a little uneasy earlier, slowly calmed down when she returned to his palm. Soon, she returned to her usual self. She lay lazily in his palm and occasionally swept her fluffy tail lazily, making Fang Yuhan's heart itch. No one could tell that a few minutes ago, this little girl was lying on the table and shivering. Fang Yuhan thought for a moment and said, "Shirley, you can't just scratch people." He still had to say what he needed to say. Gu Xingyin expressed that she didn't understand. As a spiritual beast, how could she understand the human language, meow? Fang Yuhan was helpless. Even though he did not know whether Shirley was a cat or not, he could tell that she could understand him. This little girl was simply too smart. He felt that he should emphasize some things, such as not attacking others. What if the person she scratched got angry and accidentally hurt Shirley when he was not by her side? Wait a minute. President Fang, isn't there something wrong with your logic? According to Fang Yuhan's usual style, if an employee made a mistake, he would let the other party know. He could not bear the consequences of such a mistake. But if it was Shirley, Fang Yuhan sighed inwardly. Even if she panicked a little, he would have to worry for a long time, let alone punish her. He couldn't bear to do it. Forget it. President Fang didn't even hesitate for a minute before he gave up on the idea of punishing his little white dumpling. In the worst-case scenario, he would just stay by her side and watch over her. Moreover, Shirley was so obedient, so there must be a reason why she was so irritable today. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened. Shirley had always been very calm, but when the little girl from the Yin family reached out to touch her, she suddenly became irritable. Moreover, looking at Shirley's appearance, she didn't seem to have gone mad. Instead, it was as if she had encountered something that terrified her. He could clearly see that Shirley's body had been trembling ever since she scratched An Weiwei. Rather than being ferocious, she seemed more like afraid. What was it about that innocent and beautiful little girl from the Yin family that made Shirley afraid? He was somewhat puzzled. Chapter 1210. During lunch that day, Fang Yuhan asked Assistant Lu to hug his little white dumpling. As expected, Gu Xingyin was still lying quietly in Assistant Lu's palm. She was not as irritable as she was in front of An Weiwei. Xiao Fang, who was biased, immediately felt that what happened today was not his little white dumpling's fault. It must be that the little girl from the Yin family had something on her that provoked Shirley. That was why she was so uneasy. However, no matter what he thought, it was a fact that Shirley had scratched the little girl from the Yin family. Therefore, Fang Yuhan asked Assistant Lu to send a lot of tonics to Yin Weiwei. He also said that he was willing to pay for all the treatment and follow-up expenses. In the end, he said that he was very sorry for letting the little girl from the Yin family suffer such an accident. Yes, he said it was an accident. His attitude made it clear that today's incident had nothing to do with his cat. Hearing Assistant Lu's words, Yin Yuan was so angry that she could not keep her expression straight. She thought that if Fang Yuhan was sincere, he would at least come to see Wei Wei in person. However, not only did he not come, but he even tried to excuse his cat. Accident? She said coldly, I saw with my own eyes that Wei Wei was scratched by Mr. Fang's cat. I don't know why you said it was an accident. Assistant Lu smiled and said, Our president's cat, Shirley, is famous for her gentle and obedient temper. Today, she suddenly became irritable when she saw Missin. I guess it was because of their auras. If it wasn't an accident, then what was it? This was utter nonsense. And Yuan was trembling with anger. She never thought that the president of the Fang family, who was rumored to be cold and restrained, would do such a thing for a cat. Wasn't it just a cat? She didn't say anything. What was wrong with admitting her mistake and apologizing? Unfortunately, Assistant Lu completely understood what her boss meant. You want Shirley to be the scapegoat? I feel sorry for Shirley. In the end, Assistant Lu was invited out by Yin Yuan with a dark face. She sat down angrily and said, No, I can't take this lying down. How can I let Wei Wei suffer such a big grievance? In fact, she felt uncomfortable in her heart, but it was far from this point. These words were mainly for Yin Weiwei. Since her niece had suffered as her aunt, she naturally had to pretend to be extremely distressed. In her heart, she did not want to fall out with Fang Yuhan over a cat and her niece. After all, she had yet to find a marriage partner that she was more satisfied with than Fang Yuhan. And Wei Wei sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her aunt. She could more or less guess what her aunt was thinking at this moment. It was nothing more than trying to please her while not falling out with the Fang family. What a stupid woman. Why didn't she ever think about whose daughter Yin Weiwei was? No matter how cold her relationship with her father was, they were still related by blood. Her father would inherit the family business in the future, and sooner or later, she would be the only heir to the family property. However, Yin Yuan would have her own children in the future. Naturally, she would leave her things to her children. What made this woman think that she could rely on such a small favor to make him give up the benefits at the tip of his tongue to help her? Did he really think that she was a naive fool? And Wei Wei lowered her eyes to conceal the coldness in her eyes. Chapter 12:11. And Yuan was still speaking angrily when Yin Weiwei suddenly raised her head. She looked at Yin Yuan with a quiet smile. Auntie, don't be angry. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt much. And Yuan immediately shut her mouth. She hurriedly looked at Yin Weiwei. Are you really okay? And Wei Wei nodded. Yes. Also, don't blame Shirley. She's so cute. Maybe she's a little timid and was scared by me? That beautiful little thing was called Shirley. She had heard it from Fang Yuhan. Shirley. This name suited her appearance. When Yin Yuan heard her niece's words, she remembered that her silly little niece had always liked kittens and puppies. It was said that when she saw stray cats and dogs, she couldn't help but take them back out of kindness. However, Yin Yuan didn't know why she had never seen any animals when she went to the Fang family's villa. Since Yin Weiwei didn't blame her, Yin Yuan was relieved. However, she still pretended to be in a difficult position. But Mom and Dad will still ask about your wound when they see it. Then that kitten. She deliberately slowed down her words. As expected, she heard her little niece nervously interrupt her. Auntie, please don't say anything. I will tell Grandpa and Grandma that I accidentally fell when I went out to play. And Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This silly little niece was indeed smart. Little did she know that Yin Weiwei was also sneering and scolding her in her heart. She put on a longing expression. Shirley is really beautiful. I've always wanted such a beautiful cat. And Yuan thought about it for a moment. Even though she really hated furry animals, she had to admit that the little white cat called Shirley was indeed very beautiful. Looking at her niece's expression and thinking about how understanding she was just now, Yuan didn't know why, but her heart was moved. She blurted out, "Isn't it just a cat? Wait, just you wait. Auntie will definitely get it for you." As soon as she said this, she regretted it. Today, when she saw Fang Yuhan's expression in the CEO's office, she knew that the little white cat held a lot of weight in his heart. It wasn't an easy task to get the little white cat from him. Not to mention, she had nothing to do with Fang Yuhan. Her reputation as the eldest daughter of the Yin family was not worth much in front of the president of the Fang Corporation. But before she could change her words, she heard her niece's excited voice. "Really? Auntie, you're so nice. Wei Wei likes you the most." And Yuan silently swallowed the words that she was about to say. Looking at her niece's innocent smile, big fog, and Yuan had a feeling that if she didn't agree to her niece's request, she would be extremely evil. She got up to cover Wei Wei with the blanket and said, "Have a good rest then. Aunt won't disturb you anymore." And Wei Wei's eyes were still sparkling. She hurriedly nodded and closed her eyes obediently. And Yuan didn't know that after she left the room and closed the door, the girl on the bed opened her eyes again. How could Wei Wei, who was lying on the bed, still be so innocent and adorable? Her large black eyes were pitch black, as if they were an endless expanse of darkness. She said softly, "Don't let me down, my aunt." Chapter 12:12. Ever since Shirley grabbed someone in a fit of rage, Fang Yuhan had become even more attentive to her. At first, he kept her in his pocket so that no one could see her, so as not to ruin his image as a cold CEO. But now, he didn't care anymore. That's right. From one day, the employees of the Fang Corporation saw their CEO go to work with a cute little kitten on his shoulder. The aloof CEO and the delicate and soft little kitten, this combination strangely formed a kind of contrast adorable. Every time the girls in the company saw this scene, they wanted to scream. Oh, so the CEO was actually this kind of CEO. He was always expressionless, but when he was with his little kitten, he would show his unique gentleness. He was simply too cool. In their hearts, they secretly thought about the 1001 nights between their CEO and his little kitten. When they faced Fang Yuhan again, they felt that he wasn't as scary as before. How could someone who could show such gentleness to a little kitten be a cold and heartless person? System. What was the logic behind this conclusion? Humans really couldn't understand. Another thing that made the girls want to scream was that the CEO's little kitten was simply too cute. Not to mention her palm-sized body, her snow-white fur, and her large purple eyes, not to mention that extremely foul fluffy tail, it simply made people want to bring everything in front of her, only hoping that she would act cute in front of them. It was no wonder that the usually cold and heartless CEO had become a cat lover. Who wouldn't want such a cute little kitten? In less than 10 days, President Fang had been asked by at least dozens of people openly and secretly about where he had bought Shirley from. Everyone said that Shirley was a little princess. That's right, in 10 days, Gu Xingyin's name had successfully spread throughout the company, and that it was very expensive. However, if they could have such a beautiful and clingy little fairy, they could eat dirt for half a year. How could Cao Fang not see that these people were all coveting his Shirley? He was very unhappy, but at the same time, he secretly revealed a trace of pride in his heart. Because no matter what other people thought, Shirley was still his. She still liked him the most. Gu Shengyin, wasn't it all because someone was too jealous and possessive? As a gentle-tempered summoned beast, Gu Xingyin wasn't afraid of strangers at all. As long as she could sense friendliness from others, she didn't mind being hugged, kissed, and raised high. Cough. She did mind being kissed a little. But he couldn't stand President Fang's jealousy. Every time Gu Xingyin was hugged by someone, she could feel the cold air and obvious displeasure emanating from Fang Yuhan. Obviously, even though she was just a cat, Fang Yuhan's possessiveness towards her did not decrease at all. Realizing this, Gu Xingyin, who didn't want her lover to be unhappy, began to consciously reduce her contact with others. When faced with humans who liked her, she would at most call out to them in a soft voice and no longer interact with others. Moreover, she became even more clingy to Fang Yuhan. Gu Xingyin saw the satisfied smile on her owner's face. She could feel her owner's joy. Gu Xingyin felt a sweet sadness in her heart. Sigh, Master loves me too much. He doesn't even allow me to interact with other humans. Such a capricious CEO is really worrying. It's over. Sigh, it's so sweet. I'm a little sad, weathered face. Congratulations to Filthy Li Wuxin for becoming the second leader of this article. Then, I'd like to thank my babies for the tips and tickets that they gave to Gigi. Finally, I'd like to ask for tickets. Don't forget the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 12-13. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. In this month, little Princess Xueli successfully gained the favor of the entire Fong Corporation. When humans faced cats, they didn't have much rationality to begin with. Not to mention, it was a pseudo-cat psychic beast that had its own attributes. Gu Shengyin also asked the system to keep an eye on An Weiwei. During this period of time, An Weiwei had been feeling very bad and was in a very irritated mood. This was because her grandparents, who had been living in the old house, had come over. Strictly speaking, the villa An Weiwei lived in was bought after her parents moved out alone after they got married. It was just that the couple didn't have any feelings for each other, so An Weiwei was the only owner living in this so-called love nest. How nice it was to be alone. Even though An Weiwei was only in her teens, she was still the owner of this huge villa. She said that she didn't like others going up to the second floor of the villa. That was her private space, and no one in the entire villa dared to go against her wishes. But now, it was different. She didn't know why the two people who had been living in the old house all year round suddenly came over. And Weiwei was a little confused as she looked at the grandmother with black hair who didn't look old. She cried when she saw her and hugged her while calling out to her. The content was nothing more than nonsense like, "My poor granddaughter." And Weiwei didn't know what had happened, but when she saw the two big shots of the An family looking at her with a loving gaze that she had never seen before, she instantly knew that this was her chance. And Weiwei, who had matured early, knew that the love from the elders was the biggest guarantee for her status in this family. In the An family, there was nothing more important than gaining the favor of the two elders. Although her grandparents had always treated her well, they had never looked at her with such a gaze as if she was the apple of their eye. She was very obedient. In the eyes of the two elders who were over 50 years old, this granddaughter was so sensible because no one doted on her at such a young age. Didn't they see that so-and-so child who was the same age as their Weiwei? He was a classic example of a devil incarnate. Actually, the reason why the two elders of the An family were like this was because of the system's help. The older a person got, the more they would believe in supernatural things. A few nights ago, both husband and wife had the same dream. In the dream, their only pitiful granddaughter would wake up every night with her eyes open until dawn. Their parents would hug their new lovers and turn a blind eye to this. It would have been fine if it was just a dream, but both of them had the same dream. The two elders of the An family looked at each other and felt that this was a warning to them. Thus, they arrived at An Weiwei's villa early in the morning. At first, An Weiwei thought that this was a good thing for her. However, she quickly dismissed that thought. Because her grandparents didn't say a word and directly stayed here. Anyway, the villa was big and everything was available. In order to show their closeness, the two elders even specially chose their own bedroom to be next to An Weiwei's. This made An Weiwei suffer. Because of her shameful hobby, she had always lived alone on the second floor. But now, there were two more people, and they were the kind that couldn't be rejected. One could only imagine how aggrieved An Weiwei felt. Chapter 12-14. This was because the two retired elders did not have much to do every day. Every time An Weiwei came back from school, she would be dragged out by the two of them to play, buy things, and choose gifts. It had been a long time since she went to her private room. And Weiwei knew that her little hobbies would not be recognized by the world. Once her grandparents found out about what she had done, she believed that no matter how much they loved her, they would not tell anyone about it. The way they looked at her would change from love to disgust and even fear. She could not take this risk. So, she had to endure it. No matter how much she longed for it and how eager she had to endure it. When Gu Xingyin received the message from the system, she was very satisfied. Before she came to this world, She could not care about An Weiwei's matters. But since she had come to this world in place of the real Shueli, she would not allow such things to happen. So, An Weiwei, don't you like to pretend to be an obedient and innocent little girl? Then I'll just keep pretending. However, Gu Xingyin didn't expect that An Weiwei's violent desires, which he had forcefully suppressed, would one day erupt with such ferocity. Yuhan, Missen, please call me Mr. Fong. Gu Shengyin lazily leaned against the bookshelf in Fang Yuhan's office and watched the man and woman in front of her communicate. And Yuan hadn't come back for almost a month after she had been driven away by Fang Yuhan. Gu Shengyin thought that Yuan was really a hot-tempered young lady. She did not expect that she would only be reserved for a month. In fact, this was indeed the case. And Yuan waited for a month. Apart from Assistant Lu's call to ask for compensation, she did not receive any calls from the Fong Corporation. She had to admit that if she did not take the initiative, Fang Yuhan would not remember her at all. She had never felt this kind of frustration from any man before. However, she also understood in her heart that such a man would not be interested in her, and Yuan. Similarly, he would not be very interested in other women. After all, Yuan was still a woman. Although she was open-minded and did not have high expectations of a relationship between a man and a woman. However, she still hoped that she could find a boyfriend or even a husband who treated her well. A clean and honest man, and a prodigal son who wandered among flowers. If marriage was the prerequisite, most women would still be willing to choose the former. However, this was all her wishful thinking. From the beginning to the end, Fang Yuhan had no interest in Yuan at all. He was just maintaining the basic courtesy of a man to a lady. Just as she opened her mouth, she hit a nail on the head. What Yuan said in her heart was true. However, she thought of her promise to her niece and secretly comforted herself, "This isn't the first day I know this man's character." "It's okay, Yuan. There aren't many unmarried girls like you in S City. You have a great chance of success." Fang Yuhan was actually very impatient with this woman. He tried his best to maintain a gentle tone. "Missen, why are you here?" And Yuan thought for a moment and saw Gu Shengyin, who was lazily lying down and playing with her tail. Her eyes lit up as she said to Fang Yuhan, "I'm here to see Shirley." She knew how much Fang Yuhan treasured this cat. Chapter 12:15. She originally thought that talking about this cat would allow her to continue chatting with Fang Yuhan. However, it was obvious that she was wrong. When Fang Yuhan heard the words Shirley from Yuhan's mouth, the calmness that he was trying to maintain completely disappeared. Fang Yuhan said calmly, "In that case, I'll thank Missen for your concern on behalf of Shirley." What tricks was this woman trying to play this time? Yuan did not like Shirley at all. Fang Yuhan knew about this from the start. The way Yuan looked at Shirley was as though she was looking at a bad thing. Yuan was at a loss for words. She did not expect Fang Yuhan to have such an attitude when she mentioned Shirley. Fang Yuhan's cold and vigilant gaze made him look like a ferocious beast protecting its cub. Yes, that was the only description Yuan could think of. As for her, she was the enemy in the eyes of the ferocious beast. She was someone he had to be wary of. When Yuan thought of this, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Could it be that he was afraid that he would harm such a small thing? Thinking of her niece, Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Fong, didn't Shirley accidentally scratch Weiwei last time? Weiwei has always been obedient and kind. She also likes small animals the most. She doesn't blame Shirley at all. Of course, I've always told her that Shirley is a very obedient kitten and that she didn't do it on purpose." As she spoke, she glanced at Fang Yuhan's expression. However, she could not see any emotion on his face. She gritted her teeth and said, "But Weiwei can't forget the beautiful Shirley. As Weiwei's aunt, I would like to ask Mr. Fong if you can let Shirley stay with Weiwei for a few days." Gu Xingyin's ears perked up when she heard this. Of course, she did not believe Yuan's words. And Weiwei couldn't forget her? What she said was probably true, but only Weiwei herself knew what it was that she couldn't forget. This little pervert still hadn't given up on her. She was not worried at all. Based on her understanding of her owner, Fang Yuhan would not be willing to lend her out for others to play with. Sure enough, Fang Yuhan rejected her without hesitation. "I'm sorry, Missen, but our Shueli is very shy. As you can see, Shueli reacted instinctively because she was frightened by Miss and Weiwei last time. For the sake of both Shirley and Miss and Weiwei, it's better not to let them meet. And Yuan did not expect that the other party would not even find an excuse and reject her so thoroughly. She opened her mouth. But Weiwei really likes Shirley. Fang Yuhan didn't answer her, but his meaning was obvious. Your niece likes Shirley, so I should lend Shirley to her? I'm sorry, but I don't accept that logic. And Yuan had been given the cold shoulder here, and with Fang Yuhan's cold attitude, it was impossible to communicate with him. She had no choice but to pick up her bag and leave in a huff. Meow. After Yuan left, a small white shadow suddenly jumped from the bookshelf onto the head of a man in a suit with a serious expression. A serious man and a soft and cute little white cat. This combination was so contrasting that it made people laugh. Fang Yuhan's expression softened immediately. He said helplessly, "Shirley, how many times have I told you not to jump around? What if you fall?" Chapter 12:16. He continued, "Also, you can't climb on top of my head. Have you forgotten?" Although he said this, he did not reach out to take the little fellow off his head. Gu Shengyin, on the other hand, opened his mouth and meowed. He obediently jumped from Fang Yuhan's head to his shoulder and landed on Fang Yuhan's open palm. She looked at Fang Yuhan with her big dark purple eyes as if to say, "Look, am I not obedient?" Fang Yuhan could not help but lower his head and kiss her beautiful eyes. "Shirley is the most obedient." Of course. Little Princess Shueli meowed twice and wagged her fluffy tail in Fang Yuhan's hand as a reward. Fang Yuhan looked at Shirley and felt his heart soften. Whether it was the quiet Shirley, the proud Shirley, or the naughty Shirley, they were all cute in his eyes. At this moment, Fang Yuhan completely understood how the cat slaves felt. It was a wonderful thing to have such a little princess in the family. He started to deal with the company's affairs. Gu Shengyin lay quietly on his lap and took a nap. In fact, she was chatting with the system. In this world, so many people liked Shirley. Apart from her exquisite and cute appearance, there was another important reason. The skill she had obtained in this world was the natural affinity of the elf queen. It did not matter whether it was for animals or plants. Humans were a type of high-level animal, so it was normal for them to have a good impression of her. Moreover, as a type of high-grade spirit beast, spiritual beasts had a physique that couldn't tolerate impurities. Their auras were pure and they would naturally be very popular. "I can already feel the power in my body increasing," Gu Shengyin said to the system. The system's white light flashed. "Yes, host. The spiritual beast's infancy is only a year. During this period, the power in the spiritual beast's bloodline will continue to awaken." Gu Shengyin thought for a while and asked, "When can I transform into a human?" Although Shirley was loved by everyone, there was not much she could do as a cat. After the host passes the spiritual beast's infancy. After entering the growth stage, the spiritual beast will have the ability to transform. A year wasn't too hard to endure. Gu Shengyin nodded. In this world, she had never thought of transforming into a human in front of Fang Yuhan. This was because the spiritual beast's ending would not be too good. As a spiritual beast that should not belong to this world, Shirley came to this world for a reason. She had her own mission to complete. It was because An Weiwei had assassinated the spiritual beast, which was still in its infancy and could not protect itself, that caused her to be unable to complete her mission. That was why Gu Shengyin came to this world and restored the originally disrupted plot to normal. If she was just a cute little kitten in Fang Yuhan's eyes, then, even if she left, he would at most be sad for a while. Perhaps he would even raise a palm-sized white kitten and forget about her for a while. But if she transformed into a human, Gu Shengyin was almost certain that her lover would fall in love with her. This was the bond between their souls. The pain of losing a loved one was much heavier than losing a pet. Read the remaining 4 chapters before 12 o'clock a.m. Speaking of which, do you guys smell the fragrance of glass shards? Serious face. Then, do you really want to hit me? Come on, hit me to death with your violent votes.